Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready to go on a very busy Thursday edition of Sports Talk. Steve Kaplowitz originating live here at the 600 ESPN El Paso, River Oaks Properties, Schoolyard Sports Studios, along with Alberto Urueta. We will take you through 3 busy hours today, except I will not be taking you through 3 hours. No. The boys in Detroit are going to do all the work today. In fact, as we kick things off here this afternoon, and we have no guests lined up in El Paso, no guests to hear for us, but that doesn't mean the fun's not going to happen for this entire 3-hour show, as then we get you ready for Game 3 of the Chihuahuas and the Rainiers, with Tim Haggerty live from Cheney Field out there in Tacoma for El Paso and the Rainiers. We have our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. That's right. Joining us live right now from Radio Row, not from Smokey's Smokehouse Barbecue where they were yesterday. No. Today they're actually at Radio Row. They're in Detroit. Adrian's been there since about 9 o'clock this morning, and he's rearing up and ready to go. We got the Foss, Steve Foster. We have Chris Fernandez. We have Mel Owens, former number 1 pick of the Rams, who's going to be with us as well for the show today. Gentlemen, welcome aboard, and happy draft day, guys.
Happy draft day to everybody back in El Paso. Thanks to the Oscar Arieta Agency for sending us out here to cover the 2024 NFL Draft. And special thanks to our supporting sponsor, Hills Automotive Center in El Paso, Steve. We are so excited. We feel the buzz out here in Detroit. And you know, it's a little different than when we were out in Vegas. I felt like Vegas was like an airport for NFL fans. Like everybody from all over the country was going there to watch the NFL Draft. And of course, you had the Raiders fans who were real excited about their team. But Steve, here in Detroit, it's a bunch of Lion fans. They were out at the draft theater as early as I was this morning. They were already ready to watch the Lions and watch this city put on their first draft. And, you know, people have been just so excited. This is a beautiful day, right, in the NFL calendar, because this is a day where all 32 franchises have hope.
Yep.
And I think what you can see today for the NFL Draft is everybody being hopeful for their respective teams.
Guys, I just received word from Tim Haggerty that the Tacoma Chihuahuas game has been rained out. Is this a sign from God that we want you for 6 hours tonight to go all the way from 4 to 10 and deliver the first round as it breaks here on the show from start to finish? Could it possibly be divine intervention? And poor Adrian. Adrian's got a 5 a.m. flight out tomorrow to come home, which means he's on a red eye, which means if he pulls this crazy long shift, he will be dead tomorrow. All right, Adrian, I don't know what's happening yet because this just broke as we go on the air today, and I don't even know if Kevin's even in the building right now, so we've got to scramble and figure things out. But you tell me, are you in the mood to do the longest NFL draft show since Robert Garcia and I were live at Pitchers inside the Marriott in 2005 or 6 when we did like a 7-hour show on a Saturday?
Yeah, we're ready, man. I'm going to speak for Adrian. Hey, man, 1 through 32. 1 through 32. We're here. We'll do it.
Adrian,
well, right?
I mean, listen, Chris is ready. Foss is ready. Adrian, I was just kidding around, but, I mean, you tell me. I mean, Foss and Chris are ready to go. Are you ready to just roll up your sleeves and put a full banger on the air for 6 hours tonight?
Yeah, absolutely not. But I'm very excited to be here, Steve. We are ready to go for the 2024 NFL Draft. I like my health. I like my sanity. I've got to work tomorrow, and I've got to be with you tomorrow.
You're 20-some years old.
You know what? However, let's see how it goes. If tonight gets a little crazy, we have no logs, Steve. So our boy Alberto Ureta would have to build out 3 more hours worth of logs.
It's been done. It's been done before.
You know what? If we can make this work practically, maybe we're on board.
I mean,
you know, they had Cappy. They just got finished having a 25-inning high school baseball game. I think it was up in North Texas just this past year.
Yeah,
that was 6 hours. We're not throwing. There was 601 pitches thrown in that game last week.
Is that a lot?
We're not throwing 600 pitches.
Guys,
you know what I'm saying?
Guys, listen. I've done 7 hours on a Saturday afternoon when I did.
Flex on them, Steve. And tell us all. Tell us how it goes.
And that was back when the draft started on a Saturday, if you remember correctly. We went on the air at like 10 o'clock. We went until 5, and we did 7 straight hours. In fact, we might have gone 9 to 4. We might have gone an hour early and then all the way done. But the point is, been there, done that. The only difference is I was never at the draft. Like, you guys are at the draft. And, seriously, I really do believe in divine intervention.
Yeah.
And this Chihuahua's rain out, I think it is a sign from up above that they want the 4 of you to be doing potentially, 6 hours of draft coverage tonight.
Mel, what do you think? Are you up for 6 hours?
How's that baseball game go again?
I think that's a no from Mel Owens.
But that's a guy, though, that got drafted in the first 10 picks. I mean, he was in and out. He got his New Jersey and said, thank you very much, and left. I mean, Mel Owens, before the 10th pick, left. He got drafted before Mike Singletary. Come on.
What happens after the 9th pick? I don't know.
He's a
he was in bed asleep.
Yeah, he's a 10-pick guy. And he does his thing and leaves. He doesn't take a lot of time to get drafted.
The draft's fun. It's always good to sit there and analyze and look who's getting drafted and what teams are on the come up and who's drafting and why and who's dropping. And it's fascinating. It really is. Some hearts are going to be broken tonight, though.
Mel, are you making a guest pick over the weekend for the Rams? Will you be representing them since they got all these ex-players that are making picks throughout the weekend? Is that the plan?
I wasn't invited, but I'll make a pick. When it comes to their choice, I'll make the pick for them.
Okay. I mean, maybe Roger.
I won't blow it like those other people, though.
Well,
there's blowing picks everywhere.
I mean, would you be like Drew Pearson, and would you just go up there and talk trash before you make your pick?
Drew is over the top. He's over the top, but he loves it, and God bless him.
Well, all I know is this. Mel, we ran down the 81 draft top 10, where you were 9th overall, and that draft features about 6 or 7 Hall of Famers. It's ridiculous how good that draft is.
It's the Hall of Fame draft.
Yeah.
It's the number 1 draft in NFL history, the 81 draft. All the way through, I think there's 20 rounds. What's your cousin?
Emerson was an undrafted free agent.
But that class, though,
yes,
is the best class in NFL history.
I'm not surprised, because when we ran it down on the air, here are your Hall of Famers from the draft that Mel is alluding to, where he was 9th overall from the Rams. You had LT, Lawrence Taylor, 2nd overall to the Giants. He's in the Hall. You had Kenny Easley, 4th overall to Seattle. He's in the Hall. You also had Ronnie Lott right before Mel. He was taken by San Francisco, 8th overall. We already know about what happened with him. Mike Singletary goes in the 2nd round to the Bears, 38th overall. Then you had Howie Long and Ricky Jackson. They're both in the Hall of Fame, going 48th and 51st, respectively. And if that's not enough, how about Russ Grimm going to Washington, 69th overall in the 3rd round, also going to the Hall.
Chris Collinsworth was in that draft, too. Go up the first round, like 21st pick, I think. What pick was he?
Collinsworth 17? In that draft, let me see what round he was. He was 37th overall, second round to Cincinnati. Now, he's not in the Hall, but Collinsworth is a great one.
The quality players that were in that draft that added to the mystique of the NFL. I mean, the draft is just loaded with players.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
good players.
Neil Lomax was in that draft.
Yes,
and
really significant players.
Yeah.
Portland State. Portland State.
That's right. Neil Lomax was part of that as well. You just look at the group and you see even the guys that are not in the Hall but had long, productive careers, there's plenty of them. So
yeah, it's good. It's the number 1 draft in the history of the NFL. I'll put that draft up against anybody's draft or any year's draft.
When you were selected by the Rams, were you thought at that point, it was your mindset that you were going to be a top 10 overall pick?
No. Me personally, no. But my attorney agent, who was trying to be my agent at the time, because at that time you couldn't sign with an agent beforehand. Even though people were doing it, I didn't do it. He was telling me that I was going to be drafted in the first round. And, I go, I stop telling me that, because that's not going to make me choose you as my agent. And then Washington traded up, or traded with Rams, and Rams got to be the ninth pick. Mm-hmm. He goes, they just traded for you. And I go, yeah, whatever, right? Just blowing smoke up me, right? So then I was drafted, just like he said. And I was a bit surprised, but I had gone out to Los Angeles for an interview about 2 weeks beforehand. And, I like them and they like me. And they had lost Bob Brzezinski and Hacksaw Reynolds, linebackers. So they needed a linebacker at that time. And, I was from Michigan. I played the outside linebacker spot, which they needed. So I was a good fit for them. So, but to answer your question, no, I did not think I was, even though my agent-to-be was telling me I was going to be.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, in those days, I think was the first year that ESPN broadcasted the draft. Was that 81 or 82?
It was 81 because I saw it on TV. I was watching it from my house in Ann Arbor. I was watching it on a 13-inch Mitsubishi TV that you had to turn by hand. It was cable, though. You had to turn by hand the channel. And it was broadcast, but it was just going up to like a little podium. And I think it was Rozelle.
Yeah,
Pete Rozelle was the commissioner. And they were just handing him slips, and, it was just really no big deal. And just, it was fascinating at the time because it was on TV, but not like it is today. I mean, today it's just over the top.
By the way, the fact that you played in Michigan and you're at the draft, how are you not making a pick? Like, Foss, you've got all the NFL connections. Can't you talk to somebody in the league with the shield and let them know that they've got to get Mel Owens to make a pick?
Well,
you would think.
Well, let me interject real quick. I'm from Detroit. I was born here. I grew up here. On top of all that, but I'm okay with it. I'd rather be hanging with these dudes anyway. A lot better.
Yeah,
so much more fun.
There you go. I like it.
It's true.
Mel, other than the Rams, when you were being drafted, were there any other teams that were courting you?
Philadelphia, Dallas, trying to think of Buffalo, Minnesota, Detroit, Cincinnati. But they were all like in the mix, and they had their own priorities. And if you fall, I think I would have gone to Dallas or Philly, because I think Philly was in the Super Bowl that year. So they had like a late pick, and Dallas had a late pick. I think Dallas probably would have picked me had I gone to them or Philadelphia, which would have been great as well. But my favorite team was the Rams when I was a kid. So even though I'm from Detroit, so I was just ecstatic.
Oh man, I can imagine. I mean, that's huge in itself. In fact, I'm looking right now at the draft as it happened, and I'm watching.
It's quirky, huh?
Yeah,
quirky.
I think they've got the NFL draft here. Would you like to hear your selection when you were taken?
It's weird because they go. You can play it right, but it's my recollection is the Rams pick Mel Owens, and we'll go to commercial right now, and the guy goes, "Who's Mel Owens?" I go ahead, play it.
Oh, is that really what they say during the selection?
I think so. It's weird, but you have it. Play it.
Yeah, I'm queuing it up right now as we speak. But that would be, if that actually went down like that, that's hilarious. So
it is hilarious. That's my recollection. I don't remember it totally. I haven't heard it in many years, but that's what I can recall.
Hang on, we're on. Let me see here right now. We've got Keith Van Horn from USC. They're talking about him. But I think he was 11th to the Bears. So I'm trying to figure out, as I'm looking at George Grand and Paul Zimmerman from the Sheraton Hotel with the selection, what ended up happening. So, yeah, the coverage is so prehistoric, but it's awesome. It's almost like you just can't get enough of watching this, Yeah,
because now if you compare it now, it's like, oh, man, it's just incredible.
Yeah. I'm going to cue it up and see if we can find it, and we'll play that here in a bit because it is pretty good. So Here, let me see if this is the. Selection.
It's Zimmerman or Mel Kiper who goes. Mel Owens. Like it was like a surprise to them.
I don't even think Kuiper was around in '81. I'll be honest with you. I think was probably was it? I thought it was Paul Zimmerman that was doing that.
Yeah, Zimmerman. Yeah, Zimmerman was running his mouth.
Yeah, that is good. Here, hang on.
In the first round, wide receiver David Verser from Kansas.
All right, so they just announced the pick of David Verser, which means you were right before that. So let me see if I can find you since they were.
After me, they went to break. I know that.
Okay, I'm going to find.
It was quick. Like it's like the pick came in, they went right to break.
That's pretty good. So here, let me see if I can find this. See if this is going to be it. Hang on, here we go.
Previously acquired from Washington Redskins. There you have it, Ronnie Lott of the Trojans.
Oh, that's Ronnie Lott. All right, I've gotten the pick before you and the pick after you. I just got to find your pick. So we'll do that. Hey, look, we got more coming up. We've got the guys sticking around. We're trying to figure out, Adrian, how long you're going to be on the air. Isn't live radio the greatest?
It is.
I know it is. I know. All right, we'll do more in a moment as we continue. First, let's go to Charlie. Want to get this traffic update.
One of these guys that came up late, like EJ Jr. The more they thought about him, the more they looked at his stats, the more late exams they gave him, the higher he got.
So there you go. That's Zimmerman. Now, the audio is terrible because it's a 43-year-old Betamax, and they didn't jack up the audio enough. But essentially what Zimmerman said was he heard Miami and Oakland really liked Mel a lot, but he shot up the draft rankings late, and that's why the Rams went ahead and took him. Now, was Zimmerman correct in terms of Miami and Oakland liking you?
Well, yeah, Miami was another team, even though I didn't mention it in the earlier segment, and Oakland as well because of Al Davis. But one of the reasons why I got selected higher is because of my combine numbers were off the chart because when I tested well, and I didn't shy away from any of the tests. And I was a good player. I was coached by Bo Schembechler in Michigan, so I was solid. We won all those games. I was just a solid player. So, they're looking for someone who's going to be in the league for a long time, and I played 11 years. And every year that I played, that I started, we were in the top 5 in defense. So, I was a top player for the Rams and put a lot of years in and a lot of production. So, and I went to the Rams. I mean, there's no free agency back then.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you imagine if I went to the Bengals?
You know what?
Can you imagine?
You would have loved that.
I'm from Detroit, and I love Detroit, but at that point, Detroit was going down. And Detroit, the Lions were never good. And, they had a beat on me as well. But, I just didn't want to go to the Lions. I just didn't. And I wanted to go to the Rams because I loved the Rams. It was my favorite team. And I was just a blessing. And the rest is history. I had a great time and, great teams. And it was the first time the draft was on TV. And I was sitting there watching it. And I got a phone call before the pick by the Rams said that we're going to pick you next. So I knew right when the lot was picked that I was going to be picked next. And then they go, stay on the phone. They're going to have, talk to Don Klosterman, who was the GM at the time, who I had met a few weeks earlier on my trip to Los Angeles in my interview.
So you were at your home during the draft?
Yes.
Family, friends?
No,
nothing like that.
No, it was just me. I think my roommate was there. He played football too, but I was just sitting back in the chair. I remember it as we're watching, and I had a 13-inch Mitsubishi television set. I knew that because my summer job. That was my first TV that I bought.
Well, did you guys have a good spread, like a good food spread or anything like that? No. Some beers and stuff like that? Nothing?
I was just in the lounge chair, like a lazy boy.
Well, let me listen.
It was green, by the way.
I think the key is this, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but the draft in 1981 was not the party that it is today. I mean, it really wasn't. So, you knew you were going to get drafted, but it wasn't like you see today with all the food, all the family, everybody gathered around. Remember, this is 1981.
And also remember that the NFL is the hype machine. The players are not hyping it, right? We're hyped to get picked, went to the combine. And back then, there's 3 combines. One was in New York, I think Indy and Tampa. So there's 3 different ones because they had 3 different sort of like agencies that were, scouting agencies that put the combine on. So there's 3 of them. So we went to multiple combines, and so the teams had different affiliates, scouting affiliates that would scout you and rate you and stuff. So the NFL, coalesced all the scouting combines together, and now it's Indy, and that's when the hype machine started. And the next year, looming was a strike. So, it wasn't this, perpetual hype machine that's going on, month after month. But as you can see, it progressed over years. And now, the room we're sitting in, guys, if you could see it, it's big as a football field, and every chair's taken. There may be a foot in between each table.
Mel, the interesting part about all of this, and just kind of this, it was still on, televised 1981 draft, so there must have been an interest. Was it more of like the team interest? Like, all right, I'm a fan of the Los Angeles Rams. I want to see who they take. Oh, they took Mel Owens. Who's that? That kind of thing. Was that the lure right there? Because now it seems like it's all about the prospect itself.
Well, remember, the internet adds a lot to this. Before, yes, who's Mel Owens? Because if you weren't a fan of Michigan, you probably wouldn't know the outside linebacker at Michigan. Right now, any geek would know every guy that's available. Right? You've already researched it and analyzed it. So when TV came in, it was a big deal, especially after the '87 strike. We disbanded the union. We won the Reggie White lawsuit. TV, $1 billion, I think it was in 92 or 93 was the first $1 billion contract. Things exploded. A few years after that, you got 95, internet starts, 2000, now you're at the juggernaut stage. And now everybody can research everything. And now the advent of the computer, everybody has it at their fingertips, and it just is exponentially, grows from there. And then the hype machine gets into full bore, and this is what you get.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's swung too much this way, and I'll tell you why. There was a great story today out of The Athletic. It talked about how there's only 13 prospects here at the draft. Now, it referenced this, okay? In last year, in 2023, there were 32 guys in as far as the prospects at the draft. In 2022, there were 21 players at the draft, and that was really after the COVID-19 and everything. But there were still the 21 people who were out there at the 2021 draft. So you have players not necessarily going to this one. I wonder if it's a location thing, being at Detroit,
it's
or
because
is
the
it
cameras are pointing at you, and you're
Will Levis? Remember last year,
and you're not getting drafted.
And that happened last year with Will Levis, and you mentioned that earlier.
God, it's just a humiliating feeling to have the camera on you.
So it swung back.
Yeah, it's just, I talked to my friend, John Wangler, and he's good friends with J.J. McCarthy. And he goes, J.J.'s having his deal in Ypsilanti, which is like 20 minutes from here. He could easily be here if he wanted to, But nobody wants to be stared at, in your draft stock is dropping, right? And then you're like, well, will he go? Will he go? Then you become the story and not the other players. So if you're top 5, yeah, I'd show. Remember Brady Quinn?
Yeah.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have one last year in Will Levis.
Yeah.
I mean, he was somebody who people thought, whoa, could he go, in the top 5?
Did he go second round?
I believe so, to the Titans. And so pretty early in the second round.
It was early in the second round. But
you figure having to stay the whole time there with his family and not being selected.
The thing is, what's going to happen is there are dudes that didn't go to Alabama and Michigan that are good. The guy from Toledo. And if I'm scouting, I'm looking for those finds that nobody else knows about. So when you pick a guy that's unlikely to go in the first round, it displaces another guy. And then it may drop, or you may have a run on quarterbacks. And so all of a sudden, a quarterback that wouldn't have been taken, say J.J. McCarthy in the top 10, all of a sudden he's in the top 10, he pushes guys out, and then you got this guy sitting in the green room, twiddling his thumbs with his girlfriend and his mom and dad. It's not a good look.
Now,
No, not at all.
I got to tell you guys a couple of updates here from our studios. We have modified our commercial logs for tonight. And, Adrian, you'll be happy to know Sal is coming in. Even though the Chihuahuas game was rained out, he's coming in anyway, and we'd be more than happy to keep you guys on the air tonight. So if you would like to continue broadcasting past 7, you will have the opportunity to do that as well.
Well, good thing we got a Detroit fan helping us out, Steve. I love it. We got a Lions fan helping us out back at our studio in Sal Montes. I told Sal, off air, I was like, hey, we might get a chance to see a lot of Detroit Lions out here. So far, it's only been Sam Laporta, although I'll tell you this, after the big contract from Amon-Ra St. Brown, been a lot of number 14 jerseys around here, and I think a lot of the Lions fans are really excited they locked in their top receiver.
Oh, I can imagine.
St. Brown, do you know his dad?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Olympian.
Okay, so this dude, his name is John Brown, the dad, and he's from California, right? And he would hang around our practice during training camp, and this guy, he'd come with a spaghetti strap, little tank top, and his dolphin shorts, and talk crazy the whole time. This is when he probably was like 25, 26. Then fast forward 25 years, he got 2 kids in the NFL, right? John Brown is the bodybuilder, the dad, hanging out all the time talking crazy. He had a G-curl, with his spaghetti straps, dolphin, the guy's crazy. But now he has 2 sons in the NFL.
I had to curl no straps.
Well,
I had that Eric Dickerson look, though, baby. It worked in Texas.
Curl,
Everybody wanted to be from Sealy, Texas, man. The E-Dick was crazy.
Yeah, it was a little hot, though.
It was.
Yeah.
And I stained everything up that I leaned back on.
so Mel,
you got to wear a net when you go to bed.
By the way, guys, and I'm going to get back to you in a second, Chris. A couple of programming announcements. So, number one, we are going to go longer than 7 today. How long we go, that's up to them in Detroit. You guys can stay on as long as you want, okay, because we're prepared for no matter what. Also, important to note, Omar Ruiz, who works for NFL Network, is going to join the guys live at 5, and Q Myers from ESPN Radio is going to hop on with you guys at 6. So you've got some great guests lined up out there, Radio Row.
Yeah, Cappy, we're doing this for the hometown, We're from West Texas, and we want El Paso to be able to join in the national flair of day 1 of the draft. And, man, I'm going to do everything I can, along with the rest of the gentlemen here and the other 350 reporters. We're going to bring it across the nation. And El Paso is just great enough, as great as any other city in the lower 48. So it's great that we have a spot here. We've got all the TVs, food, and accoutrement that we need. So let's ride.
By the way, guys, I'll tell you something. I'm just seeing the overhead shot of the draft. There are a ton, and I mean a ton of people who made the trip out to the Motor City to be part of this thing. They have a great crowd outside right now.
Detroit's for real, man, I'm telling you.
I tell you what, Cappy, the Adrian and I were talking about this earlier when we were walking around the plaza in front of the stage. The electricity in the area, in the city, not just here in Draft Central, but around wherever you walk, the city is alive, and they're excited, not only because the draft is here, but their Detroit Lions are going to enter the 2024 season, with a great team, and God knows what they're going to get through this draft.
Well, just to piggyback on what Chris said, Detroit has the music too, man. We're Motown, right? And Steve's a big music guy.
Yes.
Steve.
You got to show us. You got to show us the house.
Oh, so it's a museum.
Okay.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
But everywhere you go, not only is Motown, but Detroit rocks, man. They love music here. So everywhere on the corner, you got your own music going. They got the music blaring from every little shop on the street. It's
got
got
the
a good
DJ
vibe.
on the main. What street is that
Woodward.
Woodward.
Yeah.
That we
Yeah.
were walking down to get to.
Yeah, where Born Detroit is.
Right.
That store. Yeah.
Matt, and shout out to Born in Detroit. That's a cool little spot. I mean, you know,
Yeah. That's our meeting spot, right?
Right.
Yeah,
well,
got some
you were born in
memorabilia there.
Detroit.
Yeah, Born in Detroit. For real. That's good stuff, man. And Detroit, and we knew that it was going to be a big turnout. They were saying, like, man, maybe 100,000, 200. My friend John Wangler goes, I'm putting it at 500, 600,000.
Wow.
John Wangler was your quarterback at Michigan.
Yes.
Okay, so just for context,
Yes.
he too an athlete,
And his two sons played at Michigan,
and his daughter.
and his daughter played basketball at Michigan.
There you go. Okay.
And both sons played. Both sons played football, and his daughter played basketball.
So a proud Go Blue.
And he lives right downtown Detroit,
Yeah.
so he knows, and you can feel it.
You really can.
You can feel it. It's a good vibe. It really is.
Yeah, and I like the venue. I think the venue is similar to Las Vegas, and so, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this much, guys. I know we got to take a break right now. Excited about what's going to be happening today. Excited for all of you being out there. It's going to be a fun afternoon and evening for you and everybody listening. We're excited about the coverage, and we're going to come back with more in a moment out there from Detroit. In fact, I am going to say farewell and let the guys take you home the rest of the way because they're going to be busy. Adrian leading the show with a lot going on. I do want to say this. We got a lot of things to talk about. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Village Inn dining deals. You could take advantage of $50 to Village Inn for just $25. That's right, VI, folks, home of the world-famous skillets, your omelets. They've also got menudo. They've got some of the best, not just breakfast, but best lunch, dinner, and homemade pies you will find anywhere. Those homemade pies are incredible.
Love that.
That's right. So Village Inn, $50 for just $25 tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. with dining deals. Also, the big El Paso Fair going on out at Escalante until Sunday. You want to go? We're going to not only give you 2 admissions, we're going to give you 2 mega passes. You get rides to every ride, unlimited rides. This is a great value. Alberto, what caller do you want to give this away to right now?
I'm feeling number 5 this time. We went 7 yesterday. Let's go 5 today.
5 is alive. All right, 505-6009. Caller 5 wins the tickets. 505-6009. You're going to the big El Paso Fair. It's going to go through Sunday, so come on by the station tomorrow, pick those up, and take advantage. Again, we're going to go back out to Detroit for the remainder of the show. We're going to go a little extra today, a little overtime here on Sports Talk as well. Excited about that. Thanks to the guys. Thanks to the Oscar Arieta Agency as your presenting sponsor. Thanks to Hills Automotive Center as another big sponsor for Adrian's trip. More with Foss, more with Chris, more with Mel Owens, more with Adrian. Right here, Sports Talk continues, 600 ESPN El Paso.
Here for Radio Row, and it is the NFL Draft that is right around the corner. Along with Steve Foster, I'm Adrian Broaddus. We got Chris Fernandez and Mel Owens joining us here. We are presented by the Oscar Arieta Agency out here for our NFL Draft and our supporting sponsor, Hills Automotive Center. Want to give a big shout out to the Oscar Arieta Agency. They're giving listeners chances to win things like gift cards, VIP Chihuahuas tickets, and plenty more. All you have to do is check out the referral program online at OscarArietaAgency.com to learn more. Well, guys, let's dive into the quarterbacks. Let's just jump into it. A lot of people think it will be Caleb Williams number 1, Jaden Daniels number 2, Drake May possibly number 3, but maybe not necessarily the New England Patriots. Let's start off with you, Foss. You tell me your favorite quarterback here. If you had to pick a surefire guy, remember, most of these guys from the quarterback spot, it's like a bust rate. It's like a 50% bust rate. So who's your surefire guy if you had to pick one?
You got to look at where they go and what they have around them. And I think, looking at this, taking away everything that you're going to get, I know this may surprise you, but I may go with Jaden Daniels because
That's a surprise.
Because he's going to have to really step up his game. Dan Quinn will give him the defense. And I just liked his demeanor he gave an answer about what really propelled him. He said the death of his grandparents. If you don't crumble through death, and I'm going to tell you, I lost all 3 of my parents in the last 2 years. That's a lot. And if you can make it through that and keep going, I like that. I related to that. And maybe that's it. That's a personal thing, that the connection. And when he said he can make it through that, I said, he's a Heisman Trophy, which I don't put a lot of stock in being the Heisman Trophy quarterback. But I liked his answer. He seemed to be more C.J. Stroud-esque, live and in color. Caleb Williams is a popular answer, and I loved his, matter of fact. He loved all of the fanfare. But I think Jaden Daniels is coming up through and has a real chance.
Mel, who's your guy? If you had to pick a surefire guy.
Bo Nix. Let me tell you why. Not because he went to Oregon like Herbert, and like Steve said, depends on who you put around him. Herbert's probably one of the best quarterbacks in the whole league, but the team stinks.
Right.
Because they don't have anybody around him. And you have Keenan Allen, but who's gone now. So you had some guys that could catch the ball. But I think the fact that he's played a lot of football in different places. His dad was a quarterback, and he went to different schools, some adversity, and he's just a little bit more mature guy. I think there's some numbers that stand out. I don't know if it was a completion percentage or touchdowns or something, but he won games. It was rough in his first couple of years at Auburn. He has touch. I like him. Surefire, right?
Yeah.
You're right. That means he's going to stick in the league for a long time.
That's correct.
That's my guy. But I like Penix too, but no mobility.
What about JJ? Let's go to your alma mater.
I like him. I like him as a college quarterback. I like him as a person. I think he has a good, leadership ability. I personally would stay in school one more year. Now, the injury factor and all that, and the money and championships, I get all that. But you ask me surefire. That's going to be – now, if they put JJ in and he starts right away, he may have some problems. Bo Nix, I think he's got maturity, played more. I think he has the most starts of any quarterback in college football history.
23-24, so a mature guy.
Yeah, he has a whole bunch of starts under his belt for good programs. JJ, he's brash, cocky, good leadership skills, mental ability, good arm, maybe a little light, right, weight-wise, but I think he goes top 10. If not, then he goes, bottom 5 of the first round.
Hey, guys, we had a great first hour. We're right back in action. Hour number 2. We're going to be out at the draft for the first round. It's going to be a lot of fun. Coming up next, we've got a great guest coming with us live from NFL Network. It's Omar Ruiz. He's in Arizona covering the Cardinals, and he'll be joining us on our Longhorn Distributing Hotline as we continue. Take a break right now. When we come back, more NFL draft coverage right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. Of Sports Talk, along with Alberto Reta, who is back at our River Oaks Property Schoolyard Sports Studios. Steve Foster, the Foss, who's joining us here live in Detroit from the NFL Draft, along with Chris Fernandez and former NFL player, Rams linebacker Mel Owens. We're all here. We're all in Detroit, and it's the 2024 Draft that we are getting ready for. Let's jump out to our Longhorn Distributing Hotline. This is one that we got to give a big shout-out to Foss for landing right now, and it is an absolute treat to have with us here for the first time. This is an awesome thing. He's joining us from Phoenix, Arizona, where he's covering the Arizona Cardinals, and he's Omar Ruiz, who covers all sorts of football for the NFL Network. Omar, thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. How's everything going out in Arizona?
Hey, you're welcome. It's heating up here. About an hour until the actual draft begins, and all the speculation, all the pre-draft process will finally play out. And obviously one of the more exciting days in the NFL calendar, and especially being here with that number 4 pick, with all the speculation, quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, you can argue the draft really begins with the Cardinals at number 4. So the fun story to cover, fun team to cover. Can't wait to see it all unfold tonight.
Omar, I can't wait to get your insight throughout the entire night. We're going to see your coverage all throughout the night on NFL Network when it comes to Cardinals football. But I got to ask you, are you feeling this many people out here in Detroit who are just fired up about the draft? I saw you posted something on Twitter just excited about all the fans who are here in Detroit.
Well, it's amazing. The number of people out supporting the draft in Detroit made me think immediately, what if the Lions, one of the teams that has never won a Super Bowl, ever won one, and what the parade would look like. The excitement that would be in that city would be amazing. So I think that's a little preview, a little treat. And especially, if we would have had this conversation maybe 3-4 years ago, it would have been, laughed at. But with the Detroit Lions showing promise, getting to the NFC Championship game last year, and really feels like they're still ascending, a Super Bowl parade is not as far-fetched as it used to be in Detroit.
No, not at all. I mean, they were just, one half away from heading off to the big one out this past season when they, unfortunately dropped it for their fans against the 49ers in that second half. But you're exactly right. There's just a certain buzz, Omar, out here in Detroit, and I think fans are really excited. You mentioned it. For the Cardinals themselves, they're eyeing that fourth pick right here. What are you hearing? Boots on the ground. Is this something that they want to decide and go ahead and pick, or are they maybe exploring other options for this first overall pick here for Arizona?
Yeah, I think both. I think they genuinely, have it lined up who they want. It's something that, Jonathan Gannon, told me last week that they've already started, trying to form these bonds with guys that they think are going to be Arizona Cardinals. And I know they've done a lot of work on those receivers, be it Harrison, Neighbors, or Odunze. But at the same time, and I think he's transparent about this the entire pre-draft process, General Manager Monty Ossenfort is open to trading that pick. If he's blown away by a package that a team offers to move up to number 4, I think he'd be happy to get that ammunition of picks, whether it's for next year's draft, more in this. Because remember, they also have number 27 tonight, and they have 6 of the first 90 picks in this year's draft. So whether they trade out of 4 and get much more picks from that trade, or just as it currently stands, they have the ammunition to go anywhere they want in this draft. So, whether they trade it, whether they pick, I think the Cardinals are going to come out in a win-win scenario tonight.
Omar Ruiz joining us right now on our Longhorn Distributing Hotline as we continue here. Omar, let's reflect back to the 2023 draft, because I think that tells you a lot about just the philosophy from the Cardinals, and they have such an interesting pick here at number 4 this year. But reflecting back on last year, they elected to trade out of that early pick in that top 5, and then they went back into the top 10 when it was all said and done to select Paris Johnson. Could we see maybe something like that? Like, hey, they get a big haul for number 4, and then maybe trade up, back into the top 10 so they could still select one of the top pass catchers that you alluded to right there.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that they are comfortable selecting either one of the big 3, whether it's Harrison, Neighbors, or Odunze, doing that work. Not only have they done the work, but then, like I said, they feel comfortable doing so. So if they can get, 2-3 first-rounders in the future, and maybe they don't get Harrison, and maybe they get Neighbors or Odunze instead, I think that's a scenario that they'd probably take. Now, is any team willing to move up to that point and draft their quarterback of the future, as so much speculation has been made during the pre-draft process? That's the fascination with the draft and why we watch tonight. But yeah, I think that's exactly that. If they can still get a dynamic receiver, a big-time playmaker that offense necessarily didn't get from out wide last year, then I think that's something that they might pull the trigger with. And you think about, what James Conner did rushing the football last year, how Kyler kind of came on the way he did late in the season, and Trey McBride emerged as a star. I think this could be, one of those, big leaps forward with just adding one player.
I think immediately of Marvin Harrison Jr., and I kind of think, all right, I'm not going to go ahead and say somebody like Larry Fitzgerald, but at least it's a number one receiver for, the Arizona Cardinals. But if it's Malik Neighbors, then you have maybe, that Hollywood Brown replacement and maybe even an upgrade from that position. Odunze is fascinating to me, too, because a lot of draft pundits think that he might be the surefire, NFL-ready guy among the three, even though Harrison Jr. is a top guy as well. How would you assess the three receivers if you had to look at them?
Yeah, I think it's the flavor that each team wants, that each team needs. You kind of went through, the solid attributes, but I know the Cardinals view them all as elite. Now, what they ask the receivers to do, quite simply, is get open and catch the football, and all three of them do so at an elite level. Now, how they accomplish that, it's all a little bit differently. So I think Harrison Jr. is probably the most likely to be able to do everything at a top level. I think Neighbor is probably the most explosive of the two, and Odunze seems to have the biggest ability to catch in traffic, the big hands, to be that top receiving target in the red zone. So, however you feel they can fit into the offense, I think they would add to any offense in the NFL, and I think certainly that's how the Cardinals view each of them. But it's funny, we talk about all this, and you just look back, when Justin Jefferson was drafted, there was maybe 2 or 3 receivers drafted ahead of him, and he ended up being, not only the best receiver in that class, but, arguably the best receiver in the NFL right now. So it's so funny for us to talk about this big three, and a guy like Brian Thomas, might end up being the top receiver in this draft class. So it's all part of the fun during this, and it's why we watch with such fascination here in April.
Omar, good to hear your voice, man. I see you're out in sunny Arizona. Boy, it was cold Wednesday morning. Do the Cardinals really have a plan? So we're going to keep Kyler, and we're going to say, hey, let's go ahead and beef up his weaponry downfield. Pretty much.
Yeah, and I think what you look at what they did in free agency, picking up Jonah Williams to put on the other side of Paris Johnson, the number 6 pick last year. Now you have the bookend tackles there. They were physical. They ran the football last year. When Kyler came back, they had one of the top offenses in football. They had those big wins against the Eagles and Pittsburgh on the road late in the year last year. So there's a lot of confidence going forward with what they were able to accomplish offensively, even without that big dynamic receiver. Obviously, Hollywood Brown has moved on, but was hurt kind of late in the year anyway, and that's really when Trey McBride seemed to step up and become that star-making type of tight end. But, yeah, you add a big-time receiver like that in that mix, there's a lot of confidence going forward. And you kind of look at the roster in its entirety. Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded coach, you look at that defensive roster, and so many holes, so many young players playing, but still, they played hard, they were competitive, and so there's a lot to look forward to, not only in the 24 season, but this particular draft and how they can improve that roster.
We had a guy, Latu. Is he a guy that may be there in the latter part of the first round? As you mentioned, since you talked about defense, here's another quality guy that I think's got a great motor that may be able to then instantly jump on board and help out the Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't know if he would be there at 27, but with this offensive surplus going at the top of the draft between the quarterback demands, those big 3 receivers we talked about, so many big-time offensive linemen probably going to be drafted in the top 15. That might push these defensive players down, and with the Cardinals' ammunition that we talked about, maybe moving from a 27 to, say, an 18 if a Latu was still available. So one of these big-time dynamic pass rushers may not be there at 27, but certainly the Cardinals had that ammunition to go get one, there earlier in the second half of the first round.
Omar, what about a guy like Chop Robinson? This is somebody who, when the season first started out of Penn State, the edge rusher, he was highly touted, highly regarded. And I don't know, I'm not saying it necessarily has changed since then, but now he might be a later first-round draft pick when it's all said and done. Could you see the Cardinals, if they end up staying at 27, could you see them getting somebody like Chop Robinson?
Oh, yeah, I think that would be seemingly a perfect fit. for Jonathan Gannon's defense if they held at 27. And like I said, it's been tough for me anyway to get a read on the overall defensive surplus in this draft. Is it the offensive, prospects that we talked about are so good that it's kind of overshadowed the defense, or is it in fact because the talent at the top of the defensive prospect list isn't as strong as it normally is? We don't have that, Nick Bosa, Will Anderson, surefire rookie of the year type, edge rusher coming out in this year's draft. So, you think about, okay, which is it? And I think it's a little bit of both. And so I think, Chop Robinson, one of those guys that's probably going to be pushed down the board because of that offensive surplus. It's going to make a lot of people happy. It could be the Cardinals at 27 by having some of that quality talent from the defensive side of the football there late in the first round.
NFL Network's Omar Ruiz joining us on our Longhorn Distributing Hotline. Omar, at the number 4 pick, let's go to 3 with the Patriots. Let's say they get a huge offer for number 3 and they move on for it from that pick. Could that domino effect and impact the 4th pick and selection for the Cardinals when it's all said and done?
Yeah, I think that would what would be remarkable, and I don't think anybody has talked about it, probably because it might not be a thing, but you just don't know at this point in time with smokescreen and people trying to, kind of hide how they really feel. But what if a team moves up to 3 and picks a Marvin Harrison Jr.? And now you have 2 of those 4 quarterbacks that we've talked about available at number 4. So then, yeah, I think that's when maybe, Monty Ossenfort starts getting those offers that he'd be blown away by to go ahead then and make that pick and potentially get a Neighbors or Odunze later in that top 10, depending on where that pick comes from. But yeah, certainly it would have a domino effect depending on who traded up for that number 3 spot and what position is taken at that point.
Omar, are you insinuating that the Cardinals could take a quarterback at that if their receiver is taken? No. What I'm saying is if the Patriots trade that number 3 pick to somebody who then picks a receiver at 3, now you have 2 of the big 4 quarterbacks available at number 4. So then you have more demand for that 4th selection. So they could trade back and still get the receiver.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
But
absolutely.
To answer his question, it certainly would have a domino effect on potentially what the Cardinals, would do.
Perfect.
Omar, and we really appreciate all the time. Again, Omar Ruiz is going to be all over NFL Network when it comes to the Cardinals draft here today. Omar, if you had to make a guess in that late first round for the Cardinals, that 27th pick, do you think they keep it or do they trade it when it's all said and done? We've alluded to defensive players possibly. Maybe they trade up into the teens to try to get maybe somebody else, a difference maker there. Do you feel like they pick there, or do you think that that's not there when it's all said and done?
No, I think they're going to move up. I think, the history that you laid out last year with Ossenfort trading back out of the top 10 and then in at number 6, I think he's going to move around the board. And a lot of the times, I know people here locally that root for the Cardinals kind of want them to take that number 4. They don't want to see, them accumulate more picks. But that's why you take, those kind of trades and you accumulate more picks so you can then, still get your receiver in the top 10. But then you have the option to then trade out of a 27 and go get an elite defensive player as well and complement your team that way. So I would suspect that they would move up and get a dynamic pass rusher, something that is also as glaring as a dynamic playmaking receiver when you look at the Cardinals heading into 24.
Omar, we can't thank you enough for the time. You've been great all segment long, and we will watch all the coverage. We'll follow you on social media. Follow Omar Ruiz on Twitter and X at Omar D. Ruiz, and check out all the great work he does with NFL Network. Foss, what a great guy here, and Omar Ruiz.
Oh, well, I mean, to take time out for us right there in the middle of his work day, you're one of the best guys ever. Are we going to get a chance to see you on the network tonight, this evening?
Yeah, well, it depends on what the Cardinals do. We may or may not get to, have a one-on-one with one of the decision makers for the Cardinals, but certainly we'll be talking to one of these draft picks tomorrow. So, yeah, stay tuned to NFL Network, and we'll have it all covered for you tonight and throughout the weekend.
Thank you so much. Omar, we really appreciate it again, man. You have a great rest of your night, and we'll be sure to tune into all the coverage.
Thanks, Omar.
All right, you guys too. Thanks. Have fun.
All right, that's Omar Ruiz on our Longhorn Distributing Hotline as we continue. Hey, want to just mention this right now. The Oscar Arieta Agency makes our appearance possible here at the NFL Draft, and same with Hills Automotive Center, one of our supporting sponsors here, out as we continue. We'll continue with more, including talking a little bit about our mock drafts that are on the website right now. Robert Garcia has his, 600ESPNElPaso.com, along with mine. Those are both up on the website right now, so check them out before the draft gets underway. We got about 45 minutes, and then this one gets started. There are so many media members out here. I was out here where there was literally just myself, so we'll talk about that later. But let's take a break right now. Charlie 1 is standing by for traffic, and then we'll get more to the NFL draft right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, welcome back. We are live in Detroit, getting ready. We're about 40 minutes away from the first pick of the NFL draft getting underway. Caleb Williams about to get selected for the Chicago Bears. I feel like this one's almost a done deal. But, guys, the last time we were out at an NFL draft, it was back in Las Vegas, 2022. We were out there. Trayvon Walker was the number 1 pick, and I thought that one kind of threw us for a loop. So it's interesting. This one feels as surefire as it could get. Last year felt as surefire as it could get with Bryce Young being the first overall pick. So you got back-to-back years of pretty much solidified number 1 picks when it's all said and done, which is kind of interesting, don't you think?
In what way? Because it's definable, or because we're all resigned to that pick because I guess Caleb Williams has performed that well?
What do we learn from Bryce Young?
Well, I think that everybody's resigned to that fact, right? I think you're right, Adrian. I think that the consensus is that Caleb will go first in the draft. Now, watching him in the interviews and the way he handled the media and such, I was impressed. But does that necessarily relate to anything on the field?
Well, because I think C.J. Stroud was much more quiet last year compared to Bryce.
Agreed.
And you see what happened on the field. He was so – and Chris and I went to Texans game, saw the Titans at the end of the year. It was like he was in the backyard on July 4th. He was not rattled at all. Now, that was late in the season. But I think a lot of it, Steve, with C.J. Stroud was that it was that Ohio factor. You know, is it going to I'm sorry, wrong person. But I don't think people thought that he was going to be the quarterback that he was. He just didn't. He wasn't touted. He didn't get the accolades that everybody else got walking into the season. But as he progressed through the season, that's when things started. When his play just showed the poise that he showed, the leadership, and those things of that nature. He just gained all kinds of recognition. Well, I think, and Mel, I want you to speak to this. Not many Ohio State quarterbacks have done. I mean, and I can remember back to Art Schlichter. He was supposed to be the guy for the Colts. Right. I mean, Herbie has done great as a broadcaster, but not so much as a quarterback. You know, you got
never even a factor.
I mean, you've got Cardell. He wasn't much in. I mean, you go through so many of these quarterbacks, and they were just. Now, Ohio State produced other positions, but not the quarterback position. So I don't think anybody was impressed because of unfortunate. I don't want to call them bust. You could say that, Mel, because you played against them, but they just didn't live up to NFL standards. And I think let's say that.
And I think that's why when you looked at him early on in the draft, that was the stigma that stuck with because of where he played college football.
That's
Who's
right.
that? Who are you talking about?
C.J. Stroud. Because of Ohio State.
Okay, but he panned out. Or
right.
He has panned out.
Right, but that's one guy and many misses.
And it's like the Alabama quarterbacks.
Right.
You know, we're not talking about Joe Namath or Stabler. Those guys
or Bart Starr. Those are the three quarterbacks
they
besides.
But then you go
Hurts and Tua.
Hurts and Tua have performed admirably.
Right.
They have. So I'm not really going for the school because I think that even Justin Fields would be a decent quarterback.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a bust.
No, because he has the ability. I just think he doesn't have enough tools around him.
Correct.
but also, who's your coach? That's a big deal. You come into a situation where they go, "Hey, man, you got to win. You got to play right now and win," and you're playing against players that are the top of their game. The speed is so significantly more and quicker and faster in the NFL than it is in college. Like, you think you can throw it there and that guy can't make the break? He can make the break in the NFL.
Well, let me ask you guys this, because you kind of opened up a can of worms there, Mel. When you talk about quarterbacks, rookie quarterbacks in particular, are you a fan of the guy sitting out a year and learning from that starter, or are you a fan of throw him in the fire, let's see what he's got?
Well, like I told you about Bo Nix, I think more starts the better, and there is a process in the NFL because the game is different than the college game. When my first impression, I think I told you this on your show before, when I went on the field for the very first time, I was shocked that these were men. I was shocked. I'm you know how these crazy things go in your head? I was a first-round draft pick. I went out there, and I thought to myself, I'm going to get cut. That's how the difference in mindset and what you think the game is versus at Michigan, then you go to the Rams. These guys have been playing pro for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. They're full-grown men that are at the top of their games. You think you're very athletic at 21. Wait till you get like 30 when you're fully mature and you can make, and guys are hitting and cutting and breaking on balls, so that quarterback throws the ball. They can go get it. And not only one guy can go get it, the whole team can go get it. So it's a big difference. So that's your question.
So what did it take for you to finally become acclimated to the NFL?
I sat for 2 years because they had brought in Bud Carson, who was the Steel Curtain architect from the Steelers, and he's at the end of his career, the defense coordinator. But we had all these other guys. We had two young bloods. We had Fanning from the older team, and then Robinson came in, wiped all those guys out. Young guys came to play, but I had sat behind young blood and learned the game. Jim Youngblood. And you get to watch the game. You get to watch practice.
Yeah, Fred Dreyer as well.
Fred Dreyer. You get to watch film of how the game is. You get to practice against the pros, and they go, "Hey, man, you're ready to play." Jim got hurt in '82, and I went there. I got in, and I did fine. I think I led the team in tackles that game against the Raiders in the Coliseum. But I was ready, right? Now, quarterback's a whole different deal. You get the ball all the time, and you make bad mistakes. And you're not ready for the study that you have to put in, maturity level. It's a lot. That's why I think Bo Nix is going to come out better than the other ones because he has more starts and he's been under center more. But you still have that factor of like speed and athletic ability is going to tell.
Yeah, that's world class, and people don't understand.
Stunning.
The best thing I could tell people is if they ever get to a training camp. Now, training camp's a little different than when Mel and even up to the last 10 years. But if you can stand on the sidelines and watch an actual real NFL play, the size and the speed of the men that are the 22 people that are moving, you'd go, holy Snikes, what the heck did I just see?
Exactly.
Right in front of my face. 1 second this guy was there, the next he was gone, or the next guy was this. The ball was out, boom, boom. What the heck just happened?
Yeah.
See, and I think that's what's so astounding and what impresses me the most about the evolution of C.J. Stroud in the NFL, because he was able to pick it up, and he's just evolved into one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well,
it is.
And then to bring it all back, Stroud started right away. He was thrown right into the mix right away.
And
you
that's
look at
what's so
somebody
impressive.
like Bryce Young in a terrible system with just not
coach.
a lot of people around him. And, has a coaching change right away. You look at somebody like Trey Lance. He had, time. He had Jimmy Garoppolo ahead of him, but he couldn't quite catch on like you're talking about, Mel, of, hey, you've got to study behind some of these guys. You've got to learn and get better. The two guys that I did not like the development for, number one, I didn't like the development for Zach Wilson because I felt like he was just thrown in the mix, and maybe he was not the good quarterback when it's all said and done. And number two, I didn't love the development whatsoever with Mac Jones. And the end of the day, we might just find out that both these guys.
Because he's a 5-year guy, but I don't think he just had the talent level.
I think both of those two don't have the talent level.
Zach for sure. Zach
yeah.
was like, a pretty boy from BYU, threw the ball, slung it. They fell in love with it. The Jets always have a problem with those guys. They're just bad.
Yeah, I just don't see any leadership ability in him, and I don't see the football knowledge. After so many years that he's played, the mistakes that he makes at that level.
Zach?
Yes.
He's just not a good player.
Who's the Zach Wilson or the Mac Jones of this draft, right? Because there's going to be one or two, right? It's a 50-50 bust rate for the quarterbacks, right? So you try to kind of find the patterns that you saw the lead up. Like you said, Mel, everybody fell in love with that big throw.
What about the 83 draft? When they had Marino,
Elway.
There's a surefire.
Kelly was in that, I think,
Kelly
too.
was that group. The Blackledge, I think, was there, who didn't pan out. But, they had all those quarterbacks, right? I think there's a couple more I'm missing. But all those guys panned out, because, they come from a good system. They got good arms. They play the game well. You got a lot of quarterbacks. You got a lot of, good group of guys, well coached. Penix, I think, is going to be good because he's been around. He's been in a couple systems, good receivers, throws the ball well. He's not going to try to do stuff on his own and then make stuff up. And that's when bad plays happen. They go, the guy's a bust. Two turnovers, you're a mess in the game, which could happen, right? And multiple times, then you got a losing season. Like Trevor Lawrence is coming on, right? He's getting better. He's getting better.
I would consider that a hit. I mean, not necessarily a miss. Like, if you're going hit or miss, I would consider that a hit.
But his coach, the Urban Meyer was garbage.
Wait.
Yeah.
I just got to bring this back up.
Yeah.
Last 20 years, last 20 drafts, out of the quarterback position, out of 56 quarterbacks taken in the first round, 56 quarterbacks taken, okay? Only 26 re-signed with their team. It's made that second contract. So you could call that maybe a hit.
With their team or went on somewhere else?
No, with their team. With their team.
They could have gone somewhere else and then play.
Right, yeah.
Like Baker Mayfield.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was sort of joking. I go, once he got off TV, he got good.
Which is
no more
pretty
State
true.
Farm commercials.
Yeah,
Baker, the commercial maker.
But he had 4 different offensive coordinators in 4 years, and I think that
Cleveland's terrible too.
Well, and Cleveland, and he took them to the playoffs.
But Baker. A lot of folks said he was a bust, but you take a team like the Cleveland Browns
He just got
to the
paid.
playoffs. Yes.
Well, he took 2 different teams in 2 different conferences to playoffs that were. It's hard to follow Tom Brady, and then, as you said, Cleveland has been awful forever.
Forever. It's just not a good.
Well, and the Panthers too.
If you want your crew to die,
Yeah.
just go to Cleveland. Just go.
Because
to Cleveland.
so how amazing was it when Baker went to the Rams and won when he was there for 4 days, and literally
At some point, you wake up and you go, I'm pretty good. I got to get serious. Otherwise, I'm getting out. I'll be out of the league.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Hey, we're continuing here live from Radio Row for the 2024 NFL Draft out here in Detroit. We've been talking a lot of quarterbacks here in this segment. Let's shift it up. I want to ask you a couple more Mel Owens draft stories and leading up to it specifically. Now, you mentioned all the teams that were talking to you, kind of like the Cowboys, kind of like, maybe even the Eagles at some point that you could have been selected, Mel. Was there teams who did not talk to you whatsoever, and kind of you felt a little slighted by that?
I didn't feel slighted because a lot of the times when the top players are picked, it's the best available. So they're just going to go with the best guy available, even though they may not need the position. And you may not be a good fit. I believe that playing at Michigan gave me a good foundation. I think the league looked at it and goes, if I pick this guy, he's going to be around. He's a sound football player, knows the game, studies, and we have a good chance of him playing for a while. So it wasn't that I was slighted. There's teams that I did not want to go to.
Okay,
and
who were they?
Detroit was one of them. Yeah, I'm from here, but the city was on the down slide. The stadium was the Pontiac Silverdome. It wasn't good to play, and the turf was bad. Cincinnati was another one, which you just heard bad stuff about because of the ownership. Cleveland, same thing. I really loved football, so I knew a lot about the game. I didn't study it, but I loved the game. I was like a stat geek, and I knew players, and I knew teams, and I was just a fan. So by the time I got old enough, I had some teams I wanted to play for and some teams I didn't want to play for. And Cincinnati, Detroit, were a couple teams I didn't want to play for.
Did you think you could go to Tampa Bay?
Yeah, Tampa didn't really bother me, but it was a poorly run team and brand new franchise. I think came in 76 or something. So it was new, and my team was the Los Angeles Rams since I was a kid. Deacon Jones was my favorite player, so I loved the Rams. And so when I came to Los Angeles for an interview, it was with Don Klosterman, and this guy was he was like a Hollywood dude. He's a slick back hair guy, right? And at the time, everybody had an agent, but I didn't have one. It was like the crazy days of agency, right, where guys were getting paid by agents. And he goes, "Oh, you're lying, you have an agent," because they wouldn't negotiate. They wouldn't pick you if you had to negotiate with like Jerry Argovitz or somebody who would hold the guy out.
Wow, that's crazy.
I swear to God, they go, they thought I was lying because I told them I didn't have an agent, and I didn't. But after I got drafted, I had my agent, and he held me out anyway. So I was a holdout. My first draft, my first day, I remember my first year. So, the Rams was the team that I wanted to go to. They traded up, got me happy. I just didn't want to go to those, the Midwest I wanted to stay away from.
Yeah.
Chicago would have been a good team, though. I liked Chicago. But some of these like outpost cities like Seattle at the time, Denver, just didn't appeal to me.
So you and I were talking, and to put a bow on the quarterback and this discussion right here, pre-draft process, the Wonderlic test. C.J. Stroud did not test well on this last year, and this was made public by a lot of people. The questions were, can he actually be successful if he doesn't score well on this? Well, look at what he did. And now, this year, most of the quarterbacks that entered the draft opted out of taking the Wonderlic test.
Well, look, there's a reason why a lot of them don't, schools don't have the SATs anymore. It's sort of bias. Now, if you're Steve Foster with Princeton, it's easy. You know what I mean? You're just a brainiac. You know what I'm saying? You go Princeton, it's like, he'll take it all day long. He'll take all, 10 variations of it, right? But there's no gain by you taking it, because if you score average, like, dude's just average, right? If it's poor, like, the guy's dumb. Off the chart, who cares?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because again, how does it translate to your occupation?
Right.
Are you going to get asked the question when Mel Owens is coming on the freaking week safety blitz? No, you're going to go, I hope Steve Foster can block him or at least hold him up far long enough so I can get the ball off because it can't hit me now in 2024.
Another thing, too, some of the power has shifted to the players, and they go, hey, man, they go, you want me. I don't got to sit for these tests.
Right.
I mean, you want me. Like, we're going to sit for a psychological test. No, we're not. No, because you want me. If you don't want me, someone else will take me.
What do you think about the Marvin Harrison Jr., the way that his dad coached him to basically be like, man, I'm not doing anything?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. My body of work is all out there for you. You can go to my junior high, my elementary school. Seriously, talk to the principal, talk to my gym teacher, talk to my high school, talk to the college coaches, weight coaches. Find out about me.
Right.
Right? Pick me over. I got film. I don't need to take psychological tests. It'd be good if you had it, but I think the Army does it, and because you have to and all that. But, I don't have to. You want me. I don't want you.
It's a really good way of putting it. I really like this. Let's leave it there. Wonderlic, that's our thoughts on it. But we're coming back. We're going to take a break right here. When we come back, we'll dive into a little bit of the trades, and I want to talk a little bit more about these receivers, especially the top ones who could be taken here in the first round of the NFL Draft. We're live from Detroit. We're presented by the Oscar Arieta Agency and Hills Automotive Center here for the NFL Draft. More in a moment, along with Chris Fernandez, Stephen Foster, and Mel Owens. I'm Adrian Broaddus. We'll be back right after this on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, we're back here live in Detroit. We're only, 10 minutes away, basically, from the start of the 2024 NFL Draft. The countdown is officially on. Just heard the national anthem out here in Detroit, and we are live out here. Thanks to the Oscar Arieta Agency, our presenting sponsor out here at the NFL Draft. The Oscar Arieta Agency is doing a referral program right now. Check out their website, OscarArietaAgency.com, for chances to win VIP Chihuahuas tickets and some gift gift cards as well. That's oscar@arietaagency.com. Also, big shout out to Hills Automotive Center. They are our supporting sponsor here out at the NFL Draft. We're talking a lot of different subjects here on the show, guys. Before we dive into some of the receivers, I want to give out some breaking news that just happened right now. Wide receiver deal has been done in Philadelphia. The Eagles and Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown have reached an agreement, a 3-year, $96 million contract extension. It's $84 million guaranteed. Foss, a day after Amon-Ra St. Brown earns upward of $75 million in guaranteed money. I think it was 77 when it was all said and done. A.J. Brown locked in with the Philadelphia Eagles for a similar contract on his end.
So clearly all the sideline banter and antics didn't matter. Jeff Lurie, who's a very good owner, said, hey, let's go ahead and take care of our wide receiver. And he probably consulted with Jalen Hurts and said, hey, do you need this guy? They had just sewed up Devontae Adams as well.
Devonta Smith?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You good? No, you're good.
I'm just morphing all the great.
Put them all together.
Put them all together. And they got this super receiver. But yeah, Devontae Smith. So now he's got weapons. You can comfortably go to work and then see what happens in the draft for Philly. I mean, again, you're going to get me started. Everyone in the NFC East is taking steps. I think it's going to be tough for the guys that play in Arlington, Texas. I just think it's going to be tough for them.
Here we go.
I love it. I love it.
It's going to be tough, boys.
I want to, before we talk Cowboys, we'll have plenty of time to talk Cowboys.
I'm just saying.
I want to give a big shout out. Steven Ressler, he just tweeted into the program. Just an FYI, before the draft starts, you guys have been fantastic. Thank you for the excellent coverage. That's coming from Steven Ressler. Hey, big shout out to you, Steve. Thanks for listening to us here on the show. He's a big Vikings fan, guys. Let's talk about the Vikings for a second, because right now, I made this analogy, or metaphor, I should say, to you earlier, Foss.
Yes, sir.
The Vikings right now are like a Friday night when it's pizza night. You know, every weekend, it's pizza and wings is like the safe spot. And that's kind of like the Vikings offer right now to all these teams in the top 10. They've put out this offer of their 13th overall pick, their later pick in the 20s, and then next year's first rounder. They want to move up to get a quarterback.
Well, but if we listen to an actual first-round draft pick in Mel Owens, who likes Bo Nix, you don't have to move anywhere. You can stay right where you are, get Bo Nix, and ride into the NFC North with some pretty plug-and-play quarterback scenario.
Okay, I'll say this, though. On Mel's logic, when he talked about Bo Nix, he said, hey, maybe a year in the system to learn from the guy who's starting. I don't like Sam Darnold a year to try to learn from somebody like him. You have one of the top receivers, if not the number one receiver in the league.
He didn't play a lot of college football, though. He did not. He might have been there a long time, but he only played like a season. He had like that one hot season and then bounced.
Point is, Justin Jefferson's number one receiver in the league. You got Aaron Jones in the backfield. You got to win. If you're the Vikings, it's time to win now.
I don't know if this is because of proximity or logistics. That feels like a J.J. McCarthy pick to me.
I'm with you. My pick
That's just
is J.J. McCarthy.
Or whatever.
Yeah, but there again,
J.J. McCarthy for the Minnesota Vikings. I've got them there.
Yeah,
but there again, you're talking about a year out, because I don't think J.J., to your point, is ready to walk in and play.
They won't care.
They'll throw him in.
They'll throw him
in.
They'll throw him into the Wolves. I agree.
Yeah.
Which could be detrimental to his career.
But what if he turns out to be C.J. Stroud?
Well, no, yeah, it's true. Okay. It's a 50-50 thing, right? You never
Always.
know.
Okay, so my pick is J.J. McCarthy. I would love that for the Vikings right there.
I think
you like
that's
Bo Nix?
No. I was saying in the regards of not having them. If you can get J.J. and not have to move up, and I'm the Vikings, win.
That's your
win.
goal. Okay.
That's a win.
Skull, as they say. Skull.
What about if Bo Nix is there?
And JJ's not?
No. Yeah, but they're both available.
If they're both available? If it's me and I'm in the war room, I take JJ. Because I believe a national championship winner who's better than Geno Toretta, who was the garbage 1991 Heisman Trophy winner at Miami. I think he'll do much better, fare much better.
Harsh, man, you're harsh.
Well, I'm not a you guy at all, but
At all.
But I do love Chuck Foreman, I do love O.J. Anderson, and I do love Michael Irvin. So let me get that straight. But and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he's done a lot for the U, and the rest of us. So I take JJ. Now, you would probably disagree with me. How do they work out the differing of views in a draft? How do teams go about that?
Everybody's different. I mean, you got your owner,
Jerry Jones.
Don't call him a leader.
I'd say that's it. I just
said owner.
Owner.
That's it.
Right, who's he has the the marionettes. You play with the strings. And
they do what he says to do.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Come on.
Okay, so how does a team that makes sense?
I would just look at like all the things that you can check the boxes on, right? Arm talent, leadership, skill level, how many snaps you've taken, years, wins, losses, interviews, physical ability, and then you make your best, gut choice over all those, when you put everything into the computer. But I think it comes down to the gut. And again, if you're in the Midwest, you've seen him play a lot, and you get attached to these guys, right? They get fond of, they start believing in their choices. Like Caleb. Caleb at the very beginning wasn't even like the number one guy. It was somebody else. I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Caleb. All of a sudden, the people start talking about it. Then everybody goes, yeah. Then all of a sudden you fall into it, and they go, I got to pick him. Like, imagine if they didn't pick him. What would happen?
Yep, that's a really good point. Hey, we got the draft coming up next. We got to take a break right now, guys.
Okay.
Let's take a break right here. When we come back,
now the fun starts.
NFL draft starts. The fun will start. And we're back in a moment right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, we are here out in Detroit. The 2024 NFL Draft coverage on 600 ESPN El Paso continues. Adrian Broaddus here, along with Chris Fernandez, Steve Foster, the Foss, and Mel Owens, former Rams linebacker, and we are all out here in Detroit Radio Row as we continue here for 600 ESPN El Paso. Well, guys, we're about to see the commissioner take the stage, announce the first pick, and announce that the draft is officially open. We're about to get underway, guys, so I'm really looking forward to it. Q Myers will join us here in this hour to react to some of the big picks here early on, so be sure to tune in for that conversation. It's coming up right around the corner. But, guys, we got to talk about the experience out here in Detroit and what we've seen so far, okay? So, to detail things, yesterday, not a lot was set up. Let's just put it that way, okay? We came out here, we were ready to work, we were ready to broadcast from Radio Row, and they said, we don't have anything ready yet. So we came in this morning, and people started to show up early.
You came in this morning.
I came in this morning. I opened this place up, basically. There was nobody else except for myself. I joined KLAQ in the Buzz Adams Morning Show, and I was the only person in this entire building. Now there's over 300 people here, Foss.
Oh, yeah. And it's great. Listen, I love people. But as much as we walked around outside and the plaza area that they're going to have the selections and everything, it's more overwhelming to me than how Vegas was, and they kind of had an open kind of area as well. But, half of Detroit is
sitting outside
us, waiting for this to occur. It's a great sight. As a minute 16 to go before the first team is on the clock, it's exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, Steve, you talked about Vegas. This area that's outside this building today is larger than what they had in Vegas.
Correct.
And it is extremely full. A sea of light blue for all the Lions fans. And then you've got your other teams that are scattered in and out. We saw the cheerleaders for the Lions.
Yes.
The Colts cheerleaders are out there. I'm sure there's other teams.
Right.
It's just electric. The atmosphere is on fire.
I brought Mel out, and Mel is a first-round draft pick. He's from here. I'm like, Mel, let's go outside and see what you think. You played double-digit years in the NFL. You're a first-round draft pick in one of the greatest draft classes of the NFL, and you were giddy when you went out there.
It's impressive. Just the sheer number of fans that have just turned out. And you can only fit so many people in that area. There's probably twice as many of those fans that can't get in now, that want to be here. Remember, this is Thursday. Can you imagine if it was a day that they weren't working or they had more time to come down from other places around?
And the strip behind that leads to that, all that fanfare because the street's blocked off, so there's a block party there as well.
Oh, yeah. They're all, either you're right up front or way in the back. It doesn't matter. You're here. And that you just want to be part of it, right? And you could be 4 blocks away. You're still getting the feel, right? I was walking around seeing the crazy Minnesota Vikings fans and taking pictures with them and stuff. It's just a really good feeling to see how they've turned out for Detroit.
And I would say it's described by hope, right? Every franchise across football right now believes we could do it. We can win the Super Bowl. We've got all the future ahead of us, and the future is now with the NFL draft. Maybe we pick a Hall of Famer. Maybe we pick somebody who's going to be a difference maker this season. That's what the NFL draft almost honestly represents. It's the hope that all these franchises have.
That looks like Woodstock right there.
Commissioner Roger Goodell is addressing the whole Detroit fan base, and Eminem is out there as well. They are getting everybody really excited. Roger Goodell is going to be officially announcing that the draft is open. Eminem looking great. He's got his Lions hoodie. He's got his gray hat. Big Sean performing beforehand. So Detroit well represented here tonight. I love it. With the start on all of this and Eminem getting to the podium and getting people fired up, I think it really is going to set everybody over the top and really set the tone for all of Detroit. How cool is this?
That's awesome.
I'll tell you what, Adrian, I think more than anything, it's the Lions fans. It's the city. This is a city who has waited and waited and waited for their team to do something. And,
they got the big boys from the Lions
they've got
now,
a team.
boss.
Yes. The city is excited.
Oh,
Boston's
Megatron
Look at
coming
that.
out. The Hall of Famer.
Yeah, they're doing some really cool stuff out here as we continue.
He can still play. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Sir Sanders.
There he is.
And then not Colonel.
What about Billy
Billy
Sims?
Sims is my 20.
So they've got Barry Sanders, they've got Calvin Johnson, Megatron, who are taking the stage out here in Detroit. A sea of fans, as we described earlier. Guys, before all of this was actually flooded, we got a chance to walk around the NFL experience. We got a chance to shop around.
Yes.
There was some stands out there as well. And we ran into arguably the greatest coach of all time, Bill Belichick, as he was heading off to his coverage with Pat McAfee. That was fantastic. And to see all of that, to actually get a chance to watch Pat McAfee, guys, I posed this question to you earlier. I don't know who's more popular at this moment, Pat McAfee or somebody like Bill Belichick, and I think that's just a reflection of just how excited everybody is for the coverage. But we saw that the Pat McAfee show's out here. They're going to be doing all sorts of live draft coverage throughout the night. Aiden Hutchinson, Jared Goff, they're addressing the fan base right now and getting people fired up. It's all the Detroit Lions and the Detroit contingent getting people ready and setting the tone here for
comes
Detroit.
The great one.
Well, nobody can hear what we're trying to describe, guys, so we're doing a great job about this right here. But Barry Sanders right here is taking the podium right here, and now he's saying a bit of words out here in Detroit and getting people ready for the draft. I mean, we're just about, 10, 15 minutes away from Caleb Williams being selected here number 1 overall for the NFL draft, so love that as well. Guys, what was it like to see Bill Belichick? You tell me, Foss.
He's smaller than you think. That was my biggest thing.
But my first inclination was, he looks as grumpy as he does on TV.
So I said hi, Bill,
Yes,
and
you did.
you told me, Foss, you should have said hi, Coach, which I agree. I should have said hi, Coach. I said hi, Bill, and he turned over his shoulder and he said, "Hey," very softly spoken for Bill Belichick, but yes,
He did
a lot
acknowledge
shorter.
you, which was awesome.
It was awesome.
I love it.
Correct. And for somebody like Belichick, he's not. It's going to be weird to not see him on the sideline this year. That's one of the things there that is really interesting.
But he walked by you, and you got acknowledgement. 6-time Super Bowl champ. He's coached in more than 6. It's awesome.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, when he walked by, I thought we just got shined. And then he turned around and he gave you that little hello, and I was like, all right.
Okay, you guys tell me, rate the merch 1 to 10. You guys got a chance to go get some merch out there today. What'd you think?
A little light.
A little light. I typically get a quarter zip, and they didn't have any. That's not to say they don't have them,
elsewhere.
They didn't have them at the NFL store, but that's okay.
Out on this property.
Yeah.
Because they did mention to us when we showed up on Wednesday and nobody was here that there was one directly across.
Right.
So, yeah.
Your thoughts, Adrian?
I thought that, first off, I was out there thinking maybe you can get some trading cards. And they had last year's 2023 class. So I was like, all right, there's
like
strike
clearance.
one right there. Yeah, it's like buying or checking the clearance rack with no clearance, no kind of discount right there.
They had them on sale.
So I was a little disappointed on that. However, I will say this. I loved all the booths that they had today. They had different, food stands. Right. Shout out to Smokey G's that was out there as well, serving some barbecue. Also, they had drinks everywhere. You got a chance to enjoy an adult beverage,
Yeah,
Foss?
man. Well, where we're staying at the Hotel St. Regis, they have a Crown Royal background with the NFL draft. I saw a little lemonade.
Why not then, right?
I thought it was a match made in heaven.
A little walking around drink.
A little walk around
I
drink.
love it. I love it right there. The Bears are officially on the clock right now. Everybody thinks that they're, and I would just say everybody knows that they're going to take this one right here. I'll just ask you guys, simply put, the Bears last year traded out of this top pick right here, right? They traded out of it last year, and now they get a chance to take the top overall pick. What a whirlwind this has been in an offseason, right? Because as soon as the season ended, everybody said, "Oh, Justin Fields." The Bears fans were getting excited. I think the general managers, the front office, everybody in Chicago kind of knew what they were doing, and it was getting Caleb Williams since they were given that number one pick overall. What do you guys think?
They had to know something, because you don't trade away your starting quarterback and go, oh, what the heck are we going to do? Chicago Bears, one of the original franchises with the Green Bay Packers way back in the 1920s when this league started. They're not going to.
Papa Bear.
Right. George Halas. They're thinking about doing a $3.2 billion stadium there, renovation right next to Soldier Field. That's the rumors as well. So if you're going to have a state-of-the-art place, you need a state-of-the-art quality quarterback. Not to say Justin Fields isn't or wasn't, but it just wasn't the place for him.
Trubisky.
Yeah, I mean, can you talk about that streak for the Bears? Trubisky to then Fields.
What about if you lay an egg right now with him?
What if you lay an egg? I mean, that's 3 quarterbacks in the last decade that you've missed on.
Unforgivable, right?
Yeah.
And it's been changes in regime. It's not like the same guys there. It's changes in the front office,
right.
Changes in your general managers, changes in your head coach. Matt Eberflus, people were wondering, could he lose his job after this last year?
Does it come down to the player or the institution?
You tell me.
I think it's a little of both.
I agree.
I think that the institution has to give the player the ability to succeed, and the program in and of itself has to be one that he adapts to, and that they make it adaptable for him.
Sometimes you look at the team and you go, these guys are just god awful. I don't care who's the quarterback.
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
Like, who does Trevor Lawrence play for again?
Yeah, the Jaguars.
Maybe not last year in particular, but the year before.
I still think that was an Urban Meyer.
They were just
they were just awful.
They're awful
with him.
Well,
now,
I'm just saying the team was awful.
Yeah,
it's like you got the savior, but the team's got awful.
Yeah.
Right?
It's such a good point. Hey, let's take a break right now, guys. We're due for a break. When we come back, Pick will probably be in here. We'll get to talk a little bit more about Caleb Williams. We'll talk to Q here in just a second. Q Myers. He is on ESPN National Radio. He also covers Raider Nation Radio, so we'll talk to him in a little bit as well. Stay with us. Sports Talk continues right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. Detroit, and the first overall draft pick has been selected. It is Caleb Williams out of USC. He came out, and we just described it right now, 10 out of 10 celebration, 10 out of 10 dap and bro hug with the commissioner, Roger Goodell. How about that? I mean, I didn't expect that right there from Caleb Williams. He looked so emotional after that draft pick, and it feels like he is just, so excited for this one right here.
Hey, man, I'd be excited too. Shoot. When I knew I was getting a college scholarship, I was all like, I'm going to school for free. I'm going for free.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Do you feel that emotion right there, Mel?
Did you? I mean, Mel, you're a first-round pick. Did you cry?
Right now for him. Probably. I don't remember, but I'm going to cry right now because I'm happy for the guy.
Does it change? Is it because his whole life has changed? Is that what it is?
Completely changed. I knew when I got drafted, I go, my my dream has just come true. I'm going to play in the NFL, and I'm playing for the Rams. I mean,
you got everything you wanted.
Everything I wanted at 21 years old, at that moment.
Right. Yeah.
And then I held out, of course, with my first contract.
Then they said, you got to pay me.
Yeah.
Melo's got to get paid.
But, a guy, when I finally signed my contract, I came in for my physical, and I flew into Los Angeles, right? The first thing, the guy picked me up and was going to take me to the hospital, take a physical, right? Physical. The guy that picked me up looked like Danny DeVito. Spitting image. Google the guy, Gary Tudhill. He was a head trainer.
Oh.
Just like Danny DeVito. He picked me up. I'm like, who are you? He goes, I'm a trainer. I go, from the Rams?
That's a great story. That's a great story.
So we were in the parking lot, and I was walking over one of those, stops in the parking lot.
Curbs.
Curb, right, and he goes, you can make it a party or you can make it a business. And that froze me in time. And right then I go, I'm going to make this a business and a career.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it was, like 21 years old, LA, I'm thinking like, it's on. Then, my whole demeanor changed when he goes, it can be a party or a career.
Wow. That's powerful.
Yeah. And I never forgot it. When I first stepped off the plane, he picked me up.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
For real. And I tell the story because I'm locked in time on that. I go, I want a career out of it.
So how did it go progress? Was he there the whole time you were with the Rams, or most of it? Or
yes, most of the time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And so you were like, hey, man, thanks.
Yeah, he was a cool dude, He was a good guy, but great, just the way he put it, right?
Right.
Basically, maybe by accident as well.
So Washington is on the board right now. They're getting ready to make the second overall pick. Here's an updated look at last year's Panthers-Bears trade. This is pointed out by ESPN's own Adam Schefter. The Bears received wide receiver DJ Moore, the 2023 first-round pick, which ended up being offensive tackle Darnell Wright, the 2023 second-round draft pick, which ended up being cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, a 2024 first-rounder, which turned into Caleb Williams. You just saw it. And next year, the Carolina Panthers also owe the Bears their 2025 second-round pick.
Lovely.
And that's all for Bryce Young. That's all right there for one player.
Bryce Young.
That's a bad move.
A bad move. Bryce is just, he's okay.
Even if he made the playoffs this year, I still don't think that's a great move.
No.
I mean, DJ Moore is a household name now.
Yeah. He was on my fantasy team, and he balled out in Chicago.
When you get that many picks that high up, you're going to get quality guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
And, and Bryce Young is slight. It's a slight guy.
Yeah.
Right? And he just did, what was their record? They weren't that good.
Yeah,
garbage.
No, they definitely weren't.
And he didn't perform that well.
No.
He's going to have an average career. Maybe be a backup for 15
or get
years.
traded.
Let me ask you this,
something.
Mel. How quickly do you make decisions on a quarterback? That's tough in the NFL nowadays.
Quick.
Some teams are going fast. A year,
Quick.
2 years.
I don't want to give you another contract because you chew up the cap, and you're going to get paid. You probably got paid already. So if I got to re-up you again, it's got to be more, and I got to give you guaranteed money. Like Baker Mayfield, just cut him loose.
Well, look at Kenny Pickett. They made the decision right away. Look at he's going to Philadelphia. He's not going to play for a while.
Right.
Look at somebody like Trey Lance. They just need him off the roster for the 49ers, and the Cowboys paid for him.
Yeah, at some point you cut bait, right? That's it. You cut bait, and because you don't want to re-up the contract. You don't want to re-up the contract because that means you're going to pay him guaranteed money.
Number 2 is in the books, guys, and here he goes. It is Jaden Daniels. The Commanders have taken LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, and he is also equally as emotional. Look at like Caleb Williams was. He's getting really excited. Now, the interesting part, guys, is through the last couple days, there's been a lot said about Jaden Daniels maybe not necessarily wanting to go to Washington, maybe wanting to go to the Raiders because that's where his former coach at Arizona State, Antonio Pierce, is currently at. Or maybe he wanted to go just elsewhere, anywhere else aside from Washington. He looks excited, so I don't believe those reports right there, all those rumors that happened over the weekend. I think those are just rumors right there. Look at how excited he looks to be the second overall draft pick here in the NFL draft.
Washington's a great spot. I mean, the place is great.
They support
Yeah.
their fan
Their
base
fan
is
base is
loyal.
They're tough.
Loyal.
They're tough, but they know football.
And you're right, Adrian. He does. He looks ecstatic.
Here's this right here. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This is coming in from Adam Schefter. Number 3. A lot of people thought the draft would start at number 3. What would the Patriots do? Do they get the quarterback? Do they end up trading the pick? Do they end up maybe trading a little bit back and still getting a quarterback? This is coming in right now from ESPN's own Adam Schefter. One source says that there is, quote, 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick. They will stick at this spot and they will take their quarterback of the future. You heard from Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee show today talk about Drake May. He said, quote, his feet are all over the place, he's off balance, everything is a runaround play. It's going to be a little while for Drake May in the NFL. That was from Bill Belichick earlier today. What if Drake May ends up going to the Patriots here at number 3?
Then they will not be good.
Well, okay, so what do we have? Do we get a run on quarterbacks now? Is there going to be a run on quarterbacks?
There could be.
Is this domino effect now?
This might be the domino effect.
Panic set in?
I think the J.J. McCarthy is the next one right after the Drake
May. He's in play now because of the panic effect.
Yeah, but does Drake May go in the 3rd, or does he go number 3? I
think he does. I think this is Drake May right here, and I think this is him.
That's a
I think
bad
this
pick.
is him right here.
If it
I think
were
we're going to see
I'm
it.
not going Drake May.
If it was me picking, I'd move past him and I'd go with Bo Nix.
I'm not going with Drake May at 3.
Sounds like Mac Jones to me.
Let's go back real quick to Jaden Daniels. Let me go quickly back to Jaden Daniels. This is what a scout said today, NFL scout who got a chance to evaluate him. He said, quote, Jaden Daniels is Lamar Jackson-like, and he can actually throw progression reads for a living because he's disciplined enough. He's the wake-up at 5 a.m. guy. He can throw with touch and anticipation. He's a passer who just happens to be able to run really good versus the other way. So there's a NFL scout talking about Jaden Daniels, who went number 2 overall to the Washington Commanders.
Not a bad spot.
I think the Lamar Jackson stuff, can we just say this right here? Maybe Lamar is 101. I don't know if anybody could truly be like Lamar. I think he's...
you can be Lamar-esque.
Because now you're a young guy. You're a young guy. Nobody thought there would be anybody more like Mike Vick. And there was guys like
I grew
Mike
up
Vick.
with Mike Vick.
Okay, I grew up with Mike Vick?
Yeah.
Okay, so didn't you think that kind of was a one-on-one?
I thought Lamar was like Mike Vick.
Right, so there you go. So Mike wasn't a one-on-one. Lamar's not going to be a one-on-one.
It could happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Esque. But I like the comparison.
Okay.
Because the replays on TV bring me back and go, oh, he does have some speed.
Are you a little worried about him being skinny?
He go get in the weight room.
Yeah, at 6'3", I'm okay. And Lamar's skinny.
Yeah, he is. And he takes hits.
He takes hits, right? And some guys can take hits and be smart. And they get down, they get out, they know when to get hit, when not to take a hit. I actually like the pick. I like
and to that point, Adrian, I know that when we interviewed him, or when you interviewed him, one of the comments that he made was, I just want to get on a team, get ready for the season, which in my interpretation means he's going to hit the weights, he's going to get bigger.
This dude may outplay Dak.
Well, sure. That's not hard.
You could do that without turning the TV on.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness! Hey,
Steve,
real quick,
as we Cowboys out of this for a second. Just don't bring it up. Don't bring up Dak.
Hey, as we continue here for our NFL draft coverage, just want to let everybody know that first off, the New England Patriots pick is in, but also want to let everybody know that we're brought to you by the Oscar Arrieta Agency. They're the presenting sponsors of us here out at the NFL draft here for Detroit, and I also want to give a big shout out to Hills Automotive Center. If you're in El Paso, you need fixing on your vehicle, give them a call, 915-755-1681. That's Hills Automotive Center. First pick was Caleb Williams. Second pick, Jaden Daniels. Third pick, it's now in here. It is Drake May from North Carolina, and it is official.
Don't do it.
It's official, guys.
Well,
Don't do it.
A Mac Jones redo.
Don't do it. Mac Jones 2.0.
So Drake May going to the New England Patriots right here. You heard what Bill Belichick said earlier today about this quarterback right here from North Carolina. We got a chance to talk to Drake May. He was a very poised individual in his media scrum. He talked about a lot of different things. He talked about his experience with head coach Mac Brown with North Carolina. He talked about one of his fellow receivers in Tez Walker, who also anticipates to be one of the higher regarded prospects out of the wide receiver room. And look at Drake May. It goes 1, 2, 3
Adrian,
for quarterbacks.
There's a run on quarterbacks.
Number 4 is Arizona.
Why
Marvin Harrison Jr., or you trade out to get for somebody who's desperate for a quarterback.
Why did the Patriots, they're just looking for Tom Brady again?
Why would you, and I'm going to say it, why would you waste a pick like that when one of the greatest coaches in the NFL just told you he wasn't worth the pick?
Makes no sense to me, Adrian. I trust Bill Belichick.
ACC Player of the Year in 2022.
Yeah. Your knowledge of the game.
I saw him play a lot. I go, nah, not him. Trubisky 2.0.
And don't I know that?
Same look, same ability.
Yeah.
I
look,
doubt
guys.
if I'm going to be wrong on this one, guys.
All right, I like it. This is a mellow and stamp right here.
I just put me down. 2 years from now, I go, I told you so.
Okay, I got you.
I'm in.
I love it. All right, now on the clock is the Arizona Cardinals.
Do you like the pick?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Look, I thought that the Patriots could have traded back and still gotten a quarterback.
Yes.
There are so many desperate teams out there.
Yes.
We heard today that the Minnesota Vikings, their number 1 quarterback over Caleb Williams, over Jaden Daniels, was Drake May. The Vikings said that they're number 1. Well, wait.
Sometimes
so if
there's
that's the
smoke
case,
out there.
it's true. There's a lot of smoke out there. But if that's the case, if he was their top prospect and they didn't send the King's ransom to go out and try to get that 3rd overall pick, well, what does that say too? They're probably content with maybe that 2nd, 3rd option on their own board. I'm talking about the Vikings board. I'm also talking about quarterback-needy teams. It's the Vikings. It's the Broncos. It's the Raiders. One of these teams are going to take a quarterback here in the next couple
There's a lot of happy
picks.
teams going. They picked May. Bo Nix is still there.
Right.
Yes.
Michael Penix is
still there.
Is still there.
JJ
McCarthy
is still
there.
You've got three quality quarterbacks that in my estimation can outplay this guy
right now,
and they're still on the
right
board.
now.
Yes.
They already did.
So, guys, here we go. At number 4, the Arizona Cardinals are not expected to trade their pick after last year's movement. They went all over the first round. Remember, they were supposed to pick at number 3. They traded back out of that. The Houston Texans ended up getting that 3rd overall pick. What did they do right after getting C.J. Stroud? They got Will Anderson, and he ended up being the defensive rookie of the year. An excellent pick. I completely agree with you on that. But the Cardinals, instead of trading completely out of the top 10, they went back into the top 10 to get Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle. So could this be the weapon that accompanies Kyler Murray? I'm talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. It seems like a lock right here. It seems like this is it right here. Let's see what it ends up being when it's all said and done. Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jaden Daniels goes number 2. And then Drake May goes number 3 to the New England Patriots. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock.
That's
they
Zach
are
Wilson.
working right now.
Zach Wilson 2.0 right there.
You're just not a fan.
I'm just telling you, put blonde hair on him, and he's Zach Wilson.
You're totally out on Drake May.
Nah, I saw him play a lot. I watched him play. I like North Carolina. I like the team. I like Mac Brown. I like the whole deal. Saw him play, run around, like he said, run around, make plays, and go, he's not going to be a good NFL quarterback.
If the Cardinals intend to take Marvin Harrison Jr., which is all what everybody thinks right now, you guys like the pick?
Yes,
that's what they need. That's their number 1 need.
Is that their Larry Fitzgerald?
Don't you draft for need here, Mel?
I have DirecTV. I saw Marvin Harrison play. I'm picking him.
That's a whole different sound than the Drake May.
There you go.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm picking him. I actually went to Ohio State this year. I saw him versus Penn State. He looked pretty good in person.
I'll say this as well about Marvin Harrison Jr. You talk about somebody, a lot of NFL scouts talked about him maybe being, a Hall of Famer. They're saying all these crazy things. And I'm thinking, man, that's a lot. But then I love this one analysis, and I think it was Mel Kiper Jr. If it wasn't him, it was Todd McShay, 2 guys that I really trust when it comes to covering the draft. They compared his floor to Chris Godwin. If at minimum I'm getting Chris Godwin, I'm okay with that at number 4. And if I'm getting a surefire guy who could maybe be a Pro Bowler or already, once he gets into the building, the third best player on the Arizona Cardinals, yeah, I'm picking him at number 4, no question about it.
He's bigger than Chris Godwin.
Yes, he is.
And again, you can't take away the fact that his dad was an excellent receiver as well. He's bigger than his dad.
Legacy.
That right there makes a difference.
Well, Drake May came from a whole line of athletes. I think grandfather played in the pros.
Yeah,
grandma.
It's done, guys. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals at number 4, and that is it right there. Let's do this, guys. Let's take a break. We talked a lot of Marvin Harrison Jr. right here. Let's take a break right now. When we come back, we'll wrap up the 5th, 6th, and 7th picks. We'll also get live reaction from Q Myers as well. This has been an exciting first round so far. Has gone chalk. I'll mention that for sure. But we'll give out more breakdowns, more analysis moving forward as we continue our coverage from the NFL Draft live in Detroit right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, we've got just about less than 10 minutes left here in our final hour, but we're continuing into next hour with bonus coverage here of the first round of the NFL Draft. The 5th pick has been made right now. The Chargers on the clock. They will not trade this pick. They will be making this pick right here, guys. You're looking at maybe a pass catcher.
I like wide receiver here.
You want Rome Odunze? I think it's going to be J.C. Latham. I think it's Jim Harbaugh who loves to run the ball.
Well, that's
Adrian,
a good point.
I like your thoughts.
That's a good point.
Because it takes some courage to pick an offensive lineman. Like, what are you doing? There's so much sexier picks out there. But we know that they don't come along too often.
Right.
And you got to get athletic dudes that are
And you got to
big.
protect your quarterback.
Yeah, and you got a quarterback.
And
enough, get the linemen, man. They block. They open up holes. They protect.
Yep.
I like the thought.
And right behind them, okay, so we heard this from Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. He just talked a little bit more and gave a little bit more insight to the the pick for the New England Patriots. Ian Rappaport just said that both the New York Giants and the Minnesota Vikings went, quote, all in on a grandfather offer to the New England Patriots to try to get the 3rd overall pick and draft Drake May. And you guys, they didn't do that. They ended up, the New England Patriots wanted their quarterback of the future. Some people are already praising the pick right now. Haven't seen a lot of hate other than us here on air for it right here.
We know more.
Yeah. Fans are fans because they're called fans. Sorry.
How about this, guys? This is also coming in right now. Ian Rappaport says this. The Giants right now believe that their patience paid off. And it's funny. How do you call it patience when you make a trade offer for number 3?
When you're impetuous.
They say this. Get this. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Chargers are picking at 5 and the Giants at 6 could be looking for a new quarterback? Could J.J. McCarthy go 6 to the New York Giants? And could we end up getting those 4 quarterbacks and 6 picks if that ends up happening?
Yep.
So here it is. The Chargers end up getting Joe Alt from Notre Dame, the offensive tackle. So they go offensive tackle at this position.
Adrian, way to go, man.
Way to go, Adrian.
It's the lineman, man.
You're going to get a GM job here pretty soon.
Well, hey, it's not going to be with New England, though.
No.
It's not going to be
cold
with the
up there,
Patriots.
man. You don't
want to go there anyway.
Okay. So I could visit you in LA.
Yeah, unrealistic expectations over there in New England.
Look, listen to this. With Joe Alt right here, he hasn't played left tackle in years. We're going to see what ends up happening to them at this spot right here. So I'm really curious to see what happens. Joe Alt from Notre Dame, he is selected 5th overall to the Los Angeles Chargers. That means the New York Giants on the clock. You guys like the pick here?
Yeah, I listen.
I do.
As a former running back, you can't give me enough good linemen. Okay, there's no substitute for great line. I still talk to my high school linemen to this very day.
You won't take a lot of heat for picking linemen.
No.
Okay, guys, I need to ask you a serious question. I'm serious about this, all right? Let's play GM a little bit. Let's play Chargers GM a little bit, okay? This is just reported right now, breaking right now from Adam Schefter. In recent weeks, both the New England Patriots and the Minnesota Vikings reached out to the Los Angeles Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading quarterback Justin Herbert. What would you have said?
No.
No.
Fantasy.
No.
How quickly do you hang up the? How quickly do you hang
Before
up?
the words
Say
came
my
out of their
name.
mouth.
Go ahead, say it. Hey, this is GM Adrian Broaddus. Yeah, man. However interested in your quarterback.
Pray call.
So there's no question about it.
No.
J.J. McCarthy, who is still available here, not even a question, because I agree with you guys. Justin Herbert could be a top 5 quarterback here in the NFL, and he's so productive, and you haven't really seen him with a good coach. Let's just put it that way.
It might
Brandon
be
Staley
Phillip
was
Rivers
awful.
though syndrome, where you get a guy who's very productive, you just don't win it. You don't go to playoffs.
Yeah,
You put up big numbers.
good stats, bad team.
Yeah, I mean Rivers is one of my all-time favorite guys to watch. Can sling it. NC State, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say this. As far as Patriots, Vikings, I don't even, the Justin Herbert thought with the Vikings is that's the fantasy football kind of thought right there.
Jefferson probably wanted him.
Adam Schefter did report, by the way, guys, so you guys aren't alone saying no right away. Adam Schefter reporting the answer from the Chargers brass was very quickly a flat no. Not only do the Chargers love Herbert, but they also would have had to take on a $63 million cap hit for the coming season. So it doesn't make football sense, and it actually doesn't make financial sense here for the Los Angeles Chargers to even entertain those thoughts about maybe moving on from Justin Herbert. So that's right there. I'm going to say for Justin Herbert, he's just keeping on, and he's going to stay with that Los Angeles Chargers team. And now Joe Alt, who by the way did not play in the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, he did. He didn't even make the trip out with Notre Dame this past year when they played against Oregon State for the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. But anyways, he ends up being the 5th overall pick here to the Los Angeles Chargers. Number 6 is in. Giants are going to make the pick here soon, and let's see if we can stay on here before we hit the end of this break here. And Q-Mars will join us here in our next hour to break down all sorts of stuff with us here.
Do they take the quarterback? Do they take JJ?
I think they take JJ. My guess is JJ right here.
Wow.
This is my guess. And me personally, I'm taking Odunze. I'm taking Odunze here at number 6. I'm giving one more year to Danny Dimes, even though I don't like him that much. But you don't have the most talented roster right here. I think the Giants are just so scared of another Kadarius Toney, which is unfair because this is a once-in-a-generation type of receiving class right here that you're seeing.
I agree. But if they think that the signal caller matters that much in the Big Apple, then JJ comes off of a national championship. He's got the bravado. I'm not going to say he's Joe Willie.
I don't think he's ready.
I'll say this, guys. Danny Dimes might not be ready to go right in the mix right away because he just tore his ACL not too long ago. It's not like he's going to be thrown in the mix right in early September ready to go and start running. So Daniel Jones might be still rehabbing. They might need a secondary option either way. It might not necessarily be like, oh, let's think about it here and there. No, it might not be that case at all.
What about Big Bo Nix?
Here at number 6, that'd be really interesting. So let's see what ends up happening. The selection has been made. Let's see what the pick ends up being when it's all said and done. And the Giants are going with Malik Neighbors of LSU, the wide receiver. They thought about Rome Odunze. They thought about maybe going a quarterback. Maybe they bluffed that right there and not necessarily, maybe they were kind of trying to get everybody out there. But instead, it is Malik Neighbors, the LSU wide receiver, and he goes 6th overall. So, guys, we have currently 3 quarterbacks taken, 2 wide receivers taken, and 1 tackle taken here early on in the draft. Caleb Williams to USC, Jaden Daniels to LSU, Drake May to North Carolina, from North Carolina to the New England Patriots. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals, Joe Alt to the Los Angeles Chargers, and now at number 6, Malik Neighbors of LSU to the New York Giants. How about LSU getting 2 picks of the first 6 picks here in this year's draft? You guys like the pick? You guys tell me.
Well, I feel for Malik Neighbors. I think if I'm Rome, I'm glad I'm not going to New York.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't think who's going to throw to him?
Who's going to throw to him? It's a good point.
Next year. They'll find for next year.
Yeah, they'll find somebody maybe next year. Malik Neighbors is somebody who a lot of people feel is kind of like a unicorn type of prospect. So he's somebody who people have compared all the way. You hear the Deebo Samuel comparisons, then you hear Tyreek Hill comparisons. When we saw him yesterday, I was like, wait. He's taller than a lot of people make him out to be. Like he's a legit 6'1", 6'6" nothing type of receiver. So I was impressed with him. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with this team. I don't think he's the Kadarius Toney that maybe some might think he could be. I think that's just the wrong assessment right there. But either way, Malik Neighbors
I don't
goes
think
here.
you leave a talent like that on the board.
I don't think so either.
Whether you have a quarterback or not, you go, when I get one, I'll have the guy. Right. And I got to have one.
Right.
And I'll go get one. Maybe I trade later on.
Hey,
maybe
you never
I start
know.
free agency.
They could get a good quarterback in the second round or later in the first.
Speaking of trade, here comes the Tennessee Titans right here at number 7. Do they trade out of the 7th overall pick, or do they look at offensive line as well and say, hey, look, we got to give Will Levis a legit chance to see what he can do. They just got Tony Pollard in the offseason. They also, they restructured their wide receiver room a little bit more. Will Levis coming off not necessarily the best season whatsoever, but didn't really have a full sample size at all. Do they get help on their offensive line, which was just so atrocious last year, and maybe see if that could help them?
So Latham here.
That's a lot of rebuilding.
Latham here.
Chris.
It's very true.
That's a lot of bricks, buddy.
Like a whole new
Very
team.
true. It's very true. Look, think about it. There's no Vrabel anymore. It's a whole new regime. It is probably a rebuild in a couple transition years that you're looking at for the Tennessee Titans. So, with that thought right there, the rebuild, it's a lot of bricks. Do you just take the best overall guy and say, why are we thinking about this too much? Just get Romo Dunze here at this spot here at number 7.
You like him, don't you?
I like him.
I do too. It makes sense. Not much for him,
right?
You know, right away, but it makes sense.
Some would argue that J.C. Latham's a better prospect than Romo Dunze. So let me be fair to that. And some would even say you take the quarterback here because you're not sure if you got the guy right now in Will Levis.
Hey, but you know what? At the end of the day,
if you picked Will Levis last year and didn't get your tackle then and thought I know it's a whole different coaching deal, I wouldn't have taken Will Levis last year. I said that.
Yeah, you did.
And now, we're sitting here thinking we got to get another quarterback because we didn't do right last year. You got to get people that know what they're doing in this deal. And it's, is it an art more than a science? There's some art to it.
Oh, yeah.
But listen, got to have some science behind this. You can't go in this without doing your homework, Adrian.
100%. Taking a break right now. Q Myers is coming back with us. We're so excited because he might we might see the 13th pick with him live, and he might react live to this Raiders pick here with us as we continue. Sports Talk coming up next here as we continue live from the NFL Draft presented by the Oscar Arrieta Agency and Hills Automotive Center right here on 600 ESPN El Paso.
Man, all we need is some drinks. We need some strobe lights.
That's right.
And we'll be good to go. Now, it could be water. I'm just saying we got to have some beverages at the party.
I got you.
Hey, good looking out.
Hey,
it's nice and cold, too.
Q Myers is joining us right now. Check him out on Twitter next at YourBoyQ254. No one can actually give him a better introduction than Stephen Foster, the Foss. Go ahead,
let me
Foss.
tell you, besides my guy, Chris Fernandez, who has known me pretty much all my double-digit year life since I was 14, this gentleman, as you mentioned, has grown from left coast to Texas back to he split the middle, kind of like the 5-10-5 drill. And now you can hear him Monday through Friday, game night on ESPN National.
And on 600 ESPN El Paso.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
And
shout out to El Paso. I love El Paso, man.
And Raider Nation Radio, which, I'm a Raiders fan, and can't tell you how quietly, stealthy Q Myers has moved through the universe of Sports Talk Radio.
Hey, man.
He hosted Greeny this morning.
Yeah,
I did.
And you're doing it tomorrow.
And tomorrow morning, too. Yep. So,
what has this ride been like?
It's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty
Starting
wild.
To pinch you?
No, it's funny to me because every time someone asks me to do something or every time someone asks me to come on a show or something, I'm thinking, really? Cool. All right, let's do it. You know what I mean? It's like it's never anything like I'm working. I just feel like I'm out having a good time and doing what I enjoy doing, so why not do it? You know, it's just it's awesome, man. It's really a fun ride, and you're talking about sports. We're watching sports. We're at the NFL draft. Like, you kidding me? So, you know, me and Foss, we've been going to event on top of event on top of event for years,
right.
and you know, this is what we call our work. Come on, man. If this is our work, let's do it. Let's keep working.
I'm with you.
You know, let's keep working.
7th overall pick goes to J.C. Latham out of Alabama to the Tennessee Titans. Some people thought maybe the Titans would get Joe Alt. Well, he got selected here at number 5 to the Chargers. Q, you tell us, any surprises so far?
That was my surprise, number 5. Joe Alt, I didn't think he was going to go to the Chargers because he's a left tackle, and they have Rashawn Slater. And everything I've heard, Brian Kelly was on ESPN radio on with Ian Fitzsimmons the other day and said, Brian Kelly told the story. When he arrived at Notre Dame, he said, I am not a right tackle. I am a left tackle. And treat me like such. And they did. And they left him at the left tackle. So he is a left tackle through and through. So I was actually surprised that a team that has a bona fide left tackle and a really good one in Rashawn Slater would select him. But he is the best tackle in the class. So we'll see what Jim Harbaugh decides to do.
Coming up at number 8, it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. Their pick is already in. We were talking about this off air. Defense is probably this.
I feel like it's got to go defense. It'll be the first defensive player taken. I have 3 guys that I'm looking at, and I really think it's going to be Byron Murphy. Like I just feel like Byron Murphy's going to be the big winner tonight. Defensive tackle is a guy or a position that's getting paid a lot of money for veterans in the league right now, and he's a bloodthirsty Pirate. He is that guy. So I think that he would be a great pick there for Atlanta. But you know, we've seen Dallas Turner, we've heard Leatu Latu. He's been reported there. So any of those guys wouldn't surprise me. But I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice and say Byron Murphy out of UT is going to be the guy.
The pick is already in. We'll see what the final selection ends up being when it's all said and done here for the Falcons. You tell me, Drake May at number 3. Not a popular pick over here at 600 ESPN El Paso for the New England Patriots. What are the Patriots getting in Drake May?
I mean, they're getting a quarterback that was really good in 2022, like really good in 2022. 2023, not so much, right? I mean, but he lost some weapons. He, offensive coordinator was a little bit different, but then he had, Tez Walker at the end of the year, and he was playing really good ball, and he still was missing some passes here and there. I just think he needs to grow. I mean, all these guys need to grow. I just think he needs to continue to work and grind, and
wow.
he'll be good. He'll be good.
Michael Penix to the Falcons here at number 8. What? Here we go. Here's your first crazy one right here. Penix goes.
See, that surprises me because that wasn't even a consideration for them.
That was
Raheem Morris gets the quarterback of the future. Michael Penix Jr. at his home, the quarterback out of Washington. And he is with all his friends and family, sporting some white glasses, some white shades, and the Falcons do it. The first surprise off the top rope. We all thought defense.
Mel Owens, what do you think about that?
I like Michael Penix.
Oh, yeah, you do.
I've always liked him.
We talked about him a lot.
I like Bo Nix better, but the reason I wouldn't pick Penix is because of the surgeries.
Yeah, the injuries and stuff that he's sustained.
I think if he's stationary, he throws it better than anybody.
Kirk Cousins is coming off an ACL injury. You need somebody right away. You have already – think about their past draft picks just for a second. Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, all offense, and they stick with offense here. 4 in a row for the Atlanta Falcons here, and they do it again this time around. They had probably options to go ahead and trade this one back. They probably had options to go defense. Raheem Morris is the defensive guy right now, and they go quarterback.
I don't think I would have made that choice right now, but they did, and they see something that obviously nobody here sees it. But
I think Penix is a great quarterback, but, again, like we're talking about, the injuries is always going to be something that's going to be a concern.
Well, but in the league now, you can't touch anybody.
But still,
but there's still that opportunity.
Look at Tua. He's one hit away from not playing anymore.
Right, exactly. I mean, look, I think he's a really good quarterback. That was a surprise, but I think it's a good pick. And the reason I think it's a good pick is because Kirk Cousins is, 2 years max?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's coming off an Achilles. So Michael Penix might be playing sooner rather than later. They got a 5th-year option on him.
They got rid of Wentz after they got Hurts, right? And then say goodbye to wins.
So again, 2021, it's Kyle Pitts at number 4. 2022, it's Drake London at number 8. Last year, Bijan Robinson, the running back, at number 8. This year, at number 8, Michael Penix Jr. You got to have some production from all these draft picks that you're getting out of the offensive positions specifically, or the offensive side of the ball specifically. You've got to get some production.
There's got to be. There's no doubt. And their defense is already a good defense, but man, wow.
Do you get Rome here if you're the Bears?
Yeah.
You get Rome?
Yeah, for sure.
This is interesting right here.
Or you can go. This is going
that was quick.
fast.
But they need a quarterback
guys.
too.
No, not the Bears. They got Caleb Williams.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yo,
I was like, tell me something I don't know.
So,
Did they trade him?
If it ends up being Odunze here at number 9, you've got Keenan Allen in that wide receiver room. You got DJ Moore in that receiver room. And Odunze, possibly. If this ends up being the case, let's see what the final pick ends up being when it's all said and done. So this will be a great one right here. Hey, real quick, so let's run down the draft picks from the top. Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders, Drake May at 3 to the Patriots. Then at 4, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. At 5, the Chargers selected Joe Alt from Notre Dame, the tackle. Malik Neighbors, the stellar wide receiver out of LSU, goes to the Giants at 6. Then it's J.C. Latham at 7th to the Tennessee Titans. The Atlanta Falcons just selected Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback out of Washington, at number 8. Hey, look, this guy played in the national championship game, one of the biggest stages that we know here in football. As far as pedigree goes, Michael Penix Jr., he's been around Let me ask you this, Q, because now I'm really interested in that 13. I'm already fast-forwarding to 13. The Raiders here at 13, do they now trade back?
I don't know No, I don't think so. Tom Telesco, the GM, has never traded back in the history of him being a GM. In any round, he's never traded back. So I would say that the chances of them trading back are not good. I think that they go either best offensive tackle, maybe Fuaga, or they go with cornerback. And I actually selected cornerback. I picked Terrion Arnold. I just think he's got that alpha dog mentality. You guys got a chance. I got a chance to talk to him yesterday.
Right.
He's that dude, man. I think he's that dude. So I can see the Raiders going in that direction. But everyone's been blowing up my phone. My phone's going to die again now because Michael Penix was plan B for the Raiders.
Yeah, I can't imagine how Raider Nation must feel about this one right here. Now we're seeing right here. Wow. Odunze, number 9.
It's a great pick.
Chicago Bears.
We got the room
applauding. How about this right here?
What's going on here?
Breaking news right here. The Jets have traded with the Vikings. The Vikings are officially on the clock here at number 10.
It's going to be JJ.
It's going to be JJ.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Who they trade? I mean, would they split?
With the Jets. So the Jets are now going to pick here at number 11.
The Jets are?
Yes. And then the Vikings here are, they're going to number 10.
So the Vikings go to 10 and the Jets just go back one pick?
Yeah, I guess so. This is what we're seeing right now.
Why would who are they concerned with that they have to jump the Jets? They're already sitting.
Somebody else may have tried to do something.
Get JJ, but the Knicks is out there. I can't believe they're just.
Denver possibly could have wanted one of these quarterbacks, whether it was JJ or whomever.
But this is the thing. Like, the Jets don't need a quarterback.
Right.
So, number 11 was the Vikings. So they traded up 1. The Jets weren't going to take a quarterback, so they could have had their quarterback without trading.
So are they going for something else?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, here's another thought. Are the Vikings keeping that 11th pick? I'm not seeing for sure that has swapped right now as far as 10 and 11. So could the Vikings pick back-to-back? Could they go 10 and 11 here?
So maybe they traded 23?
They get another receiver and a quarterback.
So back to Rome Odunze real quick.
Because they do need a backup.
Back to Odunze. He's joining a wide receiver room that includes Keenan Allen and a stellar wide receiver like DJ Moore. What's Odunze going to bring to this team? Q, this is
single coverage to DJ. Now you can't double
he's
him.
He's just a straight playmaker, right? He's a guy that he goes and makes those toe tap swag that we talk about all the time. He makes those tough contested catches, man. When the ball is even a little bit off, he still goes up and makes that play. I mean, he is an absolute dude.
Okay, here's the full trade, guys. Going back to the Jets and the Vikings. The Jets will get 11, 129 overall, and 157 overall for number 10 and 203. So they are swapping that right there, and we'll see what ends up happening here when it's all done.
Look now, you got
that doesn't make sense.
receipt.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you got receivers.
It doesn't make sense to me though. You're sitting there at number 11.
Maybe
the Jets are at 10.
The Jets wanted the extra picks later on.
No, it makes sense for the Jets. It doesn't make sense to me for the Vikings. The Vikings weren't going to take a quarterback. They weren't.
Or were they?
No, Aaron Rodgers would have been mad. He'd have put a for sale sign outside his house.
Exactly.
They weren't going to get a quarterback.
So it kind of feels like Brock Bowers is probably going to go 11 to the Jets. Maybe they parlay this one and go even further back and feel
That's
like,
wild
hey,
to me.
You know, maybe there are more guys who might want to go up there.
You need a quarterback if you're the Vikings now.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Is McCarthy. This feels like McCarthy has McCarthy written all over it. And if it's McCarthy at this pick at 10th overall to Minnesota, what are the Vikings getting in J.J. McCarthy?
That's a great question. That's a great question because we haven't seen it, right? And look, this is what I've been saying about J.J. McCarthy. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. I know he's not elite. And the reason I say it like that is because and Steve, you've been around coaches, you've coached, you've played the game. We've all played it at a certain level. Coaches that have a guy that can do special things lets them do special things. Coaches don't put governors on people, do they?
Yeah, they do.
What kind of like a quarterback? If a quarterback can let it rip, you're not going to let him let it rip.
I think they'll let him pass. They won't let him run.
Well, yeah, but he ran. He just didn't let it rip all over the yard.
Oh, that's true too.
So I just don't, and that's what I'm saying. He has to show that he could do that. He could be that guy that could compete with the Mahomes.
The Vikings have legitimate pass catchers.
For sure.
Tight end.
For sure.
Wide receiver.
For sure.
They got elite.
Yeah. Can you match their elite with your quarterback play if you're J.J. McCarthy?
You don't have to. You just have to be solid. That's my estimate. Now, let's ask the first-round pick, who is a Michigan grad, who
I said all
understands
along that Minnesota was going to pick J.J. That was right. We were talking about that.
We talked about this, yeah. And
are you good with that? Because he has enough eliteness at the edge, off the line of scrimmage, and out by the numbers?
He's going to have a steep learning curve in the NFL. J.J. is. He's going to have to learn how to play pro football.
1 or 2 years out?
If he sits, but you throw him into the fire, it's going to be ugly.
Let's take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll get to the Viking. Q, can you stay with us for one more segment? We want to get the Raiders pick with you.
I want to get the Raiders pick now. I want to know if he's here. Selfishly, I want to know if he's here because if he is, I got a little one-on-one action. If he's
100%.
not, then I'm here in Detroit. Hanging out. So, yeah, I'm here, brother.
Hang out with us.
Yep.
More with Q Myers, more with us here on 600 ESPN El Paso. We'll take a quick break right here. When we come back, more of the NFL Draft live from Detroit. The 2024 NFL Draft coverage continues right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, our NFL Draft coverage continues here live from Detroit. 600 ESPN El Paso. Our coverage is brought to you by the Oscar Arieta Allstate Agency and Hills Automotive Center. The Vikings have selected J.J. McCarthy here at the number 10 pick out of Michigan. He just won a national championship. Q Myers joins us. You can hear him on 600 ESPN El Paso on ESPN National Radio with us here. Q, this one right here, why did they move up just one spot?
I don't know. I'm so confused by the trade. I'm not confused by the selection of the quarterback. That makes sense. I don't understand why the Vikings felt the need to move up one spot and leapfrog a team that wasn't taking a quarterback.
Are you sure they weren't going to take him?
They got Aaron Rodgers. You know how offended he gets when you take.
Yeah, but he's old and goofy.
Oh, I know. I know.
I mean, really. I mean, he's the old dude now in the room. It's like,
and it would have made sense for them to take him, to sit and learn. But I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's really weird. But, hey, look, I mean, whatever works, right? I mean, we've seen some other teams trade up one spot. I mean, we saw Chicago do that one year, and other teams do. To me, it just didn't make any sense. But, hey, J.J. McCarthy, after it's all said and done, is a top 10 pick. He goes number 10 overall to the Minnesota Vikings, and we'll see what the Jets do. And I got a couple picks to hold on to and see what happens with the silver and black. I'm going to say it right now. I'll call my shot. I'll say Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama, is going to be the pick.
I like it. I didn't love the celebration here by J.J. McCarthy. I gave Caleb Williams a 10 out of 10 for the let's go and the
he's at home.
All that kind of stuff. The J.J. McCarthy dap right there. Come on.
But he's at home.
I know, but come on.
He's in the suburbs, man.
Did you see Penix? Did you see the Penix?
But now if he had been in the hood, it would have been. Would have had everybody at the house.
He's in Ypsilanti, which is like 20 minutes away from here. He should be here.
That's true.
Should be here.
Should be here in front of all the Detroit faithful.
You can't tell me he didn't think he was going to get picked on the first round.
Oh no! Of course he did.
First round for sure, but top 10. I don't think anybody thought that.
So guys, we just made history in the NFL. First time in NFL history, 5 quarterbacks have been taken in the top 10 here. Now, when you look at the Vikings right here, they've got running back Aaron Jones, El Paso's own, in the backfield. They've got wide receiver Jordan Addison, wide receiver Justin Jefferson, maybe number 1 in the NFL. Tight end T.J. Hawkinson, and of course Kevin O'Connell, who, he had an opportunity to develop quarterbacks with the Rams, and he learned under Sean McVay. I wonder. I'm so curious about this makeup right here because Minnesota's not trying to win tomorrow; they're trying to win now.
Well, I think for one, JJ is going to have an opportunity to try to learn. They've got Sam Darnold there. I'm not a big Sam Darnold guy, but he's a veteran that knows what he's doing, so they don't have to rush JJ out there. But it's a good landing spot, especially O'Connell's a really good coach, so that's a good landing spot for him. The pick is in for the Jets. They are not trading this one. We thought, hey, maybe they could trade this one since they just went one back. It's got to be Bowers here, the tight end. Aaron Rodgers. We talked about the diva side of him right here. When you're talking about Brock Bowers, that's an immediate help. I think it's an expensive luxury weapon, but a bona fide tight end who could plug in right away. We talked about him being an NFL first rounder when he was a freshman at Georgia.
He's going to be covered in the NFL. They're going to cover him.
It's true.
He's not. He's. What do you run in the combine? 4.5, 4.6.
I don't think he's a true tight end. I think he's just a weapon. Put him on the field.
Yeah, he's like a Kelsey.
Yeah.
Right now, can he catch and get open like him? I don't know if I've watched the game with. I would just cover Kelsey. Nobody guards the guy.
Yeah, you're right.
One-on-one, just cover him one-on-one. You will never get open.
You pointed that out, and I started watching it, and you're absolutely
nobody
right.
Guards him
nobody
ever.
covered. Yeah,
ever.
He comes off the line
free.
With no one touching him.
Free. I would put a guy over him, a safety or outside linebacker who can run with him, and that game's over.
The tight end spot is just interesting, though, because you saw Sam Laporta get drafted, in day 3 last year to the Lions. Very productive tight end right there. So on production side of things, like you're just getting a productive guy, maybe you end up getting value late. You look at somebody last year, like Dalton Kincaid. He's going to be a fixture for the Buffalo Bills. He was also selected in the first round of last year's draft. So if this ends up indeed being Brock Bowers, I'm curious to see his immediate production, or maybe not production right away here with the Jets, because they're going to need it here in this first year, expecting to have, of course, Aaron Rodgers back.
Well, you got to give some relief to Garrett Wilson somehow, some way. And if it's from the tight end position, it can do it. Maybe you flex out a guy because he's big, and you kind of give him a little flex from the line. You opposite side of Garrett Wilson, maybe you got a couple options. Breece Hall's a good running back, healed up hopefully from his injury. And if Rodgers can come back too, maybe there's some magic.
A lot of comebacks there.
A lot of comebacks, bro.
A lot of comebacks. And this guy comes back.
Yeah.
And their offensive line that they've signed in free agency, all those guys are injury dudes. Right?
That's a good point.
Look, they got Tyron Smith from the Cowboys. How many years did we say, well, as long as Tyron Smith stays healthy, oh my gosh.
Olu Fashanu going from Penn State to the Jets, it's not tight end.
No, that makes sense, because what I just said about the offensive line and all the injuries, that makes all the sense in the world. The look you had on your face, I thought they just selected Jesus. I was like, wow.
I was already ready to.
The look he had on his face, it made me, I just thought you were about to say, and with the 11th pick, the Jets pick,
Is that a big surprise? Is that a big surprise to everyone?
I thought we all were thinking collectively maybe Brock Bowers.
No, you drew us in.
Didn't he, though? It was like an infomercial. You were like,
you got us.
Hey, and if you buy right now, you can get another one. You know what I mean? Like, money back guarantee.
All I know is I saw you go, oh.
Yeah, I looked at you.
Oh, man.
You okay?
There's no drama.
Oh, my God.
I thought you were going to say Bo Nix or something. I was like, oh, That's wild.
Okay, so the Broncos here at 12.
Bo Nix. Got to be Bo Nix, right?
They need him.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody.
I hope they take him. I hope they take him for multiple reasons, but I hope they take him.
Hey, Mel thinks he's the best quarterback ready in the draft.
Who? Oh, Bo Nix. Yeah.
I don't think he fits with what the Raiders like to do, and I think that the Raiders may be tempted to take him because he's a quarterback if he's available. So I hope the Broncos take him so he's not available.
That's not what you want.
I see.
I don't think he's fits with what the Raiders do.
Got you. Why not? He throws the ball downfield.
He does, but there's a certain aura of guys that he's bringing in. And Bo Nix doesn't seem like that guy to me.
Well, just pointing something out. Wait, first off, pick is already in for Denver. They already knew who they wanted. Let me just say this right here. There hasn't been a single defensive player taken yet. So is there any shot that this goes defense for the Broncos here?
Oh, yeah.
Corner?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
They could go corner.
They can go Quinton Mitchell. They can go Terrion Arnold. They can go Murphy. They can go.
Try to stop Patrick Mahomes?
Right. I mean, that's the best way to beat Patrick Mahomes is beat Patrick Mahomes.
And you also think about Sean Payton, the type of coach he is. So you think, well, they got to shore up some of the offensive side, but defensively, I mean, this might be the spot right here when you've seen all these guys drop for all, maybe
that's awesome.
This feels like Bo Nix. I'm looking at Mel. He ain't saying nothing. He just
it does feel like Bo Nix right now.
It just, it's like when the cloud cover starts coming
the pick
in.
Is in.
Like,
the pick's in.
Yeah, the pick was in. There was no mystery to this. It was kind of like
we're rooting for two things. We're rooting for Bo Nix or. Yeah, Bo Nix to the Broncos would be fine with me. And then at pick 13, whoever the Raiders pick is here. Those are the two things that we need.
That's all we need,
That's
right?
all we need. That's all we need.
Otherwise, your night's over.
I mean, not necessarily because they could always trade back into the round, but I prefer them to have their guy here.
Right.
So just to recap, the last three picks. From Washington, quarterback Michael Penix Jr., he goes to Atlanta. Washington wide receiver Rome Odunze goes to the Chicago Bears at number 9. At 10, the Vikings trade up to get J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan, the quarterback. At 11, the Jets end up getting Olu Fashanu from Penn State, the offensive lineman, and then coming up here for the Denver Broncos is number 12. Let's see what the pick ends up being here when it's all said and done. It's real interesting as far as Marvin Harrison Jr. being the first wide receiver taken, Q. Is this a no-brainer for you right there?
Yeah, absolutely. They need a weapon in the desert, right? They definitely need. I mean, that made all the sense in the world. That was one of those things that you could see coming from a mile away. It made all the sense in the world. So yeah, looking for Marvin Harrison in Arizona. Kyler Murray has a new weapon. They traded DeAndre Hopkins, so they don't have that guy anymore. So yeah, that made sense, and that gives them an opportunity to have a weapon. So there you go. I also saw Bo Nix is going to Denver.
Wow. So now we've got.
I'm telling you, when Mel Owens gets quiet, something's up. I'm just figuring it out. It only took me the third of a first round to go. This guy here.
At some point,
That's what you
had
do.
to go. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna love. He's a Denver dude, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Steady as they go.
It does, yeah. Mm-hmm.
No drama.
And the way that they picked so fast, it was almost like you knew.
No question.
How about this? Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds.
Until now.
So he had to.
All right, so the Raiders take the first defensive player then. Is that what we're saying?
That's what we're saying right here.
I'm good with that.
This is it. Antonio Pierce.
They need a corner. Yeah, they need an alpha across from Jack Jones and Nate Hobbs. Again, to beat Mahomes, you've got to beat Mahomes, and the best way to do that is have a nasty defense.
Antonio Pierce, also defensive-minded guy. So you get the best defensive player available, maybe, or you go corner. Get that guy who's going to change your program in the defense backfield.
Let's go get Terrion Arnold. Just go get Terrion Arnold.
Let me go ahead and do what I need to do.
I had a good conversation with him yesterday. We could just pick up where we left off.
Right. I got photos.
Yeah, exactly. I do, too, because of you.
As far as the Broncos go with Bo Nix, it's interesting, right? Because no Jerry Jeudy anymore.
Right.
Broncos have kind of switched things up offensively. I'm curious to see how he's in this system, in this mix. Zach Wilson's the only other quarterback on this.
Why would you even trade for that guy.
No, Zach will.
Cut him now.
They have Zach Wilson.
Exactly.
They have Jarrett Stidham.
Cut the fat.
They have
Right.
Ben DiNucci. Right. I mean, they have a plethora of
maybes,
and then Bo Nix. And so I think Bo Nix will just rise to the top really quickly.
Exactly.
He'll be the guy that Sean Payton has an opportunity to mold. I think it's a really good opportunity for him. I mean, I really do. I don't know what it's going to look like when it's all said and done because they need to put weapons around him. They don't have a second-round pick. So there's that to think about. But,
The running ability with Bo Nix is also interesting, right? Because the only time I can really, remember Sean Payton toying with like a dual threat or somebody who had those abilities was Taysom Hill, but then he didn't have the arm strength, right? So It was like, you're going to start or you're going to roll with Taysom Hill at the quarterback spot in certain instances with the Saints, but he didn't really have the arm to actually get it done as well. So, with Bo Nix, he might be that true dual threat that maybe Sean Payton was looking for.
I think he's going to take Bo Nix, get him to get the ball out of his hands quickly. He's a sizable kid. He can throw it downfield, and then that light air, maybe he has a lot of fun, but he's going to need to get some weapons quick. But you can get receivers third, fourth round.
Facts. And it's a deep draft.
Yes.
For wide receivers. So there's
absolutely.
That.
I saw
Adonai Mitchell. I like AD.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have given that away.
Hey, another interesting part about all of this right here. Wait, by the way, this is awesome right here. I was just reading that again, that Sean Payton's never drafted one. So Raiders are out of first-round quarterbacks right here. It's Gardner Minshew right here, right?
Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. I mean,
okay.
Aiden O'Connell started 9 games last year, so he was okay. But Minshew, I mean, they brought him in for, 2 years, $15 million fully guaranteed. So, I mean, that's good competitor money. We'll see what happens. It's very interesting.
Bo Nix here, number 12 to the Denver Broncos. We're continuing live out here, Detroit, for the 2024 NFL Draft. Man,
Mel Owens loves Bo Nix.
He does.
Yeah, I like him as a player, right? So I'm glad he went to Denver. I think it's a good fit. I thought he was going to go a little bit higher. I thought he was going to go for Penix, actually.
You would have taken – no, he doesn't fit well in Atlanta. No.
I'm saying just wherever.
In front of him? Got you.
So Caesars had it. This is what I'm reading right now. Caesars had it earlier this morning, over-under for Bo Nix at 32. So that under – needless to say, hit in a big way. How about this right here as well? Broncos center Alex Forsyth, who played with Nix at Oregon before Denver drafted him in the 7th round last year, he raved to Denver's coaches about his former college quarterback. He told the Broncos coaches Nix is smart, he knows every protection, he handles it all at the line of scrimmage, and had the universal respect of the entire team. So, I guess there was a lot of people who were raving about Bo Nix.
He's just game ready physically.
Well, he says he knows the call. So, I mean, I mean, look, if you can fit well in the system and they like you, I mean, I don't want to get deep into the psychology, but you had a Russell Wilson who was a bust. He was supposed to be all this hype.
Wow.
And then
he took a knee.
This is a surprise.
All right, tell us. Break it with us.
This is a surprise.
Uh-oh.
Breaking
news.
The Raiders selected Brock Bowers.
Wow.
I like it, though.
Wow.
I like it.
Wow. Okay, so the philosophy here is best player available?
Sure.
But I would also put some of the defensive guys maybe ahead of Brock Bowers and what they could do just right now. Well, I don't – this is interesting right here.
I like the pick because it gives you some speed up in the middle, up the field.
He just picked a tight end last year in the top of the 2nd round in Michael Mayer, and now you're bringing
I like him too.
So but you can have a 2 tight end offense.
For sure. It's a good
with no Josh Jacobs.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
You look astounded, Q.
I know you're befuddled.
I don't know.
He's befuddled.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Not here.
I actually thought that he was going to take a slide because he's coming off the ankle.
He wants more splash.
Well,
right.
I just thought that they would address the defense.
Why do you like the pick, Mel?
I like the vertical. He's fast, right? I think he can cover him, but it gives him one more, weapon
to stretch the field.
Yeah.
And the Raiders, when they're great, they stretch the
if you
field.
can get Kelsey-esque, you got something.
That's true.
People loved him. And here's the other thing. Here's the regional part. He's from Napa. From Napa, went to Georgia, but that Bay Area feel, right? Maybe.
Hyphy, baby. Come on, Q. Hyphy.
I think that they could have addressed the defense because there's so many defensive studs there.
So get this, Q. This is what Ian Rappaport is saying. Brock Bowers was the top player on the Raiders board.
Yeah. There it is. Tom Telesco takes the top. That's what Tom Telesco does.
The yak is one of the things that they like. Comparison
they're
to
saying
George
Kittle. We said Kelsey.
So going quickly back to Bo Nix, Denver held a private workout, more intel coming in, with Bo Nix the day after his pro day. The night before the workout, the Broncos sent Nix 3 packets of offensive play installations. The next morning, as they worked in the classroom with Nix, he, quote, crushed it. The Broncos then took Nix from the classroom to the field, watched him throw for an hour, and they were convinced that they had a quarterback that they wanted for the future. So a little bit more intel there for...
That's better than the Wonderlic, by the way.
Yeah.
Right?
Six QBs.
I give you 3 packages, crush it.
Yes.
I take you to the field, crush it. I talk to you, crush it. There's our guy.
Yeah, because that's where you have
That
to show
makes more
yourself
sense
anyway,
than a
right?
Wonderlic
It
test.
absolutely does.
Now, does the Wonderlic add more intel? Yeah, but that's not going to give me what I need.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
It's like we had to take chemistry or physics or biology. Ain't nobody using that. Everybody here not making money using any of those 3 classes that we all had to take somewhere between 7th and 12th grade.
Right.
6 quarterbacks have been taken in the first 12 picks. That is matched the total that we talked about on Sports Talk today, Mel. 1983 quarterback draft class.
5?
It is matched. No, 6.
Oh, 6? Okay.
It is matched that.
Did they tell you who the 6 were in 83?
I'll get that for you. I'll get that for you.
We know a few of them, though.
So Saints right here at 14 are listening to trade offers here. Let's see if they end up keeping this one or if they end up dealing this one. Oh man, Q,
Marvin Harrison
you've been
Jr.
great.
is now.
You've been great with us throughout this time, but I feel like you're dumbfounded right now. We gotta let you go because you gotta do some work.
I'm just confused. I just got a text from somebody who's on the Raiders broadcast network, and they said, "What in the actual blank just happened?"
I was about to ask you, what do you think Raider Nation thinks about it?
Oh, I'm getting all the tweets and the texts. Everybody, look, this one.
Does anybody like it?
Bro, the Raiders always screw it up. Am I lying? I mean, you just saw it.
It's right there.
Man,
Does anybody like it from Raider Nation?
I don't think so.
wow.
Doesn't look like it.
Wow. Q,
It's not that bad of a pick.
I don't think it's that bad a pick either. But the expectations were a big-time defensive player, a big, maybe an offensive tackle to solidify that right side.
Best tight end,
a quarterback.
Best tight end in Raiders history, Dave Casper. Then you got Todd Christensen. If this guy can be anywhere close to them, the Raiders won Super Bowls with both of those 2 tight ends. So, I don't know what it means, but it comes in 3s. I'm hoping to goodness.
There you go, Q. Take that to the airways.
I'm hoping to goodness he's anywhere close to 46 and 88. No. Casper wasn't 88. It's 87.
87. Yeah. That's what Michael Mayer is right now.
All right, Mel, here you go. John Elway. All right, so this is 1983 draft, all the quarterbacks that were taken.
Forgot about
okay?
Elway.
So Elway to the
Edwell.
Colts. You got that one. Todd Blackledge to the Chiefs that year as well. You also had Jim Kelly to the Bills.
Got that one.
You had Tony Eason to the Patriots.
Okay.
Let's move on. Ken O'Brien to the Jets.
Okay.
Dan Marino to the Dolphins. And Jarrell Green, or excuse me, no. Let's see. I think is that it right there? Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's my 6 there.
Yeah, Moreno was the last one, and I remember him being on that 30 for 30. He was peeved.
Yeah.
He was peeved.
And the agent.
Yeah.
Wow. So
he set them straight, though.
Q,
Yes,
I know you got to get to work, man. I just appreciate you
Yeah,
joining us for 40 minutes.
I got to figure out what I just got to do. I got to do. I guess I got to put out some fires now.
Thank you so much.
Well, why do you think you got to put out fires before?
Only because this is a text I just got. Dumbest franchise in history. I was patient, waiting for this BS. Let's see what else. I mean, this is just what I'm receiving.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to hear all the reactions after the fact.
Well, was that not a WTF pick? Unreal.
Wow.
I mean, these are coming in right now.
People are not. People are not
Nation
happy.
is not happy.
No.
Q, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah, hey, no problem. Sorry to bring the party down. No, we started. It was a celebration. Afterwards, it was like
you bring it down, then you leave.
it's like the cops came. Everybody go home. Party's over. It's always one guy that messes up for everybody.
For the people,
We didn't think it was going to be you.
I didn't either. I'm the party guy. Most of the time, Steve's the one taking me out of the party.
for the people who are listening to you for the first time, but can also hear you throughout 600 ESPN El Paso,
Yes.
give us ways that they could follow you on social media or just follow you on ESPN Radio.
Yeah, I mean, we do game night every single night. I'm trying to remember what's the time in El Paso.
It's going to be 7 p.m. to,
Is
I
it
believe,
really?
yeah.
It's 7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. Pacific time too.
Okay, so 6 p.m. to 9. So
Okay, 6 to 9, 7 to 10
9.
Pacific. All right, there you go. So 6 to 9.
That doesn't make sense. Pacific is going to be the smallest of the numbers.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's
I'm
8
the worst
to
time
11.
zone guy.
Yeah.
This is the wrong guy to listen to.
Okay, all right.
I'm the
Well,
non-time
it's
zone
7
guy.
to 10 Pacific time and 10 to 1 a.m. Eastern. How about that? And then
There
you
you
guys
go.
figure out
Figure
the
it out
rest.
from there.
We'll figure
Right.
out the rest.
And that
But
means it's 8. It's
Okay.
at 8 o'clock. Starts at 8 o'clock El Paso time.
Okay,
baby.
good deal.
Yeah.
And then at your boy Q254, I'm on Twitter. I even have Instagram that I've got a little help going with. So at your boy Q Sports on Instagram, you can check me out there too.
Awesome stuff. Can't thank you enough, man.
I appreciate you having me on.
Much love, baby.
Hey man, I gotta go figure out what's going on.
Go lick
Can we
everybody's wounds.
can we get much love to the 915?
All the time. We just hey man, let me know.
Okay.
Awesome stuff. Let's take a break right now. Our NFL draft coverage continues right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, welcome back. Our NFL draft coverage in Detroit continues. Big shout out to Sal Montes. He is back at our River Oaks Property Schoolyard Sports Studios. Big shout out to Q Myers. He joined us right now here in person out at the draft. Shout out to the Oscar Arrieta Agency. If you're looking for some tickets, if you're looking for gift cards, you're looking for some great prizes, visit OscarArrietaAgency.com to learn more about all the contests they've got going on. Just click the referral button and see how you can win some of these great prizes weekly with the Oscar Arrieta Agency. There are sponsors here out at the draft. Also want to give a big shout out to Hills Automotive Center, located in the northeast side of town. They can help out with a simple oil change, or if you're stranded on the road, whatever it might be for Hills Automotive Center and your vehicle, give them a call, 915-755-1681 for Hills Automotive Center. This just came in from Adam Schefter. We just talked about it off air. The record for most offensive players to be selected consecutively in the draft and to open up a draft was 7 in 2021. We're talking about 7 straight offensive players to open up a draft in 2021. This has now been doubled by this year. The first 14 picks have all been offensive players after the Saints have taken offensive tackle Talise Fuaga from Oregon State.
I like that pick. Listen, you have to have the tackles because even if you go unbalanced line in different crazy sets on the offensive line, you need 2 solid tackles. They can protect the quarterback. I love the power play, run play. Their key of anchoring the line. You can get a kick-out block on by a tight end or a fullback. I love offensive tackles. Now, with that said, I gotta believe a defensive player is around the corner.
I was thinking
too many
the same
good
thing.
ones on the board.
Well,
y'all.
of course, guys. I mean, the odds are right there for the defense. I mean, come on. Yeah, of course.
Bet.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Where's the prop bets out of Vegas?
That's so. Yeah, exactly. The Colts are picking next, by the way, which is an interesting spot for them. The Colts were rumored to be in love with Brock Bowers, so I know the Colts fans were not happy whatsoever about Brock Bowers being selected by the Las Vegas Raiders. So, they were really hoping for that one right there. I also look at this one right here. So again, 14 picks. Not a single defensive player has been drafted yet. Maybe here it is with the Colts here at 15 overall. Let's see what ends up happening.
They need a quarterback. They're looking for an edge.
No, they don't need a quarterback. They got
Corner.
cornerback. Got you.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see Terrion Arnold.
And they're looking for an edge rusher too, or linebacker.
Okay, so if it's Dallas Turner from Alabama. That's somebody who a lot of people think is the number one, defensive player right now left available. You also look at Quinion Mitchell. That's somebody that we also talked a lot about out of Toledo. He could be, that kind of cornerback to be a shutdown corner for them if they end up taking him. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of really good guys available here at this 15th pick.
Do you think there's be a run on defensive players as a whole, or will it be a particular defensive position, Mel, if in fact the Colts go defensive?
At this point, if you drafted 15 defensive players in a row, would it really be a run because you just drafted 15 or 14 offensive ones? They're just up.
Right.
They're just good guys left.
Yeah. Right. There's a lot of good guys on the board that I think at this point in the draft you probably may not have presumed they would be available to you as well.
I don't think there's any surprises maybe in the order, but I think all those guys that went probably would have or should have gone in the first round, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I would also say, look, you got the Colts here at 15. You got the Seahawks right after at 16. The Seahawks also need some defensive help in a big way. Maybe they go linebacker. Maybe they go edge. Maybe they go, some kind of a defensive back. Then you look at...
Well, that's my choice as an edge rusher too, but you got to consider his health on that as well. He's a good player, but how long does he last?
Durability-wise, that's a good point.
Who's that?
Latu.
He might go to Seattle, right? Hometown, right?
See, that's what I was saying.
Good
territorial, right?
That's a good choice. But again, you got to consider his health.
So this is interesting. The Saints were pretty much married to a tackle spot. They are concerned right now that Ryan Ramczyk might not play again or ever, this year or ever again, that he might have to medically retire. This is something that some people have thought about. They were hoping that he could make a comeback. But when you suffer injuries like he did, back, neck, and knees, it's just at some point maybe time to hang him up. It's tough, right?
Takes the toll.
Hey, ankle, correct? For you as far as late injuries?
I had one. I had a high ankle, which Brock Bowers had. Right? Back then, they just didn't know much about it. I wouldn't have had the tightrope surgery like Tua and Bowers had.
Right.
But it brings the two bones together, the tib and the fib brings it together, heals quicker because once it splits, that fibrous material inside both bones, there's no blood flow.
I didn't know that.
So you don't get healing. It takes a long time. And I still have range of motion problems. But you can recover from it and run, right? And now they have the surgeries. After a while, we got neck, back, shoulders, knees. I never had any surgeries in my career. So
what a blessing.
I probably should have had a couple. my labrum is torn.
He said he didn't have them. He didn't say he didn't need them.
Right.
Labrum's torn, and I think the ankle, I would not have had surgery. Maybe so does one.
Latu goes to the Colts here at number 15. He is the first defensive player taken. Wow. Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Hey, how about that? An alum from the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl right there, Foss.
Hey, man, And again, what a good guy.
Yeah.
Yes. To have the opportunity to talk with him, he was great with the young reporters out there.
Yes, he was.
He's wearing a T-shirt. Hey, hats off to him. Congratulations, Latu.
Yeah, I really liked him yesterday. I thought he was a fantastic just interview. He was he had a great personality. Yep. Also talked a lot about the Pac-12 with us, which now has disintegrated to the Pac-2. Mel, you're out there in the West Coast. What's that like, knowing that it's now Big Ten country?
Well, we had a discussion earlier with another gentleman. I'm a little – I don't like it. They should have maintained the integrity of the Pac-12 because it's a good conference. It meant something to America, especially on the West Coast. The Big Ten came in and looted the Pac-12, and the NCAA didn't do anything. I mean, what's your function if you don't preserve your membership?
Well, I'll tell you this, Mel. There's a lot of things the NCAA does not have a strong arm on. NIL transfer portal and conference realignment.
But that got away from them because they were greedy, right? But that wasn't the NCAA who who did those things. The NCAA is there to regulate, and they didn't regulate their members because you go, hey, you're tampering basically with a conference, and you're going to ruin like the counterbalance of the sport. And so when you put it in disarray, everything is in disarray, right? It's like, oh, you're looting the Pac-12, you ruin that. Portals open, NIL, conference realignment. It's a mess.
It really is.
There's a lot more.
It's
to
the Wild Wild West.
It's the Wild Wild West, and there's a lot more to it. We can, next week Sunday we can do it, but it's a mess. It really is, and now you're seeing the effects of it.
How do you even go, if you're like Latu, how do you even go back to UCLA and kind of see it's the same school? It's not the same school. Or even Washington, his other school where he transferred from, who's also going to the Big Ten.
Nope. It is not. It is a whole new world. It is a brand new scenario motivated by cash and the ability to, again, just really cannibalize
the balance of power, really.
Yeah. It's a money game now.
Yeah.
And again, I'm for the fact that you can do things for student athletes, but again, the travel money, all the things you're going to have to do, UCLA to Penn State,
it's not sustainable.
UCLA to
this model
Rutgers
is not sustainable.
USC to Minnesota.
People get messed up and then they fix it. Right?
I was about to say, how long before the bottom falls out and they've got to go in?
And the pendulum has to swing back, and they got to
do, like you said, a massive restructuring.
Yeah.
Because they're going to realign it, like you said, all the other sports other than football and basketball maybe
doesn't work.
We got to realign it.
Yeah. But then you've got to go in and you've got to fix NIL. You've got to regulate it somehow, and you've got to the portal. To me, it lends itself to chaos.
We're going to open up a can of worms here. I love it. I love this conversation, but we got to take a break right here. When we come back, we're going to continue. The Seahawks are on the board right now. After them, it's the Jaguars, and then it's the Bengals. Our first round coverage continues right here, live from Detroit, out here for the 2024 NFL Draft, presented by the Oscar Arieta Agency and supported by Hills Automotive Center. We'll be back after this right here on 600 ESPN El Paso.
Little Big Sean in the background. Detroit's finest. Steve Foster alongside, of course, Adrian Broaddus, Chris Fernandez, and our first-round pick and the Los Angeles Rams first-round pick, number 9 overall in the 1981 NFL Draft. Mel Owens. Mel, you're home. You're doing it.
Feels good.
We got to walk around outside.
Detroit said it right. Detroit showed up.
Wasn't anything like this for you.
Oh, no.
You didn't have all this hype and hysteria.
No. Hysteria is right. This is hysteria. I mean, Detroit showed up.
What would you have thought, number 9 picking out there, seeing like 300,000 people?
I would have been here, University of Michigan, right? Yeah, it would have been good. But I had a good feeling, too, for what it was, right? It was good. I'm just happy for Detroit. You saw how many people showed up.
And showed out.
Yes.
Good crowd of people.
Yeah.
And everybody was doing well.
Yeah.
And we floated through. We got to see, just kind of move through. And
Donovan Edwards was here. We saw him.
You got to dap up your boy, and tell him, way to go.
Yeah.
And get that. Yeah, I saw you at the NASA championship. And then because his handlers were getting a little bit, I was like, hey man, those are Michigan alums right there.
Let it be.
That's the number 9 pick in the draft. And then he kind of, see how he kind of backed off.
And let him do his thing and hug it out and stuff.
Yeah. That was a good move. And now the Seahawks.
They just got Texas's own Byron Murphy, defensive lineman, and this is a big one for them, right? Because they wanted some defense. And like Mel alluded to, maybe we do see a shorter run. We can't call it a run. It was a streak of offensive players. Maybe a little run here for some, defensive players.
It wasn't particular, right? It wasn't a particular run. But you could say it was a particular run because I think people I don't want to say panicked for the quarterbacks, but I think all those quarterbacks deserve to go first round.
I agree with that completely. No, I'm with you on that. As we saw some of the guys in the interview room, guys, that's where I'm getting a little bit of the FOMO, right? Because Malik Neighbors is in there, and he's talking to all the reporters. Marvin Harrison Jr. just walked out as well. Drake May is in there currently talking to a lot of the press with the media, so he's doing a great one right there. The Jaguars have traded with the Vikings here. The Vikings have catapulted, and they're going to be selecting right after the Seahawks. Yeah. So that's an interesting thought right there, too. Now, here's a thought, guys. I'm just going to float it out there, okay? Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Brian Thomas, question mark right here?
That helps JJ. If he's got that much comfort, I think, I know you'll laugh, I think I could throw to those guys with a tight end and Hawkins. I'll
laugh.
I mean, you'll laugh.
I get where you're going, though.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody's a star.
You got to protect him, right?
But you can roll him out a little bit.
Yeah.
He can move. But you're right. Then you start building that line back. But if you get those weapons on the edge with that tight end, oh my goodness, he's my fantasy. He could be my fantasy quarterback. And you'd be like, what are you doing taking JJ? Dude's going to throw at least 20-some touchdowns with those 4 weapons. If, in fact, you get another LSU receiver, that's just silly.
So just to reel it back to everybody who's just tuning in right now, this is 600 ESPN El Paso. I'm Adrian Broaddus. He's Steve Foster. And we also have Mel Owens with us from the Los Angeles Rams. Was the 9th pick in the 1981 draft. And he's joining us here out at Radio Row in Detroit for our NFL draft coverage. Chris Fernandez is also with us as well. Let's run down the draft order for everybody who just needs a little bit of catching up right now.
Oh, look at this.
So, yeah, this is a good one right here. We'll get to this one right here. But let's go and run down the draft just for the people who are barely tuning in right here. Top overall pick, it's no question. It's Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Chicago Bears. We'll talk all the quarterbacks, and then we'll talk the last 5 picks, okay? Because we've been updating everything right here. Caleb Williams out of USC going number 1 overall to the Bears. There's also Jaden Daniels, who went number 2 to the Washington Commanders. Drake May out of North Carolina goes 3 to the Patriots. Then you look at Michael Penix Jr., 8th overall from Washington to Atlanta. The Falcons end up getting him 8th overall. J.J. McCarthy, 10th to the Vikings from Michigan. And then Bo Nix, the Oregon quarterback, goes 12th to the Denver Broncos. The Vikings have now selected. They've made their pick right here. Let's see what this one ends up being here. This is all the way out to number 17. So then we'll recap the last 5 picks after this one. And it becomes Dallas Turner, one of the top pass rushers that you're going to find on defense. So now we've got a string of defensive players right here. Liatu Latu from UCLA, first defensive player taken by the Colts at 15. That's the edge rusher. Byron Murphy, the second out of Texas. He goes to Seattle here at 16. And then 17, it's Dallas Turner, Alabama's finest, going to the Minnesota Vikings here at 17. Maybe the best defensive player in the draft, period, question mark? I'm not sure right here, but what are your thoughts here, Mel, as this is a guy who could step in and help this team out on the pass rushing side?
I've always liked the linebackers from Alabama.
Yeah?
They always do a good job.
They always do.
And I think he's going to be a stalwart there, a good, good, solid defender. I won't say it's a safe pick, but it's a very good pick, and maybe it's the best defense available.
Because Hunter went to the Texans, so you had to find. Once Daniel Hunter went to the Houston Texans, who's next man up? Well, they get him in the draft. One of the most quiet of the prospects out there yesterday.
Very true.
No one really knew who he was.
Turner?
Yeah, but I tell you what, I like his production and what he did. I remember him.
Well, remember the last, edge or linebacker, you could say, to come out of Alabama last year. It was Will Anderson, and he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. So I'm curious to see what kind of production they get immediately. The Vikings get immediately from somebody like Dallas Turner here coming out of Alabama. I mean, this is somebody.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. It's a good pick.
I think
like
so.
it.
I think so too. This is somebody right here who can not only rush the passer, but he's a run stopper as well. I'm curious to see. Remember, it's Brian Flores is their defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. So you're talking about a coach who definitely knows what he's doing when he's calling defense. So they're a team that went 7-10, but they're a team that looks like Foss. They're not messing around this offseason. They want to have success.
Yeah, he's got a lime green shirt on or suit on too.
That's right. He does.
Good glasses.
I wonder if the Jets told him something, if that's why he wore the lime green or something like that. I don't know. Either way, the Vikings select J.J. McCarthy. They trade up for him, just one spot. Then they trade up to 17 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, Foss, we saw the list. It's a haul that the Jaguars are getting for this pick right here.
Yeah, a couple picks, 3rd and 4th round picks in 2025.
Correct.
They get 167th pick in this year's draft, and they changed 17 to 24, so they swap first-round picks and get an additional pick this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot right there. That's an absolute haul, for the Jacksonville Jaguars to, get in return here. And we heard, the interesting part as well, just to mention, they signed Jonathan Grenard from the Texans. So the Vikings now have him, and they've got here Dallas Turner on opposite sides. That's a pretty stout defensive line right there if you're talking about it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, if you understand how well Dallas Turner has played in the SEC, first team All SEC, did well as pro day, around 4.46 as an edge guy.
It's good.
That's real good.
Yeah.
That's real good.
Oh, yeah.
And he likes to play football.
And he likes to, and he's quiet, and he said, we asked. Chris and I saw him coming in. Got the photo, did a little, everybody gets mad at me for taking selfies, but that was an advantageous one.
You have to, why not?
Just like the Vikings. We said, hey, Dallas, where would you like to go? He says, I just want to play football.
I just want to play football.
Yeah.
Jaguars now have the 23rd pick, okay? So they moved back a little bit. Not too far back, though, for Jacksonville, so they could still make, a little bit of a splash here. Coming up next, it's the Bengals at 18. After the Bengals, it's the Rams at 19, and then it's the Steelers at 20. So we got a little bit of our teams here, a little bit of a streak here. Mel, you and I have something in common. We are both resident Ram fans, okay?
All right.
So I am a diehard Rams fan. I've been ever since I can remember, okay?
Yeah.
So day one.
Okay.
So, this is the first time the Rams are picking here in the first round since 2016. How about that, my friend?
16?
2016.
I know my sons were angry about it, but I didn't know that they were like 6 years old at the time. He's like, Dad, we're going to have a first-round draft pick. It's a long time, man. But I was talking to someone earlier. I go, they traded all those picks away, for a Super Bowl. If you guys are happy about it, then you're happy.
I'm happy about it.
Okay,
I'm happy about it.
So you're okay that for what, 8 years?
I'm like the Lakers, man. I'm okay with sell the rest of it and just win the title now. I like the all-in approach.
So win and then go a drought for 8 years?
I haven't
or
seen
whatever.
a drought.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, a good team, without breaking your heart.
A
contender.
A great team like the Bulls.
Well, the thing is, here's there you go. I like it. There's the slight comment right there. The interesting part about the Rams, when you kind of look at it as a whole, it's the Aaron Donald replacement, right? That's where it starts. But it's not necessarily, you're never going to replace an Aaron Donald. That's a once-in-a-generation type of talent.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer.
10 straight Pro Bowls and 3 Player of the Year.
He's the flip side of E. Dick, of Eric Dickerson.
Yeah.
He's the defensive equivalent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but he gave you 10 good years, or 11, or whatever he played.
10 good years, 10 solid years right there.
He gave you exactly what you paid for. Right? Pro Bowls, Player of the Year. He just got tired of getting triple teamed.
Right.
Am I going to take 5 more years of triple team? No.
No need.
There's no need. I got bank. Right? So what the Rams got to do is rebuild right now. They're going to need an extra quarterback at some point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At some point, you're going to need a legit quarterback.
And at this spot here, so there's a lot of ways they can go. So
who's your backup right now?
Oh, it was Wentz, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, they trade him or cut him.
He just didn't re-sign. It was like a 1-year deal.
Oh, okay, and then they had Baker for a minute, right? So they're trying to get somebody in there.
It's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo, that's right. It's Garoppolo. Yeah, and again, how long is he going to last?
Great question. Great point.
I mean, we need a guy. We need a guy.
Yeah, here for the Bengals here at 18, I'm thinking offensive line. This is the spot where I kind of feel like, you got to get more protection for Joe Burrow. You also have to figure the Bengals want to continue to be a contender. I'll say this. Bengals have a little bit of a question mark when it comes to T. Higgins, their wide receiver. He requested for a trade earlier this week. Trey Hendrickson also requested for a trade earlier this week. Both those players were a part of that Super Bowl run for the Cincinnati Bengals. And so at this position, or at this spot, they could go a lot of ways. They could go wide receiver even. We just talked about Brian Thomas. What about LSU to LSU? And you have old LSU guy, or now a little bit older, in Jamar Chase, who can mentor Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe you got Burrow, Chase, Brian Thomas Jr., and maybe this is the route they go here. So I'm curious to see what it is. Pick is in here for the Cincinnati Bengals, and we've had a little bit of a string of defensive selections.
I think they're going to
go
defense.
All right, let's see what it is right here when it's all said and done. I think there's a lot of there's cases for either way. I'm still going tackle. I'm still going line or something like
offense.
that. But I think that you could talk me into a lot of the different spots that they can go. You also look at the corner spot. No corner has been taken yet. Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell. Maybe that's a spot that they think, hey, you need some defensive backfield help here. I feel like the Bengals could go a lot of different ways here. They're a team that, hey, they kind of need some talent just across the board if they still want to be a contender. You talk about that division, by the way, the AFC North, not like the Ravens got worse, not like the Browns are not trying to gun for that top spot either.
Toughest division in the NFL.
You talk about the Steelers, man. They want to win, too. So here for the Cincinnati Bengals, they get Marius Mims, offensive line. Georgia. And this is somebody from Georgia right here. Big guy. This is somebody who people thought could be taken early 20s when it was all said and done. But he is 377, just a physical monster. 6'7", playing the wrong sport right now. You could be playing some hoops.
You did call out offensive tackle.
And he ain't fat either.
No.
He ain't fat.
Georgia does good about bringing out some good offensive linemen, too.
That's muscle right there. Look at him. He's huge. This is somebody who anchored that offensive line for Georgia. He played at 6'7". The other guy who played at 6'7" is currently with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's a tight end, and his name is escaping me, Chris. I can't think of his name. Darnell. I'll get the name here in just a second. But either way.
Where'd he go?
He did go to Georgia as well.
Okay.
Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington. With the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he plays tight end for them. But he's also like 6'7". So Georgia just produces these like physical specimens, these physical freaks. And look at that. Amarius Mims is there with his whole family. He's getting emotional. He's having a draft party at home. See, that's a 10 out of 10 celebration right there. Look at everybody. How happy they look. Boss?
10 out of 10.
Come on, boss.
Yeah.
They look like they were having a great experience right there.
Yeah. Well, it looks like the Bengals draft room looks happy too, so...
And it's been a long time, but the Los Angeles Rams are officially on the clock.
Okay, let's go Rams.
Okay, let's do this. We're well past a break. Let's take a break now. Okay. When we come back, we'll make the announcement what the Rams pick, and we'll see if Mel Owens and myself are either happy or upset moving forward. So we'll talk about that, and then Chris's favorite team. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers, who pick at 20, and then 4 picks after that. It is the Dallas Cowboys. Steve Foster will react live with us all coming up next. We're live from Detroit. NFL draft coverage continues right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. Our NFL draft coverage continues right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. Big shout out to Sal Montes. He's hanging with us back at our River Oaks Property Schoolyard Sports Studios in El Paso. We're live in Detroit. I want to give a big shout out to my tia Luvi for hosting us, along with Doug for hosting me out in Detroit. Guys, why don't you give some shout outs here? This is a good time to give some shout outs before the Rams make their pick.
Big shout out to my buddy Troy, who celebrated his 14th birthday yesterday. Didn't get a chance to do it, but happy birthday to you, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Love it. Guys, I can't say I called it, but I did. Jared Verse, Florida State.
That's a good
edge
pick.
rusher is going to the Rams, and the Rams making their first pick since 2016 as the former Ram.
Adrian, you're good, man.
Mel Owens.
You're
you
good.
tell me what you think.
You called it, man. You're good.
You called some earlier though. I think we've been pretty good today.
Yeah. I mean,
Period.
we can hold our own.
Adrian, you have been on point. Well, both of you guys. Both of you guys have been on point.
You're steering the ship, man. You really are.
But you tell me. You tell me.
I like it.
Opposite of Young.
And remember, we just told, Arnold's gone. He's gone. He retired. So we need a defensive guy. Aaron's gone, right? So we need a defensive guy. We got one. Got to rebuild. And first time we got a first-round draft pick, you said, since 16. It's a big deal.
Defense needs the upgrades.
Yeah.
The young defense that the Rams have is intriguing, right? Because you got Kobe Turner, you got Young who's there up front, and it's just new era. It's all the old guys are gone. Leonard Floyd's gone. He wants a super. He's gone. Von Miller gone.
And
AD gone.
And now you can put team back together.
Jalen Ramsey gone.
Yeah. Well, we still need a quarterback though. It'll come.
I'm okay with it. I love it. I like the pick a lot here. And now it's time to turn the page and go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, there's a lot of routes here. Okay, Chris? There's a lot of routes.
Oh, there's
right?
a whole lot of them.
Okay?
You got the out, you got the out and up, you got the deep route.
Mike Tomlin loves
Sluggo.
It's defense.
Yeah.
He loves defense. But I've got them taking line.
Well, they do need a line.
You just got two quarterbacks this offseason. You got to protect them.
Yep.
It's Justin Fields who loves to run. This screams to me right here. Screams offensive line.
If they take anybody,
I agree. It's
if
good.
they take anybody
good
on the
analysis.
offense, they definitely need to go with an offensive tackle. On the defensive side, they need a linebacker that can move side to side, and they need cornerbacks.
Would you pick Zentner from Michigan, even with the broken leg?
I might go Barton. I might go Barton because he's versatile.
If he didn't have the broken
Duke.
leg,
he's going first round.
I think he's gone already.
Yeah, he's probably 15, top 15.
But he's going to heal. Then what do you do? I mean, he's broken, is out for forever. No, it heals. He comes back and plays.
Yeah.
I like Graham Barton because he's versatile. He can play a little center, can play tackle. He's even played guard before, and he's out of Duke. Okay.
What about JPJ? Jackson Powers Johnson, to hyphenate.
Okay, that's a really interesting name too. You also think about the corners, right? Because it's Terrion Arnold, it's Quinion Mitchell. Okay, Chris, what do you think?
Any one of those two. Honestly, I'd like for them to go for a corner. And if I had to pick a corner, I was talking to Mel about it earlier. Terrion Arnold would be my choice.
I'm going to stay out of the way of your pick. I'm going to stay out of the way of the Steelers pick.
Why? Because you want me to stay out of yours? Oh,
yes.
You haven't made any. Not even earlier this year.
Oh, man.
Chris.
Look, my AFC team was
He's waiting for Dallas.
He's going to wait a long time.
So all the guys are gone. He's gonna, if you were picking up, you'd be confused. You know who you got to pick, right? I want that guy, that guy.
Oh, man.
And then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you guys want. It's all about Mr. Jones.
Hey, let's recap it from 15, okay? So Liatu Latu from UCLA, the edge, goes to the Colts. Byron Murphy, the second from Texas, the D lineman, goes to the Seahawks. Mm-hmm. Dallas Turner to the Vikings. They trade up to get the Alabama edge rusher. Amarius Mims from Georgia, the tackle, goes to the Bengals at 18. And then just picked right now, Jared Verse, Florida State edge rusher, to the Los Angeles Rams. By the way, first pick since 2016. 2016 was number one, and that was Jared Goff.
I wasn't really high on Goff when they picked him. I just wasn't. And he didn't play either at the beginning. And they're asking me why he's not playing. I go, they see something that we don't.
I think Goff has gotten much better in Detroit. I think he needed just, to make his mistakes and to realize that he had some issues.
You go to the Lions and no expectations. You're safe there. And then you win, you go, whoa, he's good after all.
And then with the Rams, he goes to the Super Bowl, but he couldn't put any points against the Patriots.
Yeah, it wasn't his team that he took. It was, other people took the Rams.
Yeah.
He was just managing it.
Yeah.
He was like a superstar. Because if you're a superstar and you win a Super Bowl, they're going to keep you, right? They're going to keep you. But there's a massive humanity out there, man.
It is.
Hey, speaking of that.
Over 150,000.
No, get this. It just broke right now. 275,000 people are here to watch the NFL draft in Detroit.
They'll never be broken.
Shattering the record in 2018 in Nashville when they had 200,000 for the, right
250?
there. 275.
Wow. Yeah. It's.
I told you it looked like 300,000 more.
It's a mob.
Wow.
It's a lot of people.
I love it. I love
awesome.
to see how many people are out there. That is some awesome stuff. I mean, that is really, really cool stuff
That's awesome
see
for the city of
all
Detroit.
the people. Yeah, I mean, we talked to a lot of the people here. They said that this is huge for them. We were talking to some of the local people who were there yesterday at Smokey G's. They were so excited. Just the fact that this is here for this community. So, yes, just the fact that we're talking about all of this right here is great. Hey, I want to give a big shout-out to Joe Chacon. He's listening to us on our app as well. And by the way, 600 ESPN El Paso, our free mobile app is definitely the place that you could listen. He says, how about a shout out over here to the diehard We Them Boys fan, hoping that Jerry Jones doesn't mess this one up. Hashtag Minor Inc.
Hashtag Stephen
America's
Foster.
team. Boss, any response?
Yes, brother, I'm with you. 1,000%. Please let somebody else besides Jera make the pick, please. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Dolphins are officially on the clock. We still don't know who the Steelers have gotten yet. We thought maybe corner, maybe a wide receiver even, if they wanted to get hot. I'm still thinking they go line, but let's see what it ends up being here when it's all said and done. It's the 20th overall pick here. We got 12 more to go while we're here on 600 ESPN El Paso, and we're continuing out here. Want to also give another plug, of course. It's the Oscar Arietta Agency, who's the presenting sponsor of us here out at the NFL Draft.
Thank you.
And Hills Automotive Center out in Northeast El Paso. So Oscar Arietta Agency, Foss, they're all over El Paso. Hills Automotive Center in Northeast El Paso.
Yeah.
You're the East Side El Paso. I'm West Side El Paso. And Sal Monta is back at our studio. He's Southside El Paso. we got the whole city
got
represented.
the city covered.
Yes, that's right.
Cam Hayward rolling out.
Steelers making their pick officially right here. They're going to be announcing this one right here. Love the suit by Cam Hayward, and we got a chance to see him out at Radio Row for the Super Bowl.
Yes,
Great
we did.
guy. He did like everybody's interview, everybody who asked for him, and we just didn't have the time. But everybody who asked for him got him out at Radio Row.
Super
Great
nice guy. Yeah. Had an opportunity to talk with him in Los Angeles, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a really nice guy.
I love it.
Good dude.
Let's see who they make this pick. By the way, I want to give switch it up right here and just say this. I think everybody's getting really excited about the Bo Nix pick out with the Denver Broncos. I've seen a lot of hype about him all over social media right now. Cam Hayward making it official right here with the Pittsburgh Steelers making the 20th overall pick. Let's see who this one ends up being when it's all said and done. We just talked about their offseason acquisitions. It included Russell Wilson. It included Justin Fields. Let's see what they do to add to their team right here at pick number 20. It is Cam Hayward, who's given a little bit of a speech here. He's a man of many words. I'll just say that. Cam Hayward.
Well, I just saw where he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
That's right. That's right.
2023.
So this is definitely one right there that they can go with. It is offensive lineman, and it is Troy Fautanu from Washington. So now you've got 3 Washington players taken in the top 20 right there. Rome Odunze, Michael Penix Jr., and now an offensive lineman in Troy Fautanu. This is somebody who, man, a lot of people like right now. By the way,
there's a celebration behind you.
Fautanu is just emotional getting this call. This is gonna make me
he ran
emotional
a 5.0
right
at 300 pounds.
That is a 5. Yes, that is right. That is right. He is 6'3", and he ran a 5.0 at 300 pounds. A Washington product. He's asking everybody to be quiet. He's in his war room.
Good looking kid.
I like
Explosive hips. They think he could be like an Elijah Vera Tucker who got selected to the New York Jets last year out of USC. And again, 3 Huskies going in the top 20 here to start off the draft. You guys aren't surprised. This is a national championship team that you guys had a chance to see. They ended up losing to Michigan, of course.
Well, all 3 of us were there.
They beat Texas, though.
He did.
Yeah, they did.
Get there.
They did.
They're a good team.
Yeah. Fautanu grew up a Steelers fan. His favorite player was Troy Polamalu. Wow. Chris, give me your live reactions here.
You know what? I'm happy. I think we definitely need to fill a gap on the offensive line. I think he's going to be a great asset. I'm happy. I'm happy with the call.
This is a great one right here.
I love
Started
it.
all
Tomlin
15.
with the deuces.
Yeah.
He just shot the deuces real quick like that on the TV screen.
All right, here we go.
Good for
Here's the part of the celebration for Troy Fautanu. He is not here in Detroit. He is at home in Las Vegas with his family. It's emotions. Just him just hugging his immediate family members. Everybody around him just going crazy right there. Some people have made their own T-shirts. You know what? We don't see that enough. We don't see family-made T-shirts for NFL Draft. I was lucky to be in the house of Aaron Jones through the 3 days of his NFL Draft I guess, waiting for the call. And I remember that their family had Aaron Jones T-shirts that they made specifically for draft day. They had all sorts of helmets right up front, and I saw the Green Bay helmet up there too. But, when he was selected in the 5th round overall, it was tears of joy. It was all the family, all the celebration, and everybody just going crazy. And Mel, I bring it back to you. It's life-changing right there. That's emotional, and it's life-changing right there.
It's just, like you said, it's raw emotion, right? And you worked so hard, in high school and college, and all your family members, especially in the Polynesian family structure, everybody's in, so they all celebrate with you. And, you can see it. And you see the gathering. Because, I coach at my boys' high school, Santa Margarita Catholic. We have a lot of Polynesians, and they're the most supportive group of all the parents. They bring them all out. They have, all the family members. So that doesn't surprise me. And then you get picked first round, it's even more emotional because it's a big deal, and good for those guys.
We've got a great Polynesian community in El Paso as well, and you're right. You see them all across the country, and when you talk about them in the sport of football, they are as supportive, supportive, and as in love with this sport as anybody else that you can think of. And I just love that right there. That was a great response. Coming up here, 21, it is the Miami Dolphins. Right after them, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. This is interesting. I was reading all this entire draft period that the Eagles were looking to trade up. They had their eyes set. It was already done in their eyes on which cornerback they want. They might have the picking of whoever they want right here without having to trade a single thing right there.
Adrian, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's wide open when it comes to cornerbacks right now.
Everybody's available.
Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. You make your pick right there.
And they're
as
all
far
good.
As who you want. And Arnold, he's the corner out of Alabama. Mel talked about him. He likes the experience, the guys he went up against. When it comes to Quinion Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo, I'll say this. We saw some people from Toledo themselves here to cover the draft, hoping to see one of their own, and Mitchell get taken here in the first round. So
there's a Toledo person I saw in Radio Row right over here somewhere.
Yeah.
The big Toledo. They're the
Rockets, right?
Yeah, the Rockets. I was going to say the Flash. But that's the Zags, the Zips are Akron. And the Toledo or the Dayton Flyers. Zip, Zags, Flyers, Rockets.
That's good.
Everything's taken off, right?
Yeah.
I love it. Hey, going back to going back to Amarius Mims. Okay, get this. All right, the Bengals on Amarius Mims. This is the big guy out of Georgia that we thought, man, physical freak, 6'7". He missed a lot of time at Georgia. He's an unbelievable specimen. Probably one of the best-looking kids in the draft. He doesn't bend as good as Guyton or some of the other top guys, and I do worry about his durability. This is an NFL scout talking about Amarius Mims. However, if he is truly a specimen and truly can help them moving forward, no it's not crazy to think that the Bengals could get back to being a contender if Joe Burrow is healthy.
Well, he looks the part. And again, in football, if you can stay on the field, you'll have a nice career. We were talking about the guy's back and neck and ankles.
Yeah.
They just disappear, right? What happened? Injuries. And it doesn't take much now if you get past the first contract. You get paid, say, $20 million, you hit the second one, and you get some injuries, you can easily retire. You have a 4-year contract into your second one, and you make $15 million for 2 years. Third year, get hurt, I'm out. You can play more if you wanted to. There's only 6 years, 7 years in the league. You can play more. You got 20 in the bank, I'm out.
Another draft story, just to quickly mention, Bo Nix. On his call with the Broncos, the thing that he tells the Broncos front office on the phone, and this is recorded, Oregon Football just posted this. You ready to win a Super Bowl? From Bo Nix to the Broncos.
I just got chills. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. The chill lasted for a second.
But that's how can I say it on
courage?
radio?
Courage.
Yes. Yeah.
Confidence.
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 Yeah.
Well, you know what we're talking about, though. He has those.
Yeah, he does.
All right, here it is. At number 21, the Dolphins take their top player on the board, Penn State edge Chop Robinson. I like the pick right here. Chop Robinson, some thought he could fall all the way down to the late 20s, but instead the Dolphins get their guy. Look, up front for the Dolphins, it's Bradley Chubb, who has those injury concerns. You also talk about some of their other guys, like Jalen Phillips up front. He also had injury concerns this past year. Now they get Chop Robinson, somebody who could shore up that defensive line for them. I'm sure they wanted Dallas Turner. I'm sure they wanted Jared Verse, but instead they get their top guy on their board who's still there, and that's Penn State edge Chop Robinson. What do we think here, guys?
I'll tell you what, Penn State has continuously produced good defensive guys, especially in that position. I think it's a good call.
He's not the guy from Dallas, so it's not Micah.
No, he's not, and who is, right? But he's a guy that can step in, and I think that he can develop and become a good edge rusher in the NFL.
But you never know, these guys. I don't like. Again, and I'm looking at these ratings. Production 68.
But what's that based on, though?
Yeah, whatever it's based on, that's not a number I want to see anywhere on a guy that I take in the first round.
I love the name Chop. On the edge? Can I just say this is a 10 out of 10 name? Come on, Chop. I love it.
Yeah. Bumped him up a little bit.
I probably called him Pork Chop at some point.
That's he probably got taken.
They just shortened it to Chop.
Yeah.
21 because of Chop. You got to take a guy named Chop Robinson.
Run a 4.48, 40, he can move.
Yeah.
But if he's not tackling anybody, he's
adverse to hitting.
Yeah, but in that position, if
edge rusher, be disruptive.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't have to hit that, but you're quick enough to get in, because a lot of times speed will in that position. Speed can translate into quickness.
Speed kills.
And if you're quick off the line and you can get in the face of the quarterback, you disrupt a lot.
But he was okay.
If you're just in the back,
right. Michigan, Ohio State, and then was it Penn State? Something like that. Or Iowa. They're somewhere in the middle of the Big Ten.
Mark my words, he's going to do good things.
Okay. You heard it here. Let's take a break right now, guys. When we come back, we're only 3 picks away from the Dallas Cowboys at number 24. Steve Foster going to have a heart attack on air.
He's going to be on the spot.
I'll be like Fred G. Sanford. It's the big one. Elizabeth.
Foss, can I just say this? If they trade out of this, oh, man. It's going to be sad, Foss, for the rest of the show.
It'd be just par for the course, because they didn't do anything all season long in free agency.
Might do something now, right?
I don't think Mr. Elliott or Mr. Lamb could save you there. If
why ruin the trend?
All right, guys, let's take a break right now. You're listening to our NFL draft coverage live in Detroit right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, we're out here live. It is the 2024 NFL Draft along with Steve Foster, the Foss, Chris Fernandez, Mel Owens, former Rams linebacker. I'm Adrian Broaddus, and we're continuing. Foss, if we make it here to 11, which it looks like we will, that's 5 hours of broadcasting, my friend. Cool. Let's do it. Let's keep going,
It's been fun. And the thing is, because each team and just the selections have been,
it's fun to react live.
And we talked to like half of the guys already.
Yeah,
which is
you're
cool.
right. I'm getting I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I'm getting a little bit of FOMO that we're not there in the press rooms and seeing all the guys go back and forth. I did run into Marvin Harrison Jr. though, and I did. I saw him with his Arizona hat. He looked great, and so yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's really excited about what he's what he's doing right now and where he's going out with the Cardinals. It's the Eagles taking Toledo's Quinion Mitchell, the cornerback, and so they get a chance to get their guy, the guy that they had top on their board. And this is somebody who, the Eagles were willing to trade up for. I think the Eagles were all the reporting, all the thoughts leading up to this was that the Eagles wanted to move up and try to grab him. Quinion Mitchell is somebody who's, quote, he's got height, length, vision, change of direction, speed, intensity, and ball skills. He was the best defensive player by a lot of people in their grades. This is Howie Roseman on Quinion Mitchell, okay? So this is what he said, okay? He's a very physical player. He plays with good anticipation, very good change of direction, good feet, great ball skills. The most impressive thing I thought that he had was his instincts, okay? And again, from Adam Schefter, for the first time since 2002, the Eagles are using their first-round pick on a cornerback. The first time since 2002, okay? So at pick number 22, Mitchell becomes the first defensive back selected in this draft. That's a bit of a surprise, Foss. I thought we'd get a corner taken by now, but this being the first one, that's a bit of a surprise right there.
Well, it's going to a good team, and he can fit right in.
I just question his competition level.
Fair.
That's just, it's my opinion.
It's fair. He's the, first group of 5 here in this? I got to check on that, but I believe he's the first group of 5 guy taken so far here in the draft, and yep, that's correct. First group of 5 guy here in the draft. So, yeah, I mean, it's fair to question the level of competition.
And he may be the most outstanding guy in the group of 5, and that means he probably could have played at the higher level. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the day-in, day-out competition level in practice.
Sure, most definitely.
Versus Alabama practice.
Speaking of Alabama, if the Cowboys pick at 24, it's 2 picks from now, and Terrion Arnold is still on the board, but also Darius Robinson, the D lineman, is on the board from Missouri, and also Guyton is on the board from Oklahoma, the offensive tackle. Where are you going, Foss? Where are you going?
Crazy. I'm going crazy.
Exactly.
I think the offense needs a boost quicker than the defense for Dallas, even though Dan Quinn has left. And there's no substitute for offensive tackles. I've stated that. But if you have a legit defense, your offense can be janky and still win.
That's a good point. Let me just run down the secondary right now for the Eagles. They've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Mm-hmm. They got Darius Slay. They got Keely Ringo, which, by the way, they selected him just last year out of Georgia. He's a corner as well who's with them. And so you figure that, they also have James Bradbury. I mean, man, they got a kind of loaded cornerback. No, there's going to be a trade. It kind of feels like a trade. Somebody's going to probably get dealt. And is it Darius Slay when it's all said and done?
Interesting.
It's going to be kind of interesting to see what ends up happening right there. So, I'm curious to see what happens at that spot. Man, this is Joe Chacon. This is coming in from Joe Chacon with a big shout-out to Mel Owens, all right? This is on social media and Twitter. Mel, I feel you, bro. Without a different head up top, it's going to be the same old with the Cowboys. I'm hoping they announce with the draft pick that Jimmy Johnson is the new GM and that he's making the picks. That would be an upgrade. Hashtag Si Se Puede. Hashtag We Dem Boys. Hashtag reppin' from Colorado. So
and hashtag Here we go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
You know, and I feel for the Cowboy fans.
Thank you.
They're so sometimes irrational.
Am I irrational?
Well, especially our Cowboys fans.
They want a lot all the time. It's because it's born out of frustration because the expectations are high and it's always under-delivering.
Under. That hurts. Under-delivering.
What do they go like? You know,
Adrian, you see the pain on my face, right?
I do.
Under-deliver.
Wow. Okay, get this. Here we go. There are multiple offers on the table for the Dallas Cowboys at 24. They could trade back. They could get Graham Barton, Tyler Guyton. Graham Barton's the Duke guy. Graham Barton is the Duke guy. Tyler Guyton is the offensive lineman from Oklahoma. We'll find out shortly.
We get two tackles? I might do that.
No. I'm telling you this.
Get one or the other?
They could either trade or get one or the other. What do they do here?
What does Jacksonville do? Or Dallas?
No. Dallas.
Steve,
punt.
You're on the clock, Steve.
Punt.
You're on the clock here, man.
Yeah. Now we've been thinking about this for 4 hours, man.
You're sweating right here. You're like
I'll take the tackle
over here.
I'm taking the tackle again. I know it's not a great pick.
Safe.
But I got to get some line. I got to get some line protection for Dak. I hate that,
man.
Or I take the corner. I either take the tackle or the corner.
This is interesting, you all. This is good stuff.
What does Coach Zimmer want?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good point too, right?
Zim may want the corner.
This is the new, regime in the Dallas defense.
I'm gonna name drop again. I'm gonna see if Christy Scales knows.
Okay. Jacksonville's pick is in. Cowboys are officially on the clock. Let's see what Jacksonville does here at number 23, right? Because I'm already jumping the gun and going with the Cowboys. Remember, the Jaguars traded back with the Vikings, so they must feel like they could still get their guy here at 23. They must feel like they've got a little bit of an upper hand here, selecting a few picks back, and as a result, they got a good haul from the likes of the Vikings. Here it is. The Jaguars get LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh, wow. Oh, Trevor likes.
Good pick.
Trevor likes.
You got rid of Calvin Ridley over the offseason. You needed to restructure that wide receiver group right there, and you had an opportunity to get Brian Thomas Jr., knowing that teams like the Bengals, the Rams, the Steelers, the Dolphins, the Eagles might go defense or might go line in the case of the Steelers. In this case right here with the Jaguars, they draft Brian Thomas Jr., somebody that we got a chance to talk to with the 23rd overall pick right there. So to just run down the picks from the 20s. At number 20, Pittsburgh took Washington guard Troy Fautanu. The Dolphins grabbed Penn State edge Chop Robinson at 21. 22 was Quinion Mitchell to Toledo, from Toledo, the cornerback. And then now wide receiver, LSU's finest, Brian Thomas Jr. goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 23. The Dallas Cowboys are officially on the clock. Here we go, Stephen Foster.
You just said it and turned right to him. You're on the clock, man. Let's go.
I either like the offensive tackle move or a corner.
Okay. You know what? This is perfect timing, guys. We got to take a break right now, and when we come back, this pick will be in.
Foss in agony.
Foss in agony or Foss cheerful? Let's see what happens. Hour number 5 right around the corner for our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft live in Detroit. Brought to you by the Oscar Arieta Agency and Hills Automotive Center. More in a moment right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. Do it. Hour number 5 of Sports Talk Live in Detroit. We're 5 hours in, Steve Foster.
And still Dallas has made no picks. They trade. What are we doing, Jared? What are we doing?
That is right.
Hey, they may go the whole year.
Along with Steve Foster, the Foss, Chris Fernandez, the Rams' finest, in Mel Owens. I'm Adrian Broaddus.
What are we doing?
And we are reacting live here to this. The Dallas Cowboys. We all know Foss joins us each and every week to talk Dallas Cowboys football. He's our Cowboys insider. He's our go-to for this. And the Cowboys at 24 have traded back with the Detroit Lions. Lions are officially on the clock here. Are the Cowboys packing it up
No,
for the
but
night,
they're
or
getting
they're
an extra
back?
pick in the third round.
Okay.
Ugh.
So you know their guy, maybe Guyton, is still on the board. And what do you think here, Foss? You're just not happy whatsoever.
I'm nervous. I don't know if they know what they're doing. Do we know what we're doing? What are we doing?
I love it. Let it all out, Foss. Let the cowboy in you all out right there. Chris Fernandez is also with us. Chris, are you surprised here in the Cowboys trading back here?
You know, they didn't do they didn't do anything in free agency. So I thought for sure they would, but yeah, I'm surprised.
We'll see who the Cowboys end up selecting, or if they end up selecting here at 29. Yeah. Maybe it's a little Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback out of Alabama. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's A.D. Mitchell. You know, throw him out there with CeeDee Lamb. They always have a trick up their sleeve. Foss, whenever you think you know. Whenever you got no tricks. Whenever you think you know the Cowboys.
We got no tricks in Dallas. We got no tricks.
I just need to let you cook. Go ahead. Just go ahead for a little bit here on this.
He looks flustered, Adrian.
If we get the extra pick in the third, then all is well.
You think?
Sounds desperate, but go ahead.
Well stated, Mel Owens. Well stated.
There is no soft landing spot tonight. Oh, my gosh.
Let that silence build.
I know.
Let that silence build.
You know, it's
getting thick.
It is hard to silence me.
You just did.
But I've been silenced. But no, because an extra pick in the third.
But they didn't trade out of the first, did they?
No, they didn't. They traded back in the first to get up extra in the third.
All right. That's okay.
All right, let's see what the Lions end up doing here at this one. Sal, you're our resident Lions fan. You're back at a River Oaks Property Schoolyard Sports Studio.
He's like, thanks, Foss. Thanks, Foss.
Sal, give me your take on this one right here.
Yeah, you know what? I think some of the rumors on those message boards and on social media are starting to come true. And the rumor was if Arnold is available, by around high 20s or so, Lions would probably trade up. Obviously, it's all rumors and stuff, but I think that's the case here. I think they're going cornerback.
Man, I think that's probably the spot. Maybe this is Terrion Arnold. Maybe it's Kool-Aid McKinstry. Let's see what ends up happening. The Lions are making their pick. Their fans are here, all 275,000 of them. And now Roger Goodell out in the podium getting a chance to do this one. Hey, it's the members of the flag football. And we actually got to see the NFL flag kids
that
participate.
That big dude on the right's a flag football guy?
At this rate, they may as well.
6'5". 6'6".
He's playing the wrong sport right there as far as that goes. Let's see what ends up being the case here for pick number 24 here for the Detroit Lions here, round number 1 when it's all said and done here.
Oh, this is a cornerback. Defense. Good move.
You think so?
Yeah.
They're making their pick right here. The Lions on the board. It is Terrion Arnold. Yep. Cornerback out of Alabama, and it makes the most sense right there. And it's a really good pick. And I think, Sal, going back to you in our studio, I think you got to be really happy as a Lions fan just knowing that you get an upgrade in the secondary, and maybe somebody that a lot of people thought would be taken already by this point.
Yeah, it's been a very offensively minded draft board style with the first round so far, so trying to weigh it out on the defense. But you're absolutely right. They lose two guys who started for a good part of the season last year, that being Jacobs, who was an interception monster for a small period of time this season.
Good point,
and,
yeah.
The unfortunate by what happened off the field, but Cam Sutton, losing him, obviously that's a more serious thing there, but on the football side of it, you're losing 2 starters. You got to be able to recoup. So they've gone really heavy at the cornerback spot this offseason, trading for Meek from the Raiders, and also getting I think Carlton Walker or Davis. I'm sorry, the cornerback that was from Tampa Bay. So
that's a good point.
They're really trying to own in on there, but. How about this, Adrian? How many times has Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell hit on their first-round picks over the last couple years?
Oh, I'll give you some of them. Jack Campbell, big hit. Aiden Hutchinson, big hit. Jahmyr Gibbs, big hit. Brian Branch, he wasn't a first-rounder, but big hit right there. So as far as some of the younger defensive players, I mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs, but you know what I mean. The majority of those defensive guys that I just mentioned right there, they're hitting on. They're drafting real well, so you're exactly right. Front office for the Lions, they've done a good job of scouting and getting talent to help immediately. The Jack Campbell pick last year was criticized by a lot of people, and look at what he ended up doing for the Lions this past year, being a productive tackler, now getting a chance to get maybe a splash get here at number 24, somebody they never thought would make it this far, or drop this far, in Terrion Arnold. This could be big here for the Lions, Sal. I like this one a lot for them.
And the trade up, it wasn't really that much of a risk either. You're really not losing out on much. It's a pick 29, and obviously I trust that their scouting report has guys that they'd love to get, but if he was at the top of your list and he's available, you got to strike, and that's what they did.
Green Bay is next up on the clock. This is pick number 25. Their pick is already in. They went right away, okay? So here's what we could see from the Packers. They could go offensive line. That's something that they really need to shore up right here. Remember, with their offensive line, they lost some production this past year. So, they've got to supplement that talent. The other spots that could be interesting for them, cornerback, I love the guy out of Clemson. That could definitely be a name to look at here for the Green Bay Packers as they pick here at number 25. So that could be Nate Wiggins when it's all said and done. You also look at maybe, like I mentioned, that tackle spot. It's maybe Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma. Maybe they look elsewhere and get a Darius Robinson out of Missouri who still hasn't been taken yet. So curious to see what the Packers do here at number 25 when it's all said and done. Linebackers also an area of need for them, and so is safety. So Kool-Aid McKinstry still hasn't been taken out of the draft. Maybe he's somebody.
Crash bang, boomerang.
You a fan?
That's the Kool-Aid jingle from back in the...
Way back in the day.
Yeah, when the Kool-Aid comes crashing through the door, yeah.
Cooper DeJean, he's another guy who's available. Actually, it's Cooper DeJean, and he's from Iowa, the corner. He's awesome.
If he wasn't from Iowa, it'd be DeJean. You were correct. Everywhere else is DeJean, but in Iowa, it is DeJean.
There's also Xavier Legette from South Carolina. He's a wide receiver. It'd be kind of interesting if they go wide receiver here, knowing that they had Jalen Reed last year, but he's somebody who's also available here at the top of the draft. A.D. Mitchell from Texas, Ladd McConkey from Georgia, Tyler Guyton, like I mentioned, from Oklahoma. There's still Xavier Worthy on the board from Texas, Ricky Pearsall from Florida. All these guys are available right now here on the board as we continue. Let's keep it moving. I want to get to some tweets that are coming in here on the show. 600 ESPN El Paso on Twitter. I think a lot of people responded to the Cowboys.
Where's the Ernie?
Oh my goodness!
I love the
Here
Ernie.
we go. Let's go with Joe Chacon. He's got a couple ones. Okay, so let's start off with this one. Foss, Cowboy Nation. After this pick, we've been disappointed so many times. Let's make this pick a good one. He said, "Oh boy," on the trade back, and then he said, "Foss, you're not alone. Here's the disappointment. WTF, hashtag Cowboys Nation." There's your Ernie picture right there. Face palming. Foss. Joe Chacon is not happy. What do you got to say to Joe Chacon?
Joe, if the whole idea is to get one of these offensive tackles, and it's Tyler Guyton or something like that, and he's still on the board, we pick up a third-round pick, then all may not be lost.
Okay.
That's a lot of ifs.
This is
that's a lot of ifs, my brother.
In the immortal words of U2, I'm hanging on. Hanging on.
Man.
Oh, man.
Let's see what the Packers do here at this spot, too. You know, the Packers are kind of in an interesting position. I'll get your guys' take. You guys tell me, was it smart for them? You know, we got a lot of Aaron Jones fans back in El Paso, so I got to ask you the question. Was it smart for them to move on and get Josh Jacobs, a younger back who's, you know, very productive out of the Raiders? They signed him to a very similar deal that they signed Aaron Jones to back 3 seasons ago. Instead, they release Aaron Jones this offseason. He goes off to the Vikings, and now the Packers make a switch at the running back spot. They bring back A.J. Dillon, so it's going to be Dillon and Josh Jacobs in the backfield. You guys tell me about this one right here.
Josh Jacobs had a heck of a year. Had a heck of a season last year for the Raiders.
Real quick, Aaron Jones, 30 years old. Going to be 30.
Maybe they just playing those daggum analytics.
But still productive.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
I thought the Cowboys could have picked up Aaron Jones.
The move with letting him go didn't make sense to me. It just, no.
I mean, he's been banged up a little bit, but still very productive.
Very productive.
Yeah.
Talk some football to me, Mel. What do you think? Aaron Jones being cut by the Packers, was this too much of a cutthroat move, or is it just the business, a reflection of how this is a business right here?
Because of his age, you think?
Maybe his
30.
contract. Maybe the fact that they could have gotten Josh Jacobs. Maybe that was the reason.
Yeah, sometimes you look at it and they do like Steve said, the analytics, contract, age, and you're just a guy that they put an eraser to.
Fair enough.
Or a line through. I'm not really a Packer fan, so, they're going to make moves. They make moves, right? I think they're middle of the pack team, on the verge of doing stuff. But, one guy leads, the other guy's opportunity.
Jordan Morgan. He is the 8th graded offensive tackle on most boards. And he has been selected here with a 25th overall pick to the Green Bay Packers. Started 37 games at left tackle for the Wildcats, has big hands. They think that he could be somebody who can make an impact in the inside of the offensive line. And so this is something where...
He was created 8th of
all the tackles.
And he's, the fourth tackle picked?
So he was picked over Tyler Guyton, who is graded above him. He was also...
Zittner?
Yes, Zittner as well. And you also have... it's kind of interesting. I thought that maybe a bit of a reach right there, but it could be just, Blake Fisher also. That's another guy that...
They must have thought they weren't going to be able to get a
versatile.
tackle in the second round.
Robinson here? Possibly.
So up next is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, okay? They could use a lot of different things, right? And maybe that D-line is something they shore up with Darius Robinson out of Missouri. But I feel like wide receiver might have to be the area here. You just signed Baker Mayfield. You're looking at him. I like also defense for them too. I could see corner. I could see 100% corner here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So if I had to pick, I'm going Cooper DeJean or our guy from Clemson, whose name is continuously escaping me, Nate Wiggins. So those are the two guys. If I'm making this pick here for Tampa Bay, I'm
going D-line. I think I like the line pick.
Okay. Bucks got to, They were a playoff team this past year. This is kind of that bend or break year. You have a down year, and you're not going to retain Todd Bowles. If you had an up year this season, it's, hey, we might have a future with this whole nucleus right here. It feels like their defense that actually won a Super Bowl with them under Tom Brady has really gotten phased out. So now it's kind of a whole new regime under Todd Bowles for that defense. So maybe they elect to go defense and continue to go young and build on that. Or on the flip side of that, do they get a skill position player for Baker Mayfield like a wide receiver?
Defense wins championships. And I say it even on, Sundays. I don't care how many points you score. They can score one more than you. All the 300 and 400-yard passing games and 100-yard-plus rushing games go out the window because you can't stop the opponent.
I tend to agree. And down there, the fans expect some defense.
I mean, they.
That's what they do down there.
That's their identity.
Yeah. Well, and
Baker's going to change it a little bit because he's going to run around, throw some big bombs. So you're going to have you already have that. So let's get some defense.
Hey, I love this from Joe Chacon. Big shout out to him. He says, this needs to be a yearly thing, having Foss, Chris, and Mel. I've never had the TV turned down for the draft, and 600 ESPN El Paso's app is on the way that we do here for this minor game. Hashtag time to draft Tyrese Knight. Hashtag pass me a cold one. Hashtag work in the morning is going to be a doozy. Hashtag Sal is my pal. He wanted to give a big shout out to Sal Montes. I love it. Joe Chacon, I appreciate you listening with us, and I appreciate all the people back home tuning into the program.
Well, we're right here, man. You can't get any closer than we are.
True. That's exactly right. Hey, we're past the break. Let's hit the break right now. When we come back, we'll give more of the first round of the NFL draft. We're starting to wind down here on the show. We've got the Bucks, we've got the Cardinals, we've got the Bills coming up next, and then at 29. This is Steve Foster's Dallas Cowboys. Will we get the pick before midnight? Or will we be on for the 6th hour here on Sports Talk? That'll come up right here as we continue live from Detroit for the NFL Draft presented by the Oscar Arieta Agency along with Hills Automotive Center. Adrian Broaddus here along with the crew as we continue right here on 600 ESPN El Paso. All right, welcome back. We are live in Detroit for the 2024 NFL Draft. Adrian Broaddus, Steve Foster, the Foss, Chris Fernandez, the Rams' own Mel Owens. I should say Michigan's own, Detroit's own.
Yeah,
Mel
Detroit, because he hometown right here.
That's right.
We met up with him today in the Born in Detroit store.
Man, there you go. Back-to-back offensive linemen taken after the Packers took Jordan Morgan from Arizona. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers grabbed center Graham Barton from Duke. I think this is an excellent pick right here. He's a very versatile guy. He was number one at his position, 18th overall rated prospect according to ESPN, a 91 overall grade, and they get him at 26 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
It's a bargain.
That's huge.
That is a bargain for me.
You knew where I was going with that, Eddie. You know I love you, Eddie.
All right. You guys are awesome. At pick number 27, the Arizona Cardinals selected Mizzou's own Darius Robinson. And this is somebody, Foss, that you got a chance to go one-on-one with. Yeah. Somebody that... Hey, Omar Ruiz, he called the fact that they'd go defense in the second pick. He did not think that they would trade out of the first round. He thought maybe they would trade up. Right. Instead, they get Robinson here to fall at 27.
I think this is a good pick. I think that's a guy who said, I just want to play football. I don't care if it's an even, odd front, makes no difference. I'm coming off the edge. He's long.
Yes.
Got... Really, I mean, when you have the reach, and you're almost 300 pounds, and you can run like he can.
Yep.
You just need to be disruptive, right? I mean, go in, crash the timing, and then if you can get outside, and you're seeing the highlights now, and stop the run, get to the quarterback. He's not a small, and he's got a really good motor. You know, you hear that? He got a good motor. Well, no, he's got a good motor. So. And then they said he showed out against the best at the Senior Bowl. So, Darius, welcome to the NFL. And Arizona Cardinals, loving it.
Get this, guys. I love the NFL draft because you always get the T. I feel like, and we don't talk about this enough, but the NFL draft always gives you the T on everything, right? Like everything going on in the NFL. Okay. It's like the NFL's like a soap opera. Here we go. From Kirk Cousins' agent, Mike McCartney, on the Falcons selecting Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall. Quote, yes, this was a big surprise to us. We had no idea that this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We had no heads up at all. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation that we ever had.
Interesting.
Well, I think they're going to believe that Kirk Cousins is going to heal up and go play. So what are you worried about? Or is he going to get traded?
There's a trade. There's a trade on the board right now, boys. There's a trade. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded with the Buffalo Bills here for the number 28 pick. Is it time for A.D. Mitchell right here?
Could be.
A.D. Mitchell?
Hey, I like Mitchell better than Worthy.
You do.
I love
said
Mitchell
that consistently.
I love A.D. Mitchell.
But what if it's Worthy? Let's flip it over. What if you get a speedster to go with Patrick Mahomes here, who are trading up again? It's the Kansas City Chiefs here who are trading up to 28 with the Buffalo Bills. We'll see what the Bills do right here as well. What if the Chiefs go Xavier Worthy and just add ultra speed? You got Hollywood Brown on one side
because they can say, look, this is our Tyreek Hill substitute. So
This is going receiver. I'm calling it, guys.
There's
no way
You're not
whatsoever.
trading like for like there.
You're not trading like for like.
This is receiver, hands down.
It's not sugar for raw sugar. It's like sugar for saccharin.
Okay, I'm gonna list out the names, guys. You give me your fit and just jump in when you're ready to go. Xavier Legette, he's from South Carolina. He was the wide receiver who was paired with Spencer Rattler. A.D. Mitchell, like we mentioned. Xavier Worthy, like we mentioned, from Texas. Both guys. Ladd McConkey from Georgia.
No.
Ricky Pearsall from Florida. Keon Coleman, the sizable receiver from Florida State. Jalen Polk from Washington. Jalen McMillan from Washington.
Okay.
Brendan Rice from USC.
Okay.
Roman Wilson from Michigan.
Okay.
All those guys are okay.
The guys in the middle, the Florida and
Pearsall.
And they needed to be out. They needed to go to the end.
Okay.
I like Mitchell. I could even take Rice again. Lineage, Jerry Rice's son. No,
Brandon.
Yeah,
from SC.
Yeah.
No, I saw him a lot.
No Joy.
Not when. What round?
Oh, not in one. Not
no,
one.
No.
Okay.
No.
So then I stick to my guns, and I like A.D. Mitchell.
There's got to be some O-linemen out there somewhere.
Patrick Mahomes just tweeted out a big. Wow. Chiefs getting Xavier Worthy.
Wow.
That's they traded the guy my boy from Miami.
Yeah, but he's not Tyreek Hill.
He's not Tyreek, but they missed the speed. They're trying to sub the speed back
But A.D.
in.
Mitchell's only 1/10 of a second difference in timing, but a much better receiver
than
Xavier Worthy.
Oh yeah. Worthy's a dropsy guy. Man. He's dropsy.
This is wild, guys. I love it. I love it. I love
Adrian saying they're going with Worthy.
It's Worthy here. It's done. It's done. It's already been announced, guys. The pick is in, and that means your Dallas Cowboys are officially on the clock, Foss.
And that means Buffalo's going to get A.D. Mitchell. We go with Guyton from Oklahoma.
I think that's the right pick. I think that's what it's going to be, and I think that at 29 here, it's got to be Guyton. If not, the Ravens at 30 are going to take him. You know that.
That's right.
And if not, the Ravens are kind of going to probably get the best next guy, whoever that is, on the offensive front. They lost a lot of production up front. They need some protection for Lamar Jackson. So if you're looking ahead right there, that's where the pick's going. So here, let's see once it's official here for Xavier Worthy. But all the reports, all the indication are saying at 28, it's going to be Worthy. So that's awesome. I had Xavier Worthy mocked to Kansas City at 32. I didn't have the trade, but I had him mocked to Kansas City. But now you have two speedsters. Hollywood Brown just spent his last season with the Cardinals. Didn't have to give that much up for him. And I just want to say this. As the Chiefs had struggles in the regular season, the biggest concern was their receiving position.
Right.
This inefficiency.
And Rashee Rice screwed up, so you're not going to get him back for a minute.
All right, let's temper that before we know what the suspension or if it's
sitting between two attorneys, bro.
He's done.
You're sitting between two attorneys,
man.
His fact pattern.
City.
Are we saying Henry Ruggs the third type of?
The problem is
he's out of Kansas City.
The problem is
for at least a year.
You have Ruggs, And with that example,
that sets the precedent.
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't
hurt anybody.
Died.
Right,
died.
but he crashed.
He hurt people. He hurt people, but they didn't die. But that's there's too many guys that could be.
Okay,
he's done.
We'll take him out of the equation, and then you'll say, okay, you didn't bring back MVS, no Marquez Valdez-Scantling, no Kadarius Toney, obviously, and so now for the Kansas City Chiefs, you get Marquise Hollywood Brown in the mix as your top receiver, and this is what NFL draft scouts say about Xavier Worthy, who, by the way, ran the fastest 40 in NFL scouting combine history. They say this.
Track guy.
Electric. He reminds me of Deshaun Jackson. He can go the distance every time he touches it. I don't think he's not physical. Texas coaches told me he was their best practice player day in and day out. That's coming in from an NFL scout.
Practice?
You talking about practice?
Yeah.
Man, are we talking about practice?
Can't be talking about practice.
Come on,
I'm
man.
in the minority here for this pick, guys.
Couple things. You got to have the ball in your hand when you're running.
Yeah.
To score.
Which means you got to catch it.
You got to catch it. And
they picked the wrong Texas receiver.
I get practice a little bit, but you got to produce in the game, especially at Texas.
Good receiver,
Fair.
not the best of the two.
No, not the best of the two.
You guys don't believe me. You guys need to see this pick until you actually believe this is true.
Oh, I believe the pick. I'm just saying.
Who is it?
It's Worthy, but I'm not.
He's a Fresno guy.
I
Did you know that?
I see shades of Lima Swede.
Wow. I mean, you could say the Justin Ross comparison, right? Because he was the other fastest guy out of the 40 who did not pan out in the NFL. But I like Xavier Worthy. I'm in on this one.
I actually like him a little bit too because he committed to Michigan then decommitted. But he has some drop issues.
Fair enough.
First round drop issues.
And look at those Chiefs receivers. You can't add more drop issues to that group right there. That'll be like Groundhog Day for Patrick Mahomes, and he'll be wondering what's going on.
Mahomes throws a pretty good ball to those guys, right? It's not
It's
not like he's throwing it so crazily.
All right, Voss, number 29. We need the live reaction here, and I'm going to break it to you, okay? Number 29 for the Dallas Cowboys will be Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
I'm feeling it.
No, it's going to happen.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
Okay.
We're calling it. What are we thinking, Voss?
Yeah, I'm right with you. No surprises. Safe pick. I agree with Mel Owens. He's a first rounder. Guyton will be a first rounder. Got to shore up the line for here we go. That's all I got.
I love it. It's coming up here. Pick number 29. After that, it's the Ravens, then the 49ers, and then the Bills will pick. If you're telling me that you get to trade back with the Lions, you get the third-round pick, and you still get your guy in Guyton, if you're the Cowboys, maybe that's a success right there.
Not bad. It's better. It's better than I thought. If Guyton's the pick.
Okay. Let's see the other top prospects on the board who are still left. Cooper DeJean is still on the board from Iowa, the corner. There's also Zarin Newton from Illinois, the inside defensive tackle. I love him. He's awesome. I've seen him play before. He's an absolute baller. Nate Wiggins, I keep mentioning him out of Clemson. That's somebody who's exceptional, Also, we talked about Kool-Aid McKinstry already, the corner out of Alabama. Xavier Legette, the South Carolina wide receiver. A.D. Mitchell from Texas. Ladd McConkey from Georgia. Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma. Ricky Pearsall from Florida. And then Keon Coleman from Florida State. All those guys are receivers.
The pick is in.
Yeah, it's gonna be Guyton here. It's Guyton. It makes the most sense. You could also look at maybe Cooper DeJean, but I don't think that's the pick right here. I think if you're the Dallas Cowboys, right here at pick number 30, no question about it, Tyler Guyton. So let's see what happens right here.
We already knew that was going to be an offensive tackle.
Yeah. So and I feel like with Tyler Guyton, this is somebody right here out of Oklahoma who is 6'8". So we talked about a physical specimen earlier in the draft with the Bengals selection, but you look at Tyler Guyton, 6'8", 322 out of Oklahoma, started just 14 games at tackle in college, okay? He's a little bit of a raw prospect.
Only 18 games?
He was a former tight end. He's got the size, quickness, arm length, and foot speed that draft gurus think that he could be a starter early in his NFL career. And it is official right now with the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see. Let's see what it is. They made the pick official over here. I love the fact that they're highlighting the Mike Zimmer as the defensive coordinator this offseason. Dan Quinn, who's hired as the head coach of the Washington Commanders. He saw his team select Jaden Daniels at number 2.
See, that's a bad omen. He dropped the card.
Oh.
He dropped the card?
He dropped the card.
He dropped the card right there.
Roger
He dropped
Goodell
a bomb on
fumbled,
me?
yeah.
He dropped the bomb on me?
Oops.
He fumbled.
Yep.
All right, Foss, what are we thinking right here? Are we happy with the Tyler Guyton pick?
I didn't know he
It's
only
going.
played 14 games in college.
They got him.
There he is. It's official. Tyler Guyton, the pick out of Oklahoma. Give it to me, Mel Owens. What are we thinking here?
I like Oklahoma. I don't like the 14.
I don't like
game.
his pants hanging down. I'm not feeling that. Come on, bro.
No belt.
Oh, bro. You're on TV.
6'7", 322.
Former tight end. They like his size and his arm length. 6'10", or excuse me, 6'10", 6'7", almost right. Should be playing power forward for the Lakers right now. Speaking of, but yeah, I mean Tyler Guyton right here. Let's see what he can do. They say, other draft gurus say that he can mirror, recover, push speed rushers past the quarterback, and hold his ground, even though that he sets high in his pass pro. So, as far as pass protection goes, that's something that, people like kind of his strength right there.
Yeah, but his hands are too far out on blocking. He needs to get his hands in.
Okay, so how much of this pick right here was also to keep Tyler Smith at the guard position, if they want to? Because that's another side of this too, right? Yeah. They may have sat down with Tyler Smith and said, hey, look, if we're going to keep you, we want you at that guard spot. And I think they were maybe flirting with the idea of, do you switch him over to tackle if you're the Cowboys with Tyler Smith? So that's where they're going right there.
Hey, he's got 80s. If I'm a numbers guys, I don't see any low numbers. So, all right, let's work with him.
Seventh by his position.
Got no choice
and
now.
And they trade back to get a third overall pick here, or a third round pick, I should say, here in the draft. Okay. All right. So what are we thinking? Give it a grade. Give me a live grade.
B.
That's such a safe grade. Come on.
C plus.
Give me at least a plus or a minus. Give me at least a plus or a minus.
B minus.
If he doesn't start in 2 years in the first round, it's a flop.
That's right.
B minus. B
That's
minus
right.
pick?
No.
C plus.
Maybe. If he doesn't start in 2 years, he's a flop. He won't play.
There you go.
Obi-Wan says he does not play.
Put this on
the Force.
Put this on diary for me. All right, in a year and a half. Just let me know how that dude worked out from
where he goes.
Yeah, it's like what happened to him. He didn't pan out.
When he gets
that's what I thought.
When he gets cut from the practice squad, let him know.
Stop.
Okay, so apparently, guys, the one guy that we're missing on this broadcast right now is Nick Saban, right? He's given some one-liners that are amazing. He said that Quinion Mitchell was somebody that Alabama hoped and prayed to enter the transfer portal because he would have been their number one target over last offseason. Who says that as a head coach? This was Nick Saban saying Toledo's Quinion Mitchell. He hoped, his entire staff hoped that he would hit the transfer portal because Quinion Mitchell would have been their number one transfer portal target in last year's offseason.
Someone's got to tell Nick he's retired, number one. Number two, saying nothing's an option. He doesn't have to mouth off like that. It's over.
That's actually
Adonai Mitchell's going to go before this night's over, either Buffalo or San Francisco.
Okay, I like the prediction. I like the prediction there. Okay, back to Xavier Worthy. This is more from Nick Saban, okay? This is on Kansas City Chiefs first-round draft pick Xavier Worthy, who, by the way, and thanks to Steve for texting this, ran a 4.21 at the 40 in the Combine, best of all time. He weighs only 163 pounds.
Worthy?
This was on Nick.
Worthy?
Yes, Worthy. This is from Nick Saban.
Give him 10 pounds since the season.
Nick Saban said this, quote, "You know what I got to say to that? The ball only weighs 13 ounces." That's his quote.
Like it doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got to catch it, though. It's like helium.
But the first time somebody comes up and says howdy from the NFL,
it separates him from the ball.
Then it's a whole different I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
Okay.
A la Lima Swede.
Hey, more on the Cowboys' latest draft pick in Tyler Guyton. He did not play football until his senior year of high school. He had only one Division I offer to play in college.
Sounds like a first rounder to me.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Jerry, where's your research?
Played a little D-line, played a little tight end, like I mentioned.
Dabbling. Played a little basketball.
You're killing me.
Goalie.
Goalie.
Played goalie on the soccer team.
Man.
It's all good.
There's your boy Nate Wiggins.
There he is. That's right.
For the Ravens.
Wow, Ravens select Nate Wiggins out of Clemson.
It's a good pick.
I like the pick right there.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
And hey, look at the comparison right there. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie right there. A little, I like that. I like the comparison.
He's be running 4.2. Yikes!
Look at his arms. How lengthy he looks. This is an interesting one right here for the Baltimore Ravens. Look at who they've shorn up. In the past couple seasons. We just saw them take Kyle Hamilton 2 seasons ago when we were out in Las Vegas for the 2022 NFL Draft. Kyle Hamilton has been a mainstay for that secondary for the Baltimore Ravens, and now they add somebody else to that secondary here in one of the Clemson products in Nate Wiggins. So, yeah, this is a pretty solid pick here, in my opinion, for the Baltimore Ravens. All right, we got just 2 more picks left. It's the 49ers and the Chiefs. We're going to take you up with these last picks, and then we're going to wrap things up. Stay with us. We're going to take a break right here as Sports Talk winds down a long broadcast here on 600 ESPN El Paso.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right, welcome back. This is the final segment here on our coverage for the 2024 NFL Draft. Adrian Broaddus, along with Stephen Foster, the Foss. An emotional roller coaster for the Foss. Mel Owens, who's the resident Rams fan, along with and Rams player. He can actually say we and mean it. We.
Yes, I agree.
I can't say we, but you can say we.
We.
As in yes.
Jared Verse.
Okay, good, good
edge
pick.
rusher.
Yeah.
Florida State.
Yeah.
Optimistic. I'd say our boy over here, Chris Fernandez, optimistic with Troy Fautanu, Washington guard, who went to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Those guys played 12, 15 years. The Steeler guy.
Foss, cautiously optimistic or optimistic here for your boy Guyton?
Cautiously optimistic.
Okay. Cautiously optimistic. I said the Chiefs with the last pick. It's the Bills. They made that trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. My apologies. They're picking the last here for the first round, and then 49ers here picking up and on the clock
All
right
of our
now.
prospects are gone.
Yeah, I just checked it.
All the ones that we interviewed are gone. That is correct. Hey, this is Barry Sanders, maybe arguably the GOAT. Not even arguably. He is the GOAT for Lions football. He said this, quote, Jared Goff has rejuvenated his career in Detroit, and he has won the city over. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell have been unbelievable here. Barry Sanders overly complimentary on ESPN's coverage tonight, and he's so excited for the future with the Lions. And hey, if you're a Lions fans right now, there's no cautious with that optimism right there. You've got the optimism, and the window's here. Your window of opportunity to try to win a Super Bowl, we were talking about that earlier, to be in the contender, to be in that kind of conversation, to go on a run to the Super Bowl.
Is now.
The Lions have it. This is the window.
Well, for sure it was last year. Now, we don't know what this year holds. Now, it's optimistic because they're coming off of, an NFC Championship game. They had the draft. There's a lot of excitement. The fans are always great here, so you don't got to worry about that. So you're going to have a lot of optimism, right? So you just got to deliver. And I think they got the coach in Campbell that he can get it done. I mean, he's proven that he's a winner. but you got to be able to, year in, year out.
This is what Steve Sarkisian said on Texas defensive tackle Byron Murphy being drafted by Seattle. Quote, Seattle got a great one and a guy that can be an anchor on their defensive line for a long, long time, and Byron Murphy. The biggest thing about Murph is his work ethic. He wasn't the most highly recruited player out of high school, but he worked extremely hard, earning everybody's respect and developed into a big-time NFL first-round pick. All right, we got a lot of 49ers fans back home in El Paso. At 31, they have taken Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Does this say that Brandon Ayuk is going to be traded here in the second round tomorrow? Guys, that could be a reality when it's all said and done. They get Ricky Pearsall here. You pair him up with maybe somebody like Deebo Samuel, and you got your two receivers. The Ayuk contract situation has been a big question mark for the 49ers. We talk about window of opportunity. We talk about windows for being a contender. Can't take those seasons for granted right there and what they had last year, including that lead they had against the Kansas City Chiefs and how they had an opportunity to win in that Super Bowl. Yet, they get Ricky Pearsall here at number 31.
Yeah. Are there any linemen available? I mean,
I think with Guyton off the board, not a lot. It takes
maybe the leg is not that good.
I think that would have been their other choice would have been an offensive lineman.
Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame, highest rated tackle. Christian Haynes out of UConn, highest rated guard right now. Zinter, he's currently 5th on the board right now at best available. Jackson Powers Johnson could be selected here with this one. But no, the Bills have to close this draft out here with A.D. Mitchell. This has got to be it. Wow, we got another trade, guys, at the buzzer. Panthers are on the clock. Bills have now swapped up with the Carolina Panthers, and we did not think Carolina would be here in the first round, but yet here they are. The Panthers are now on the clock. They got to get some weapons. It's got to be a receiver here for Bryce Young.
Oh, 80, he's going to Carolina.
Or
Lord.
Xavier Legette from South Carolina.
South Carolina would make sense. He's local.
You also have Ladd McConkey from Georgia. Keon Coleman from Florida State. None of the guys from Washington, Jalen Polk or Jalen McMillan.
They traded
the
one.
Carolina guy.
They traded one.
You like Legette?
Local.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes a lot
Buffalo
of sense.
gets the 5th round and gets up. Okay, Buffalo beat them.
Gets that second round, basically a first rounder when it's all said and done. So they're just moving down one pick. So this is interesting, right? We saw the Jets move up one pick earlier.
Yeah, just flipping. They're nervous about somebody.
And the Bills, maybe they're just trying to keep getting back and think that they could still get A.D. Mitchell here. Maybe McConkey is going to be the guy here, when it's all said and done. Obviously, the Bills have to replace Stephon Diggs. We won't find out who that pick is going to be until tomorrow.
He'll
we'll
go
see.
maybe 4th round, 3rd round, 4th round.
Yeah, we'll see what happens
I don't want
here.
to hear his name again.
All right, here, this is the last tweet that we'll get to here tonight. This is from Joe Chacon. This broadcast was hands down better than any draft I've ever listened to. Thanks for hanging tonight, gents. I could get used to this. Hashtag bring it back. Hashtag NFL Draft 2025. Hashtag we dem boys. Hashtag this is our year.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I like dreaming.
God.
They're already drinking the Kool-Aid.
You do Neil Sedaka on me because
like
I
that?
like him.
Yeah.
But I like, laughter in the rain, and I'm going to probably get a lot of rain.
That's the same thing, too.
Yeah.
A lot of laughter.
Dang it.
This
Dang
is
it. Dang it.
This is a
Dang
NFL
it.
scout on 49ers draft pick, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall from Florida. Quote, he's got elite ball skills. He's got the wiggle to him, the double moves, turns the corner, but you can't line him up in normal splits, and they think he's going to release and run by everyone. And that is the Florida receiver who's going to the San Francisco 49ers at number 31. So let's see who's going to be the final pick here in the 2024 first round of the NFL draft. Let's see who it ends up being here, man. I think, if it's Carolina right here, they gotta kind of do what we kind of think here and get some more weapons here for Bryce Young. Does it matter?
Yeah, Bryce.
Does it matter?
I'm not sold on Bryce. I don't think he's a long-term guy. Too fragile.
It wasn't a name that you heard a lot of last season.
Yeah,
because there wasn't a whole lot of accomplishment there.
Yeah, exactly. When it failed, it just failed. They go, okay, yeah, that's what we thought. Then you go to Stroud, right? they go, okay, that's the Alabama guy. Let's go to the next guy who got drafted, Stroud.
And he balled out.
Yeah. Good city, big football town.
Yeah.
Came through.
Dude, you hit me with the I Like Dreaming from Neil Sedaka.
I did. You like that?
I like that you knew Neil Sedaka.
Oh, that's one of my guilty pleasures, man, but it's Laughter in the Rain.
It's in your playlist?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it. Thumbs up in my YouTube music.
Star.
There'll be a lot of laughter in the rain in Dallas. Lots of it.
Did you see the Cowboys glad-handing each other after the pick? Oh, that was cool.
Yeah. Look what we did.
Yeah. Good job, Jerry.
Okay, let's go home now.
Come on, Foss. You got the Cowboys
nothing,
Nation
man.
back home.
I got nothing.
I got nothing for you here. I got no defense for you
Hey,
here.
you know how I feel about him, so, hey, I'm just being honest.
I'm just going to see what they do with this third-round pick now that they move back.
The Cowboys have already said it. Ty's our guy. I wish our listeners could see your face.
College games, bro.
And he didn't play football until he was a senior. B-I-G doesn't spell B-A-D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
And big for no reason.
Xavier Legette, you called it. Mel Owens,
right, there you
he
go.
heard it right here. 32, Carolina Panthers get South Carolina's Xavier Legette. There it is, guys.
And the
last
Bills
pick.
can still get A.D. Mitchell tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Hey, not to mention, if I'm not mistaken, and let me check this real quick. Second round begins tomorrow. It's the Bills who pick first in the second round. Then it's the Patriots. But then you look a little further on. It's an interesting run. Cardinals, Commanders. Then it's the Chargers. Back to the Titans. And then the Panthers. What if the Panthers go two receivers? They get Legette here at 32, and then they get another receiver at 39. Could be possible when it's all said and done.
Yeah, but you got to give somebody time or have the wherewithal to get the ball to the guys running down the field.
Does Blake Corum's name pop up in the second round at all?
Yes, his name does pop up in the second round. In fact, Jonathan Brooks, top running back on the board. Trey Benson is right behind him, and then Blake Corum, the third guy. But they think he could go as high as second. So let's see what ends up happening. That's tomorrow for the NFL draft. But, guys, let's do some final thoughts, final words here for the first round. What a broadcast, guys.
It was fun, guys.
Adrian, I think great job.
Yeah.
Seriously.
No,
really on top of it. Had the information. Great job, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Foss, that's it. That's it.
He's speechless,
What
man.
a run.
He's speechless.
I mean, was there anybody else? I understand Big 12 footprint, but
you saw that guy?
He's still on Guyton. He's still on Guyton.
When you find out, never played football till senior year, played tight end.
Foss.
14
Put your
starts.
computer away and let's go to
White Castle.
Let's go to White Castle. That's all I can say for you, brother.
All
I tell
right,
you what,
guys.
it was a great night. It really was overall.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me and my team. Don't worry about the confusion the Raiders did. Both of my teams were sitting. I mean, I'm going back to the hotel going, Chris, just point me to where I'm supposed to go.
And that's all I will do for you, my friend.
Oh, man.
Hey, an electric day, guys.
Electric day, guys.
That's
Can't
awesome.
thank the Oscar Arieta Agency enough for
Thank
bringing
you
us
guys
out
for
here.
having me.
Thank you, Mel Owens, Rams finest. He was out
Thank
here
you
with
so
us.
much.
Sports finest.
And Chris Fernandez, Steve Foster. I'm Adrian
man.
Broaddus signing off. Thanks to the Oscar Arieta Agency for sponsoring us out here, and also Hills Automotive Center. Special thanks to Sal Montes and Alberto Ureta back at our River Oaks Property Schoolyard Sports Studios. Special thanks Omar Ruiz, who joined us, Steve Kaplowitz, who joined us to kick off the show, and then, of course, our man Q Myers, who stayed with us for almost an hour, live reacting to all the draft picks. For all of us here out in Detroit, we're signing off and saying so long, and thanks for listening to here on Sports Talk. We're wrapping up almost 6 hours right here on 600 ESPN El Paso.